Chapter 1 Divorce. Bang. A divorce agreement was left in front of Lin Nen. Your sister woke up. I promised her that as long as she was alive, Mrs. Bo's position could not be given to others. Lin Nen, we signed it and we got divorced. Since the month when her cousin woke up, Lin Nen seemed to have expected this scene long ago. She raised her eyes and said in an astringent voice, "You still don't believe me?" Bo Mu sneered coldly. "From beginning to end, you are a woman who is greedy for vanity. What do you have to trust?" Lin Nen, don't let me say it for the second time. I signed it. This villa belongs to you. This is the last decent I give you. Lin Nen's eyes were mocking. Oh. Bo Mohan didn't let her clean herself out of the house. Is Bo Mohan merciless? Picking up the divorce agreement and seeing that his name had been signed at the place of payment, Lin said calmly, "Will Grandma agree? Do you think Grandma can support you infinitely?" Bo Mu looked at her coldly. "Why did we get married? You know better than me, Lin Nen, don't be insatiable and make me hate you more." Lin sneered. What's the difference between disgust and more disgust? Bo Mohan's expression suddenly became extremely fierce. Lin picked up the pen and said, "Okay, I'll sign it." My cousin sent her countless intimate photos of her and Bo Mohan. What's the point of continuing such a marriage? Lin Nen crossed out the villa he gave him and quickly left his name without dragging the mud and water at all. The 3-year marriage is over. From then on, she was also relieved. Lin Nen got up and said lightly, "Give me an hour and I'll pack up and leave." Bo Mohan squeezed his thin lips into a line, stared at her and said in a low voice, "This villa is for you, you don't have to leave." "No, I think there is your place." Lin Nen laughed out loud and said word by word, "It's all dirty." Lin Nen. Ignoring the anger of the man behind him, Lin Nen went upstairs. An hour later. When Lin Nen packed up and came out, Bo Mohan was no longer there, but the divorce agreement was still on the sofa and coffee table, which looked particularly dazzling. She took a slight breath. After 3 years, she would say goodbye to this place and herself who had been infatuated with her. From now on, she will live for herself. After going out, she stopped a car and went straight to her own territory. When Saw Miao saw Lin Nen coming with a suitcase, he was dumbfounded. "Damn, I won't be mistaken." "You're right. This time I'll listen to your advice and focus on career." Seeing that she was still staring at him blankly, Lin Nen hooked her lips slightly. "Didn't she welcome me home?" Saw Miao's face was full of shock. "In the past 3 years, you have been so determined by your husband that you even gave up your job as a full-time wife. Which lightning struck you today? Do you suddenly want to come back to work? You're not kidding me, are you?" Saw Miao is Lin Nen's assistant. Except for her, I'm afraid no one knows that Lin Nen has a second identity, that is, the ace lawyer Iris. There is a popular saying on the internet that the Iris is the second and no one is the first. Many lawyers were discouraged when they heard her name. Lin Nen put away the suitcase, looked at Saw Miao and whispered, "Will anyone come to me again in the near future? Are there any interesting cases?" Saw Miao's eyes flashed, as if he was a little sorry and said, "There is indeed one, and the price is also sky high, but no one dares to pick it up, and you can't pick it up." Chapter 2 Two familiar people. Can't pick up? Lin Nen went to the sofa and sat down. Seeing Saw Miao nodding regretfully, she raised her eyebrows and said it. "That is." Then, Saw Miao told the situation of the case. Lin Nen's fingers on her left leg moved slightly, and there was a trace of black light in her apricot eyes. It was a little interesting. Who are both sides? You. It doesn't make much sense to know. Lin Nen raised her eyes and looked at Saw Miao without saying anything. These two are the leading figures in the commercial street. This time, there is a lot involved, so the two of them also plan to tear their faces apart. It is Mr. Fu who wants to ask you for help, and Mr. Fu's opponent is. Saw Miao sighed. A large commission was gone like this. She was particularly sad and said, "Your husband." Lin's breathing was subconsciously rapid. Saw Miao covered his heart and said, "This money is destined not to be what we should earn." Lin Nen played with her mobile phone and said carelessly, "It's quite an interesting case. Take it." Lin Nen's eyes flashed and she said firmly, "Since I have taken the case, I will never play with it." Saw Miao looked at her speechlessly. "As long as you take action, you won't lose the case. Then you won your husband for Mr. Fu, but your husband has to pay tens of billions. Little Iris, can you not be joking?" "I'm not kidding." Saw Miao hasn't come back to her senses yet. She asked in a daze, "But you? Why did you help Fu Jingnian? Are you Mrs. Bo?" Lin Nen said in a dry voice, "I'm divorced." "Ah." Saw Miao suddenly stood up and didn't have time to take a sip of the hot tea in her hand. Today, she couldn't accept it one after another. Are you really divorced? Little Iris, you." Lin Nen pulled her lips. "It's my own life without him." Looking at Lin Nen's serious eyes, Saw Miao was extremely gratified after calming down. "You are finally enlightened. You have paid so much for that scumbag, but he doesn't know how to love you. If you leave him now, you will get out of the sea of suffering, baby. I really want to congratulate you." Lin Wen doesn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Well, contact Mr. Fu and get ready to start work. Saw Miao is a little puzzled. Do you want to take revenge on him because you hate him? It's official. I just like this case. She has always liked challenging cases. Now that they are divorced, the two of them have nothing to do with it, let alone look at any face. Saw Miao suddenly looked serious. She said without blinking her eyes, in the past, you could wear a mask to attend, but now you are not allowed to hide your identity. Once Mr. Fu knows your identity, this case will definitely not be accepted. Don't worry, I can handle this matter. Seeing that she was determined, Saw Miao nodded. That's okay. I'll contact her. After communicating with the other party, Saw Miao looked at Lin Wen and saw that she was quite depressed. Saw Miao immediately took her hand and said, let's go to eat. I'm still hungry. And little Iris, let me tell you, if people feel uncomfortable, don't let yourself be idle, or you will collapse. Lin Wen's heart is warm. I was just thinking about things. I was prepared for today's ending. You don't have to comfort me. Although Lin Wen was telling the truth, Saw Miao didn't believe a word at all and pulled her out. There happens to be a restaurant nearby. The taste is excellent. Let's have a try. Lin Wen had to respond. The two laughed and rushed over, but as soon as they went in and sat down, they found the two familiar people on the left, and Lin Wen's face sank in an instant. Chapter 3. What kind of tricks are you playing? The man is dressed in a black suit and looks noble. The two sat opposite each other. He was talking to her and could see his face full of tenderness. Lin Wen sneered from the bottom of her heart, which was really a coincidence. Saw Miao was a little confused. She followed Lin Wen's gaze and looked over. Saw Miao's face suddenly became extremely ugly. How could the two of them still be there? Maybe her voice was too excited. Bo Mohan noticed it. He turned his head and saw the two of them. His expression was extremely sharp in an instant. He signed it so quickly, and the villa didn't want it. It turned out that he was about to capture the old man. Lin Wen took a slight breath. She thought that the next meeting with Bo Mohan would be the day she went to the Civil Affairs Bureau for divorce registration, but she didn't expect it before that. She looked away and was ready to get up and change her position. But there was a surprised voice in my ear, and Wen was also there. Looking along the sound, I saw Lin Yoxing wearing a white dress with long and soft hair scattered behind her, as noble as a goddess, and the corners of her lips were looking at her with a gentle smile. Lin Wen sneered from the bottom of her heart that such a clean-looking woman was also the one who had been secretly sending her intimate photos with Bo Mohan for the past month. She pretended not to be on the surface. It can destroy their relationship, but secretly wants to climb into Bo Mohan's bed. I'm afraid she really can't play with such a scheming woman. Lin Wen seemed to smile, but didn't smile. How could her cousin go out for dinner with Mr. Bo if she didn't take care of her injuries at home after being discharged from the hospital? Obviously, it's just a question, but if you have a little thought, you can hear the sarcasm in her words. Lin Yoxing smiled elegantly as if she didn't hear it. Well, it's not a big deal to live with her parents during this period, so she plans to move out. It just so happens that Han is free today and plans to take me out to have a look. Are you here to find Han? Do you want to go together? The noisy guests take the master. Are you talking about something like her? It's as if Bo Mohan's wife is her. Saw Miao suddenly sneered. This woman is really a good trick. If it hadn't been for her and Bo Mu's cold eyes, how could Nen have had such a miserable life in the past few years? Lin sneered and said, I won't bother you anymore. Lin got up. I'm afraid she has no interest in staying in this restaurant. Lin Yoxing's eyes flashed, and she quickly said, Nen may have misunderstood us. Do you want to explain to her? The two of us really have nothing to do. When Bo Mohan saw that Lin Wen didn't care and looked a little mocking, his expression immediately became a little cold, and there was nothing to explain. Lin Wen raised her eyebrows and turned around to leave, but Bo Mohan's words made her expression cold. Lin, don't let me see you playing this trick again. If you appear in my sight again, don't blame me for being rude. Saw Miao was laughed angrily. Isn't this gentleman too self-righteous? Little Wen didn't come for you. Lin stopped and restrained her anger from the bottom of her heart. She smiled. You're welcome. How polite will Mr. Bo be to me? Without waiting for Bo Mohan to open her mouth, she said carelessly, I think it's not a day or two for my cousin's covet for Mrs. Bo's position. It's better for you to marry your cousin and go home early, so that I don't have to receive disgusting information anymore. Lin Yoxing's face changed slightly, but he returned to nature in a moment. He said helplessly, well, I have explained to you many times that I won't destroy your family. It's just that Han feels that I have become a vegetative for a few years because of saving him, and I owe me something. You see, you misunderstood again. The relationship between two people is to trust each other, isn't it? Looking at Lin Wen as if he didn't care, Bo Mohan's eyes were disgusted. Lin Wen, I don't have time to play tricks with you here. Don't make me hate you more. Seeing that Bo Mohan was going to take Lin Yoxing away, Lin Wen stood still and said seriously, since Mr. Bo thinks I'm trying to take care of the old man. Why don't we get a divorce certificate now, so that our marriage will not delay each other? Chapter 4 Swallowing and Peeling Raw. Lin Youqing's hand holding chopsticks instantly tightened a little. Han told her that they had divorced, but they had been quarreling for a long time, but they haven't received the certificate yet. No, she must not let all her efforts for so long be in vain. For a moment, she immediately said seriously, "Don't, why do you divorce so well?" "Well, Han and I are really nothing." "Why don't you believe him so much?" "If you don't like it, I won't have any contact with Han in the future." With that, she turned her head and looked at Bomoha's voice and said solemnly, "Even if Meng doesn't want you anymore, I can't bother you anymore and let you divorce." "Han, girls are easy to coax. If you say a few soft words to Meng, she won't quarrel about divorce." Ling Len narrowed his eyes. Look, Lin Youqing spoke so well. He told Bomoha that he was dumped by a woman as a man. She didn't have much face to mention. She also told him that this was just her petty. She was really afraid of divorce, and she would not leave after coaxing her. Bomohan should hold on even for the sake of face. However, she doesn't care anymore. Anyway, she doesn't want to continue her marriage with Bomohan. Lin Youqing's words today can be regarded as helping her once. Bomoha's fierce eyes hit Lin An's face. The more he saw that she didn't care, the colder his expression became. The next moment, he sneered coldly. "I'm not free now. The assistant will contact you then." After saying that, he got up and left without looking back. Lin Youqing's expression was slightly stiff, glanced at Lin Nan, and got up to follow. Su Miao stood in place with coldness in his eyes. "Yes. It's right for you to divorce. Such a scumbag is not worthy of you at all. Believe me, you will definitely find someone better than him. I think Mr. Fu is good." Lin Neng came back to her senses and couldn't help laughing. Mr. Fu was careful. "Are you kidding me or cheating me? Even if Mr. Fu is a flower heart, at least he is a warm man. What's the use of him?" Of course, Su Miao said so, and she didn't really let her be with Mr. Fu. "Let's have a meal." Lin Neng smiled. When they left, she had an appetite. Su Miao sighed helplessly. Before she could comfort Lin Neng, her mobile phone suddenly rang. Lin Neng glanced at her, and Su Miao picked it up. "Hello." Hearing the other party's words, Su Miao looked a little serious. "Okay, I still have to communicate with Iris about this matter, and I will give you a reply then." The other party said a few words, and she hung up the phone politely. Su Miao looked at Lin Nen and whispered. "The person who just called me was Ling Feng from the Legal Affairs Department of Fu's group. The school he graduated from seemed to be the same as you. He wanted to talk to you about this lawsuit." "You? Do you want to see him?" Ling Ming raised her eyebrows and said, "See, why didn't you see?" Su Miao immediately said with relief, "That's it. I will inform him in a moment." Lin Meng hooked her lips slightly and said nothing more. Without those two people in this meal, they had a good time. Su Miao was afraid that Lin Neng would feel uncomfortable, so he dragged her out shopping all day long and had dinner before letting her go home. Lin was also tired. She took a rest after looking at the case, but to her surprise, she could really abandon the man. "The lonely pillow that I thought was sleepless turned out to be a dreamless night. When I opened my eyes again, it was the alarm in the morning." Lin Neng couldn't help laughing. She was in a very good mood and went out after breakfast. In the cafe, seeing that Ling Feng was already sitting by the window, Ling An stepped forward and said with a smile, "Senior, you came so early." Ling Feng raised his head unexpectedly, but when he saw that it was Ling Lan, there was endless shock in his eyes. "Ling An." Ling Lan smiled lightly. "You should call me Iris." Ling Feng was shocked. "Well, you." He used to admire this junior with excellent grades very much, but he didn't expect that she turned out to be. His eyes were full of appreciation and shock, as well as the love that had been hidden, which was all revealed at this moment. However, Ling An didn't know that a man and a woman were standing outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Bo Moha's face was covered with clouds in an instant, because he saw Lin An smiling so sincerely at that man. Lin Youqing secretly cried out in her heart that Bo Mohan never cared about these things before, but why is she so angry now? She took a slight breath, pretended to see it, and said unexpectedly, Huh. That man seems to be Anna's senior." Bo Moha's thin lips pressed into a line. Lin Youqing was a little worried and said, Nan has never had such a personality before. I heard from my parents that she has been safe for the past few years. This time, she just made you angry and did such an outordinous thing. Why don't you go in and coax her?" "Coax?" Bo Mohan laughed angrily. "If she hadn't tried her best, I wouldn't have been able to marry her." Ling Ming was talking to the senior, as if she had noticed a sharp gaze. When she turned her head, she found the two people standing outside and staring at her. Chapter 5 He doesn't know how to cherish. Bo Moha's fierce eyes seemed to swallow Ling An alive the next moment. He didn't say a word and walked away. The corners of Ling Youqing's lips slowly raised, and her posture was graceful and noble. Ling Ning withdrew her gaze indifferently and continued to talk to the senior with a smile. After the conversation, Lin took a taxi. Just as she inertially touched her neck, her face suddenly changed. Where is the necklace? Master. To turn around and go to Yuling Villa. She must have been in a hurry last time and forgot to put it on. An hour later, Lin Men had entered the villa. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Bo Mohan was standing in front of her dressing table, looking at the watch in his hand. Lin Men's eyes were surprised. After 3 years of marriage, he had never stepped into their bedroom, but now he was actually looking at the watch she once gave him. At the beginning, he disliked this watch and fell directly to the ground. It was she pieced together with glue little by little. Obviously, it was a defective product, but she was reluctant to lose it. Bo Mohan noticed that someone was staring at him. He turned his eyes and saw her indifferent gaze. He sneered coldly and threw his watch on the dressing table indifferently. Do you put such a shabby thing here? Do you think I'm a rag collecting? The corners of Lin Me's mouth twitched, so she threw it away. Bo Mohan's pupils shrank sharply. At the beginning, she cared so much about this watch, but now she can say it so lightly. Right. She changed her mind. Otherwise, how can you date and laugh with other wild men? The blue veins on his forehead were prominent, and he said with a gloomy face, Lin, you agreed to the divorce so happily because you had found a new home. Lin Men smiled. If you think so, it's not impossible. After saying that, she went straight to the dressing table, opened the drawer and took out a necklace box. The two were close at hand, but she didn't look at him and turned around and walked out. Bo Mohan's face was extremely pale, and he clapped her wrist. This is the place where you can go back when you say back, and go when you say go. Lin Men struggled and looked at him inexplicably. So what are you going to do? This man is simply unreasonable. Why haven't I seen him so uncertain before? Seeing that she was still struggling, Bo Mohan clasped her hand and said in a gloomy voice, Grandma wants to see you. Come with me to the old house tonight. Lin Men frowned and looked at Bo Mohan like a fool. Mr. Bo was afraid that he took the wrong medicine. Even if you want to take someone there, it should be my cousin. The harsh words made Bo Mohan's face more gloomy. I said that the person Grandma wants to see is you. Otherwise, do you think I want to be alone with you? Lin Men sneered coldly. In the past, when Grandma wanted to see me, you found an excuse to dodge. Why did you have to go today? Bo Mohan smiled sarcastically. Lin Men, you know how much Grandma took care of you in the past. Why, divorce forgets the original. Lin Men pursed her lips. In the past few years, in the Bo family, only Grandma was good to her and took care of her everywhere. Because Bo Mohan's heart was not on her, she felt sorry for her and made up for it in various ways. Even some of the things Grandma did made her have the illusion that she was her own granddaughter. Grandma's request. She couldn't bear to refuse. Seeing this, the discomfort in Bo Mohan's heart finally eased a little. He said meanly again, in the past, you could ignore Grandma in the blink of an eye. Lin Men, why didn't I find out that you were such a powerful person before? If you think it's useless, kick it away. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Men raised his eyes and glared at him. Bo Mu sneered in the cold. Go now. Chapter 6 Gentleman's Demeanor. After driving for more than an hour, Lin Men arrived at the Bo family's house in a complicated mood. As soon as they entered, they heard the excited sound from the sofa. My good granddaughter-in-law came. Well, sit down next to Grandma. Grandma looks forward to the stars and the moon, which can be regarded as looking forward to you. Lin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the complexity in the bottom of her eyes could not be hidden. She squeezed out a slight smile. Grandma, I'm sorry, during this period. Before the words were finished, Jiang Ro patted her hand kindly and said softly, you don't have to say, Grandma knows your difficulties. Lin Men subconsciously raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Ro. She was surprised and said with a little test, do you? No. No, if Grandma knew that they were divorced, she couldn't talk to her in this way. Bo Mohan also looked at Jiang Ro in surprise. Jiang Ro stared at Bo Mohan angrily, looked at Lin Enruli and said in a distressed voice, yes, Grandma knows that this bastard is really unrestrained. How can the granddaughter-in-law I chose for him be the worst? He doesn't know how to cherish it. Lin looked at her with some surprise. Does Grandma really know? Jiang Ro pulled her to sit down and said firmly, don't worry. If he dares not to come home at night this time, I will definitely break his leg. Look at how Grandma deals with him. Lin's eyelashes trembled slightly. It turned out that Grandma's so-called knowledge was to know that she was living a hard life, not a matter of divorce. Seeing Bo Mohan's slightly gloomy face, Jiang Ro said angrily, look at your eyes. Why, old lady, do you have to look at your face when I ask you to come back for a meal? Bo Mohan's expression converged and looked at Jiang Ro. How dare I? Humph. Why don't you dare? Your boss is not young. He hasn't given birth to a good grandchild for me until now. Do you know that there are 3 unfilial piety, and no future is the big one? Watching the old lady stand up, Lin Men quickly held her arm. Bo Mohan frowned and glanced at Lin Men. When the servant saw Bo Mohan coming back, he began to put the dishes on the table. Jiang Ro pulled Lin Men to the table. Come on. Let's have a meal. If he doesn't like to eat, ask him to get out and don't come here in the future. Bo Mortua's face seemed to be more gloomy. He didn't say anything and sat down opposite them. Jiang Rou enthusiastically took Ling En's position, as if Ling En was her own granddaughter and Bo Mohan was her grandson-in-law. Ling En also ate freely and went back and forth with Jiang Rou. On the contrary, Bo Mohan seemed to be isolated. He moved a few chopsticks and looked at Jiang Rou and said, "Why did Grandma suddenly want me to come back for dinner? How long have you not come back?" As soon as she saw Bo Mohan, she remembered that he didn't know how to cherish this relationship. Jiang Rou was even more angry and said, "Can't you accompany me, an old lady? Your grandfather often goes on business trips, and my old woman is the only one at home. Why do you want to ask this?" Bo Mohan. He continued to eat and said nothing. The more she said, the more excited she became. She directly slapped the table angrily, "No matter what. Ma'am is your wife. You should love her. You always go to the hospital to see what the vixen is doing. Don't you think it's enough to embarrass the Bo family?" Bo Mohan's face sank a little. "Grandma, she is my lifesaver. Life-saving benefactor. Those with long eyes know that it's her trick." Bo Mohan frowned and swept at Ling Nen with cold eyes. Chapter 7. You always have to pay for your arot. Lin looked at him and smiled sarcastically. She knew that he must have thought she was the one who complained. In the past, she was afraid that Bo Mohan would have a little misunderstanding of her, but now, oh. What about the misunderstanding? Will she have one less piece of meat? What are you looking at? It's not Ne who complained to me. You go to the hospital so ostentating every day that you don't even go back to your own home. Do you think I'm blind? Bo Mohan squeezed his thin lips into a line and didn't say a word. After this meal, it was basically all about reprimanding Bo Mohan. Jiang Rou spoke heavily, but she didn't give any affection. Ling En felt inexplicably happy when she listened to it, and even seemed to take a breath of evil. After chatting with the old lady for a while, Ling En and Bo Mohan walked out together. It's just. Ling En is a little embarrassed. Grandma still doesn't know that the two of them are divorced, so now she must be in the Bo Mohan car. She doesn't want to have contact with this man at all now. She is already annoyed on the way. Bo Mohan also stood in place, his face smelly like something else, but Jiang Rou hated him and didn't open the door for your wife quickly. Ling En suddenly raised her eyes and opened her lips but couldn't open her mouth. Bo Mohan walked to the co-pilot with a pale face and opened the door for her. Jiang Rou saw that Ling En was still stupidly standing still, and she pushed Ling En in again. "Stupid child, what are you doing in a daze? Get in the car." Lin took a slight breath and said with a smile, "Grandma, it's getting early. Please go back quickly. We're going home. As long as Grandma returns to the room, she can walk away and call a little on the way." Bo Mohan said nothing with a calm face. I don't know if Jiang Rou saw Ling A's thoughts, and immediately smiled and said, "I'll go back when you leave. Get in the car quickly." Ling En hesitated a little, and Bo Mohan lost his patience. He said in a low voice, "Get in the car." In desperation, she finally got into the car. Bo Mohan closed the door and looked at Jiang Rou. "Please go back." Jiang Rou frowned and said impatiently, "Don't be verbose. Get in the car quickly." Bo Mohan. Different treatment? He stopped talking, got into the car and drove away. The car was so quiet that we could hear each other's breathing. Lin didn't bother to talk to him until she turned the corner and Grandma couldn't see them. She immediately said in a low voice, "Stop." Listening to the words that seemed to be her order, Bo Mu sneered coldly. "What qualifications do you have to order me?" "Order?" Ling En laughed angrily. "If you don't stop the car, is it because you are reluctant to divorce and want to take me back?" The car suddenly stopped. Looking at Bo Mohan's pale face and about to satirize her, Ling En seemed to smile. "If Mr. Bo wants to divorce, please hurry up, otherwise don't blame me for repentance. I will keep pestering you so that you can't marry her or divorce." After saying that, Ling En raised his hand to open the car door. Click, the car door suddenly locked. Ling En frowned and turned her eyes to look at the man beside her. "What do you mean?" Bo Mu sneered coldly. "Ling En, do you think Grandma will always be your master? Sure enough, you suspect that I am suing." Ling En's smile didn't diminish, "But whether I filed a complaint or not, divorce is the most important thing for you, right? Mr. Bo, please give me a letter of approval. When will you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau for divorce?" Bo Mohan glanced at her fiercely. "When you want to divorce, let someone inform Grandma. What kind of brain circuit do you have?" Ling En was a little speechless and impatient. "If you are afraid of the East and the West, you will never be divorced in your life. So Mr. Bo, are you free tomorrow?" Bo Mohan said in a cold voice, "I said that if I have time, I will naturally let people contact you. Get out of the car by yourself." Lin En was laughed at again. "Do you think I'm rare to be your car? Bo Mohan, you always have to pay for your aroj." After saying that, she didn't look at him anymore and got out of the car directly. Looking at Bo Mohan hanging up the gear and was about to leave, she sneered coldly and deliberately didn't close the door. As she walked, she said leisurely, "Mr. Bo, it's easy to go. Chapter 8. The bigwig in the industry is the wife of my opponent. Bo Mohan gritted his back teeth and said, Ling En. Ling En sneered, turned the corner without turning back, and went down the mountain from a path that only one person could pass. After walking for a while and then to the road, Bo Mohan's car could no longer be seen, and Ling En was much more comfortable. She held the other arm in one hand. With the help of the moonlight and the street lamp, she could see the green grass on the ground, which was peaceful. There can also be a squeaky sound of insects in my ears. Every time I come here, I come and go in a hurry. It's rare to stroll in this beautiful scenery like today. After waiting for a while, the taxi came and took her home all the way. Lin En went into the bathroom, took a shower and came out to feel refreshed. Although she used to live alone in the past and now, it is indescribably easy. In the past, she was always thinking about that man, but now, she can develop her career. She can't help but be depressed. Why did she waste all her energy on that scumbag in the past? At night, it gradually became darker. Although Ling En slept lightly, she slept soundly, but on the other side. Someone tossed and turned. After Bo Mohan came out of the Bo family's old house, he went directly to the company. He worked for a while and then took a rest, but he didn't want to. As soon as he lay down, his mind was full of Ling En's unruly smile. Bo Mohan suddenly opened his sharp eyes, and his face was full of coldness. He got up and went straight to work. He didn't sleep that night, and his face was pale and ugly. The next day, Ling En read some information at home in the morning, and Su Miao came to pick her up. Su Miao is still a little worried. By the way, are you really ready? Ling En sat in the co-pilot and was ready for a long time. Can you really make Fu Jingyan believe you? Didn't they question your identity after you connected with the legal department of their company last time? Ling En looked down at the documents in her hand and said with a free expression, he didn't know that I was married, and he didn't pay much attention to the media. Su Miao was even more shocked. Could Mr. Fu not know? You will know in a moment. Su Miao. Now she can only pray that the signboard will not be smashed. In this way, when they arrived at the place, the waiter took them to the box in different moods. As soon as he pushed the door in, Ling En saw a handsome man sitting at the table. He was wearing a high-ended black suit, with a noble spirit in his bones all over his body, and a pair of peach blossom eyes mixed with warmth, but no one knew how many years of cold and sharp blades he had been under his warmth. Hearing the sound of opening the door, he slowly raised his head. The woman's figure is tall, and her long black and straight hair is casually tied into a ball by her. The bangs on both sides are slightly curled, and a light blue waist skirt highlights the figure vividly. There is no shortage of flesh where there should be meat, and there should be no trace of flesh. A small face, the size of a palm. Yan is breathtakingly beautiful, especially those apricot eyes, which are mixed with the skillful atmosphere of the workplace, which makes people unconsciously addicted. But when he found out that she was Ling En, Fu Jingyan's eyes flashed surprise, and the next moment he slowly hooked his lips. Mrs. Bo, is this the wrong box? Fu Jingyan attaches great importance to the iris. He came here early, but he didn't expect to meet the woman of his sworn enemy. Ling En came in, sat opposite Fu Jingyan and smiled elegantly. Mr. Fu, long time no see. Fu Jingyan's eyes were full of amasem. I have to say that Ling En is really beautiful. At a glance, she can't forget it for the rest of her life. With her, everyone will look dull. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman is Bo Mohan's woman. Chapter 9. Additional conditions. He smiled. It seems that he is here prepared. What's Mrs. Bo's opinion? As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Jingyan smiled faintly, because he saw Su Miao behind Ling En. Why do the two of them mix together? Su Miao coughed lightly, and she also came in and said with some embarrassment, Mr. Fu, because the previous situation of Xiao Iris is not very clear, I can't tell you clearly, but since I have promised to take this case for you, there are some things that may be showdown with you. Fu Jingyan's pupils shrank slightly. He glanced at Ling En again, and his eyes were full of waves. After a pause, he said silently, so, Miss Su wants to tell me that the industry leader I tried my best to hire is the wife of my opponent. Ling En hooked her lips slightly. Ex-wife. No matter how calm Fu Jingyan was, he was also a little shocked at this moment. Ex-wife. Ling En raised her hand. Mr. Fu, I'm Iris. It's my first time to meet you. Please take care of me. The identity of Mrs. Bo is more than one side of them. But the identity of Iris, they are indeed meeting for the first time. Fu Jingyan shook hands back, but the corners of his mouth were a little smiling. It was so neat. Why did Miss Iris divorce? Su Miao smiled. Mr. Bo ate in the bowl and was thinking about the pot. Naturally, my little Iris did not intend to cooperate. Mr. Fu, we know the importance of this case to Fu, so it will never be a child's play. You cannot believe Mr. Bo's ex-wife Ling En, but you can't question the Iris. Fu Jingyan narrowed his eyes slightly, but for a moment, he laughed out loud. In this case, Bo Mohan has something to say. I think, except for Miss Iris, I'm afraid no one can win him. Su Yan is an elite lawyer. He has not lost the case he took over. Many lawyers are dismayed by him. He and Bong Mo-han grew up wearing the same pair of trousers. Some people also said that Sian is the second Iris. If two people can play a game, it must be very wonderful. This is also the reason why Fu Jingyan tried his best to get Iris to come forward. It's just that now, things are a little coincidental, but it's more interesting. So Miao nodded with a smile. That's right. Mr. Fu is looking for anyone. He is so reckless. Except for my little Iris, ordinary people really can't beat him. So in this case, there is no need for my little Iris to be Mr. Bo's spy to find out the news, right? The knock on the door suddenly sounded. Sir, the dishes are ready. Can they be served? Enter. The door was opened, and several waiters served the food together. The room is very quiet, and only the sound of the plate touching the table can be heard. It was not until the end that the waiter politely said, "The food has been served. If you have any questions, please feel free to call me." Fu Jingyan nodded faintly, and everyone closed the door and left. Lin Yunan was also not polite. She picked up her chopsticks and took a look at Fu Jingyan. If I had known that Mr. Fu was so warm-hearted, I should have asked you to meet her in the morning. She drank a pack of milk in the morning when she was busy, and now she is really hungry. Fu Jingyan was a little surprised. When he met Lin Yunan in the past, it was Bong Mo-han and she in pairs. The two looked very loving, but now, they are divorced when they say divorce. Fu Jingyan also picked up his chopsticks and smiled. Miss Iris, won't you drink a little? No, drinking hurts your body. I heard that Mr. Fu's stomach is not very good. Let's have a meal. Fu Jingyan's thin lips were slightly hooked, meaningfully. I didn't expect Miss Iris to care so much about me. Lin Yunan held her chopsticks for a moment, and the next moment she smiled casually and continued to eat. Then, she didn't say anything and was really eating seriously. She ate slowly, but she didn't devour, as if she could always smell the elegant breath released from her body. Fu Jingyan ate slowly and logically, like a noble prince. It's So Miao. How can she feel about eating now? Occasionally, he raised his eyes and glanced at the handsome man, with a little worry in his eyes. It was not until Lin Yunan put down her chopsticks that Fu Jingyan looked at her. I was surprised to get along with Miss Iris for the first time. Lin Yunan bent her lips. It doesn't matter. There will be more unexpected places for Mr. Fu in the future. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were more interested. Let's wait and see. So Miao coughed lightly. So, we've almost eaten. Let's continue to get to the topic, shall we? Lin Yunan looked at Fu Jingyan and said with a comfortable expression, I know the specific situation. If I can win the lawsuit, I am very satisfied with Mr. Fu's welfare treatment, and I don't need to add it, but I have an additional condition. Chapter 10. I didn't expect Fu to always be like this. Can win the lawsuit. These 3 words were said lightly by her. Fu Jingyan believed it. He stared deeply at the beautiful woman in front of him, and his eyes were in a trance. It is said that a beautiful woman is a vase, but what about the one in front of you? He nodded and said in a gentle voice, You say, I will do everything I can. Lin Yunan put one hand on the table, and her index finger tapped the table rhythmically from time to time. She looked at the man and smiled calmly. I heard that in 10 days, it will be the birthday banquet of the old man of the Mo family. Fu Jingyan looked at her, right. Lin Yunan tilted her head slightly and said with a smile, Does Mr. Fu lack a female companion? There was a trace of surprise in Fu Jingyan's eyes, but the next moment he smiled. It was my honor to pick you up at your house that night. You can give me an address. Lin Yunan took a sip of juice, and her cherry lips were a little watery. She squeezed her lips and smiled, That's so boring. I'm going to find you from your house. So Miao. She is a little stupid. What is the little Iris doing? This Mr. Fu is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I heard that he is a master of love, but he is also a typical scumbag. It's even more excessive than Bong Mo-han. At least Bong Mo-han has been around a woman around Lin Youxing in recent years, but Fu Jingyan. The women around him are one after another. If she wants to go to the banquet, Xiao Iris can easily enter as her lawyer. Why does she have to get together with Fu Jingyan? Even have to start from his house? So Miao couldn't sit still. She was afraid that the little white rabbit beside her would be swallowed by the big grey wolf. She quickly kicked her under the table with her foot. But she kicked Lin Yunan for a long time without any reaction. So Miao was a little anxious. We have stepped up our efforts. Keep staring at Lin Yunan. Fu Jingyan's dark and deep eyes looked at her, not caring about her purpose, and his thin lips hooked slightly. Okay. Lin Yunan gave So Miao a relieved look and nodded. When is Mr. Fu going to appeal? Fu Jingyan seemed to think for a moment and smiled for a moment. I suddenly felt that I could wait until after the banquet to appeal. Isn't that more interesting? So Miao. What on earth are these 2 people singing? Fu Jingyan's assistant said today that he was a little anxious, but now. Oh, she knows it. Fu Jingyan wants Bong Mo-han to appeal after knowing that Lin Yunan is his female companion. At that time, in the court, let Bo Morhan see that the boss he invited was Bo Morhan's ex-wife. Damn it. Men's venge is also very strong. Ling Eun got up with a smile. Mr. Fu had the final say in the appeal. Now that it has been negotiated, I will go back to prepare the materials first. Thank you for Mr. Fu's lunch. Fu Jingyan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the casual and dashing woman in front of him, which was very different from what he had seen before. Even her body was exuding something, which had been attracting attention. At least, his attention has been on her for this lunch. Fu Jingyan picked up his mobile phone and looked at her with a smile. It's better to add a WeChat account if we are so close to each other. Ling Eun suddenly sneered, picked up her mobile phone and joked, I didn't expect Mr. Fu to be like this. I always feel that this kind of flirting method should not be like Mr. Fu's love master. Of course, he can't flirt with a divorced woman like her. Fu Jingyan scanned the QR code given by Ling Ning and looked up at her with a smile. What should that be like? Chapter 11 Everyone's attention. Ling Ning raised her mobile phone, opened her lips slightly, and saw her again. After saying that, she didn't wait for Fu Jingyan to respond. She stepped on high heels and left. Fu Jingyan sat in the chair without moving. Su Miao smiled at her, grabbed her mobile phone and quickly chased her out. The two got into the car, and Su Miao didn't drive. Instead, she looked at Ling Eun, who was sitting in the co-pilot, and Xiao Yuwei, incredulously. After divorcing Bo Mohe, you want to find Fu Jingyan, a master of love, to get out of love, right? If Fu Jingyan can't do it, aren't you afraid of falling in love with him again? Ling Eun was stunned, but the next moment he realized and smiled helplessly. What are you talking about? What I hate most now is love. How can I fall in love with someone else? Besides, how could Fu Jingyan want her? Ling Eun couldn't help laughing again. You worry too much. Even if I think about it, Fu Jingyan won't want me. Su Miao frowned and looked at her suspiciously. Didn't you lie to me? Of course not. Su Miao looked at it for a long time and couldn't see any flaws. Only then did she start the engine. After hanging the gear, she couldn't help sighing. Men are not good things. We can only become strong women by ourselves. Well, you are a strong woman now, and you can no longer be dragged down by men. In the past, she was called Ling Eun Little Iris, but this time she was called by her name, which means that she is particularly serious now. Ling Eun smiled and said, don't worry, I won't be dragged down by men anymore. This counterattack against Bo Mohang is the beginning, believe me. Su Miao breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of her heart and turned the steering wheel. Of course I believe you. At this moment, the Ling family of 3 has just finished dinner, and Ling Youjing, whose face is rosy, doesn't seem to have just been a month. Not to mention her mother. She is over 40 years old, but she is dressed up and looks like a woman in her 30s. Ling Youjing glanced at her mother sitting on the sofa, frowned and said, Mom, I always feel that something is wrong. Han doesn't seem to want to divorce. Women's intuition is sometimes the most accurate, especially bad intuition. What you are afraid of will come. Zhou Yoli looked at her. How could she say that? Ling Youjing pursed her lips. In the past few days, his emotions have been involved in Ling Eun. Yesterday, when he went back to the old house of the Bo family, the two of them were together. Zhou Yoli frowned. How could it be? Why is Ling Eun so shameless? Ling Youjing gritted her teeth. The night before yesterday, I tried my best to get him to stay with me. Even if he said some soothing words, he was always indifferent and alienated to me. I tried him and asked him to divorce, but he completely kept his mouth shut. Even if he said he would marry me, I feel very bad, and it is likely to be disturbed by Lin Eun. Zhou Yali's face sank. Why didn't she find that Ling Eun was so scheming before? If she attacks again in the future, the old lady will still like her. It may be tricky. Youjing, now we can only be passive and active. Ling Youjing immediately raised her eyes and looked at Zhou Ya. Mom, do you have a way? Zhou Yoli nodded and raised her hand to gently stroke her face. My daughter is so beautiful that she must be in the eye of everyone. Ling Youjing was puzzled, and Zhou Ya said again, in 10 days, it will be the birthday banquet of the old man of the Mo family. All you have to do is find a way to appear as his female companion. Chapter 12 It's not that I don't want her. Ling Youjing was in trouble for a moment, but he used to take only Ling Eun to the banquet in order to show their love in front of everyone, so as to help the group. How could he take me? Zhou Yoli smiled disdainfully. Now is different from the past. She pulled Ling Youjing to sit down. What was Ling Eun's status in the past? Now that your father has stolen all their family property, what else does Lin Eun have? Now you are the eldest lady of the Ling family, do you understand? But if that's the case, Han can't take me, can he? In this way, wouldn't it make the Bo family be harsh? If her father falls, the Bo family will not want her. In today's society, money is the king's way. Now your father is in City B, even if he is not as good as the Bo family, he still relies on the front. In those years, Mr. Bo agreed to marry Li Eun. Didn't he like the ability of the Ling family? Only strong cooperation can bring greater benefits. Now that she has fallen, what do you think? Seeing Lin Youqing's silent and deep thoughtfulness, Zhou Yoli said again, in the past, Bo came to see you in a relatively secret, but now he came and went so frequently, and he didn't see Mr. Bo refute, let alone tell us anything. Isn't it to prove that he agrees with you too? At the beginning, Mr. Bo told them to pay attention to fame. Lin Youqing thought about it for a while and finally said that Mom made sense, and I would talk to Han. They are so harmonious, but the other side is different. At this moment, there is a smell of smoke in the office of the president of Bo's group. Bang! Chiang Ro slapped the table angrily and said angrily, "What? You two are going to divorce?" Mr. Bo frowned and looked at her displeasedly and said, "Look at you look like a shrew in the market." Chiang Ro suddenly heard her old man's reproach and laughed angrily. She raised her finger and pointed to her nose and said, "I look like a shrew. Then you married me when you were blind." Bo Song's face suddenly darkened a little. "I'm too lazy to quarrel with you. Be saw your voice. This is the company. Pay attention to your image. I shouldn't have brought you here." Bo Han sat on the boss's chair with a calm face. Looking at the old couple sitting on the sofa, he had a headache. For a moment, Bo Song looked at Bo Mu and said lightly, "It's right for you to divorce. Lin Neng is no longer the eldest lady of the Lin family. The real one is Lin Youqing." Chiang Ro was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "You fart. Lin Youqing is a beautiful fox. Are you all blind? Whatever she is Mu has lifesaver, and our Bo family has the obligation to marry her. Moreover, although the Ling family is not the top existence in City B, his wood-building materials enterprises are one of the best in China, and we are not at a disadvantage in cooperation with them." Chiang Ro's liver ached when she thought that her good granddaughter-in-law was going to be abandoned by these uncles and grandchildren. She slapped the table again in anger. "Who cares about your bullshit interests? Do you make so much money to spend? People who are half buried in the Lois, are you still thinking about the interests?" "I absolutely disagree." Bo Han frowned and glanced at Bo Song. His eyes were obviously expressing why he brought Grandma here. Bo Song was also a little irritable. He brought the madman here when he was full. However, the old couples often quarrel, but their relationship is very good. Bo Han glanced at Chiang Ro. "Grandma, it's not that I don't want her now, but Lin Nan is clamoring to divorce me." Chapter 13, Familiar Voices. Chiang Ro got up and strode to Bo Moha's side. She raised her hand and pushed Bo Moha's shoulder hard, and said, "That's also you hurt him too deeply. Hurry up and coax my good granddaughter-in-law back." "Grandma, I have made up my mind about this matter." Bo Moha's face also sank. You're going to make me angry, aren't you?" The old lady was about to pretend to be dizzy when she said that. Bo Song immediately said in a low voice, "Okay, your grandmother is not feeling well. I'll take her away first. You are also an adult, and you can take care of your own affairs." "Yes." The old lady's face is black. How can she still be dizzy? Before he could speak, Bo Song had already pulled her and walked out. "Let go of me. I haven't finished yet." But her strength is not as strong as Bo Song. The old lady turned around in anger. "Let me tell you, you are not allowed to divorce." Soon, only Bo Han was left in the office. He lowered his head and suddenly saw the ring in his hand. In order to show the love between him and Lin Nan in front of people, he never let go of this ring. Every time he saw this ring, he was very tired of it. He frowned and simply took off the ring and threw it into the trash can. It's just... His fingers fell and fell. Bo Han moved his fingers and only felt that it was because he had just taken off the ring. Soon, he went to work again. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Nan has been staying at home these days, occasionally chatting with Mu She and occasionally talking about work with Su Miao. They haven't contacted Fu Jingyan since they had dinner. Today, she received Fu Jingyan's WeChat. "Fu Jingyan, Miss Iris, do you have time to have dinner together?" "Lin Mr. Fu is so free." "Fu Jingyan, I have always had a lot of time for beautiful women." Lin raised her eyebrows. He must have something to do with her. "Lin, tell me, Mr. Fu, what can I advise?" "Fu Jingyan, Lan, give me the address. Shall I pick you up?" "I'm looking for you this time about the banquet and the court." "Lin, give me the address, I'll go there by myself." She doesn't want to expose her residence for the time being, but she knows that if Fu Jingyan wants to investigate, he will know sooner or later. Looking at the address and time sent by Fu Jingyan, Lin replied and put down her mobile phone when she received it. The Mo family's birthday banquet was crowded with people, and everyone had their own play. So, what did Fu Jingyan want to sing and let her cooperate? She had a honey that she could fulfill one of her wishes through this meeting. Lin took a taxi and went there. Just when she got out of the car, Fu Jingyan just drove over. He lowered the window a little and looked at Lin casually wearing a purple and white floral skirt today. His eyes were amazed. He pushed the sunglasses on his face and said, "Miss Lin seems inconvenient to take a taxi. Shall I go with you to buy a car tomorrow?" Lin raised her eyebrows. She is really short of a car now. "No, I'm not good at driving." Fu Jingyan hooked his lips slightly. You go first, and I'll park first. Lin Meng nodded, turned around and walked inside. The waiter came forward immediately. Hello, how many guests are dining? Lin turned on her mobile phone and showed her a picture. 2, this is our box. The two people who were waiting for the elevator suddenly heard a familiar voice and turned their heads to look at each other. Chapter 14. It turns out that I am your wife. Bormoha's expression turned cold leisurely. He knew that this woman had been careful. It seems that the divorce can't be delayed, otherwise I don't know how much Grandma will make trouble. This afternoon, his phone was almost blown up by Grandma. The coldness in Lin Youqing's eyes turned thick in an instant. How could she meet Lin Oman here again? Now that both of them have turned around, she can't pretend not to see. Lin Youqing took a slight breath, raised her lips, and said intimately, well. Lin Oman looked over with some surprise. Seeing that the two of them were very close and particularly intimate, she pulled her lips, such a coincidence. The afterglow swept to Bormohan and kept looking at Lin Oman. Lin Youqing's expression tightened, but the next moment he smiled solemnly again and said, Man, you are here to find Han. It just so happens that the two of us are going to have dinner together. Do you want to come with us? The fact that you had coffee with your senior 2 days ago made Han misunderstand. It's okay to talk about it. Lin Oman smiled and said it was really nice. Lin Youqing deliberately took the word we, and then regarded her as an outsider, and showed that she was a water-based poplar. She could not be with Bormohan, so she hooked up with other men. This was really standard. Looking at Bormohan's face getting colder, Lin Oman didn't mind at all and said, there's nothing to say. I won't disturb your candlelight dinner. Don't bother. Bormu sneered in the cold. Just as he was about to tell Lin Oman that he would go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce certificate tomorrow, the door was suddenly pushed open. They could just see Fu Jingyan's figure, and Lin Youqing's eyes were amazing, but in contrast, Han was more handsome. Lin Oman looked back. Fu Jingyan just stepped over. Seeing that she hadn't moved forward, he was a little puzzled. Why didn't he go in and wait for me here first? Lin Youqing? Didn't she come to find Han? Bormoha's expression was extremely sharp in an instant. When did she hook up with Fu Jingyan again? Lin smiled and waited for them to go up first. Fu Jingyan followed the direction pointed by her slender jade finger and happened to see the two people standing in the elevator. The smile on the corners of Fu Jingyan's lips suddenly became a little more, and Mr. Bo was also there. After saying that, he looked at Lin Oman. It should be the same floor. How about together? By the way, he wants to see the good play of these two people. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't mind. She nodded, okay. After saying that, she strode over. Fu Jingyan followed with interest. It was the first time he saw Bormoha's iron blue face. The smile on his lips gradually deepened. Mr. Bo seemed to be in a bad mood. What is Mr. Fu going to do with my wife? Although he said this to Fu Jingyan, Bormoha's sharp eyes have been staring at Lin Oman. Lin Youqing's heart was stunned, cold. As if she was angry with her. Why do you still care so much when you are going to divorce? But the next moment, she realized that this was a man's possessiveness, not an emotion. Fu Jingyan seems to be a little surprised. What about your wife? Lin Oman obviously saw that Lin Youqing subconsciously clenched Bormoha's arm. Her lips slowly raised, and the smile in her eyes was mixed with a little sarcasm. So I'm your wife? Just now, the elevator was delayed because of the speech. Now it is reopened. Lin Oman saw that several people didn't move. She took the lead in. Fu Jingyan saw that neither of them had moved. He was still interested. Do you two want to wait for the next wave? Chapter 15. Leisure. Lin Youqing frowned and looked at Lin Oman's sister's concern for her sister and said, Nern, it's good to say a lot of things. You can't always be so obsessed. Always like this? Lin Youqing is playing word games again. Isn't it to express with Bormohan that she always has private meetings with men and does things that betray Bormohan? Noticing Bormoha's colder eyes, Lin Oman pressed the corresponding floor and said with a smile, since you don't go up, let's go first. After saying that, she pressed the merge button. Fu Jingyan seemed to smile but didn't smile. He kept looking at Lin Oman until the elevator door was closed. He didn't see that Lin Oman was wrong at all. He couldn't hide his surprise in his eyes. So you husband and wife have been in love for several years, and they are all acting. Lin Oman tilted her head slightly. Mr. Fu was quick-witted. Why did he ask? Fu Jingyan smiled and looked at her white slender jade fingers without anything, and he sighed. Your fingers are perfect, but there is only one thing missing. Why don't I give it to you? Lin Oman looked at him doubtfully. What? Fu Jingyan smiled and said that there was no surprise. Lin looked at him twice, and the elevator stopped. The two went out one after another and entered their box. The waiter served the dishes as usual, and the two of them occasionally chatted a few words. Fu Jingyan speaks in a moderate way. Even if he always hears that he stingers in the thousands of flowers and is extremely courteous, he can't feel that he is like a flower-hearted person. Until all the dishes were served, the waiter closed the door, and the box became a private space for 2 people. Lin En picked up her chopsticks at ease. Although she was talking, she preferred to fill her stomach. Thanks again for Mr. Fu's hospitality. Fu Jingyan hooked his lips slightly and talked to him with other collaborators. No one dared to move his chopsticks before him, let alone was really in the mood to eat. But she was different. When she came in, she had to eat first, and when talking about business, she had to lean on after dinner. Fu Jingyan also picked up his chopsticks. Is he really not going to drink tonight? It's a mistake to drink. Their first night, even if she was drugged, it was because she took the initiative to drink. If it hadn't been for that night's mistake, maybe she would have a complete life now, instead of being as crippled as she is now. After eating half full, she looked up at the man who was eating slowly and orderly. What did Mr. Fu want to remind me of today? To be precise, she wants to know his purpose, which can really help her. Fu Jingyan's thin lips are slightly hooked. If I say, I just want to treat you to a meal, do you believe it or not? Li Mumain raised her eyebrows. Is Mr. Fu so leisurely that he is so tall? At this moment, Bo Muhan and Lin Youxing are also in the box, and the waiter has already ordered what they ordered. But the temperature in the room was extremely low, and Lin Youxing once felt that she was going to be frozen into a popsicle. Bo Muhan sat on the chair, not even moving his chopsticks, and his expression was extremely gloomy. Lin Youxing's eyes flashed, and she also had some suspicion in her heart. Did Lin En do it on purpose? He deliberately paltered Fu Jingyan and knew that she and Han came out for dinner, so he brought Fu Jingyan over to stimulate Han. Today, she took a lot of thought to beg Han to take her out for dinner, but what about the result? Now, I'm not interested at all. She didn't know that her cousin had such a good way. Lin Youxing sorted out her mind and couldn't help sighing. Han, don't be angry with En. Maybe many things have not been made clear, and you are also in a cold war with each other. Bo Muhan looked cold. What's wrong with me? Lin Youxing's eyes flashed slightly and said helplessly, well, you are not, but Nen may be like this for a long time. Even if they don't leave, they may have a divorce. You see, Man just talked and laughed with Mr. For Mr. Fu is originally a man with a flowery heart, and he is the best at making girls happy. Han, you should have a sense of crisis. Bo Muhan's pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, he didn't have the heart to sit down. He got up directly and went to the bathroom. However, as soon as he entered, he saw Lin En coming out of the bathroom, and his eyes were suddenly extremely sharp. Chapter 16, Why don't you get the certificate? The corners of Lin En's mouth twitched. Is this the enemy's narrow road? Originally, she wanted to ask Bo Muhan when he would divorce, but the man seemed to deliberately give her face. She was no longer unhappyable and turned around to go back to her box. But, as if the sky was spinning, before Li Ongen could react, she had been forcibly pulled into another empty box by Bo Muhan. Bang! The door was suddenly closed by him. Bo Muhan clasped her wrists and couldn't move. Looking at the paranoid man in front of her, she frowned and sneered. What is Mr. Bo doing? People who were going to divorce at the beginning jits him, and it's also him who wants to be with Lin Youxing. Why does she just want to have a meal with Fu Jingyan and he want to be like this? She almost misunderstood that the man had feelings for her. But she knows how the past few years have happened. She will never repeat the same mistake again, and will not naively feel that it can cover his heart. She gave up. Seeing that there was no affection for him in her eyes, and even all of her eyes were impatient, Bo Muhan's eyes were extremely sharp and said in a cold voice, Lin Men, the marriage has not been completely separated, and you are already so impatient. Lin En laughed angrily. What made me impatient? Who is the impatient person? In marriage, he has been taking care of Lin Youxing and has always been focusing on that woman. She only had contact with Fu Jingyan after the divorce, and it was all because of official business. For the first time, she felt that this man was so unreasonable. Bo Muhan's sharp eyes never left her face, as if he was about to cut off her face. But Lin Neng is fearless. Since Mr. Bo thinks I'm too much, why don't we assign the work and choose a suitable time for us to get the certificate? Lin Neng. Bo Muhan said it with his back teeth. Looking at the disdain in Lin Neng's eyes, he sneered. Do you think I don't want to divorce you? Lin Neng underestimated, raised her eyebrows and said, then leave quickly. Even if she sees this man again, she feels a little uncomfortable, but after 3 years of torture and indifference, she has also learned to grow up, and she will no longer be as uncomfortable as before. Bo Muhan was furious from the bottom of his heart. I can't wait to swallow this woman alive now, and even the force of holding her wrist is getting tighter and tighter. Lin Neng frowned. Mr. Bo, since you hate me so much, can you let me go? It hurts a lot. She knew that he would never pity her. Oh, no, he would never pity her. Bo Muhan was still very gentle to Lin Youxing. Bo Mu looked at her coldly. Lin On, I don't care what you think, I don't care who you are with, but now we haven't completely divorced, you are still Mrs. Bo. As Mrs. Bo, you should remember the 3 and 6 virtues. How to be a good daughter-in-law of the Bo family. But if you remember grandma's goodness to you, don't cause trouble to the Bo family. Lin En's eyelashes trembled slightly. Oh. Fortunately, she didn't pretend to be sentimental just now. Bo Mohan was so angry because she was not divorced now. She couldn't do anything that would harm the Bo family, otherwise it would have a certain impact on the company's stock market value. Bo Mu looked at her coldly. Seeing that she seemed to be going to compromise, he sneered again. Ling Nguyen, that's all. Ling Nguyen suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Bo, Grandma never cares about these external wealth, let alone fame. She only hopes that we can do well. Since you, as her own grandson, can't do it, what else can I fulfill Grandma's wish? So I will repay Grandma in other ways. Looking at Bo Mohan's increasingly cold face, Ling Nguyen raised his eyes and said loudly, Grandma's kindness to me has never been your capital to threaten me. Chapter 17, Know it in your heart. Bo Mohan looked slightly stunned. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she suddenly broke free from Bo Mohan, raised her legs, and went straight to the man to attack. Bo Mohan quickly flashed, and the blue veins on his forehead jumped. Ling Nguyen. He never knew that she had such a sharp-toothed day and even attacked him. Ling Nguyen sneered and said, Mr. Bo, Mr. Fu is still waiting for me. I'm sorry. With that, she strode out. The blue veins on Bo Mohan's forehead beat harder, but this time he didn't catch her anymore. Ling Nguyen now made him feel strange, and he felt that the woman he had met in the past 3 years was all disguised. Sure enough, she saw that she couldn't get a little benefit from here, so she planned to tear her face. No, this must be her way to capture the past. Don't think that he will change his mentality and be really pinched by her. He kept staring at her. Ling Nguyen was going to hold the doorknob, but the raised hand was just on it, not pressed down, and slowly turned around. Bo Mu smiled coldly, and he knew that she was playing tricks. She is indeed a scheming woman. Ling Nguyen looked at Bo Mohan indifferently. If Mr. Bo cares about Bo's fame and fortune and divorces me as soon as possible, please don't disturb my life except for the day of receiving the certificate. We can get together and break up. After saying that, she stopped looking at Bo Mohan, opened the door and walked out. It's just. Afterglow, she suddenly saw a figure hiding in a hurry to the corner. Although the other party moved very fast, she still found the light-colored skirt corner, which was Ling Yoqing's. She sneered and turned back to her box. Fu Jingyan looked up at Ling Nguyen, who looked calm, and his thin lips were slightly hooked. Why did he go for so long? Lin opened the chair and sat down again. She said with a comfortable expression, I met a fly and drove it away for a while. Bo Mohan, who had just walked to the door of their box, heard this sentence. The color of the bottom of the black pot was more beautiful than his face. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows. Bo Mohan came to you. Ling En didn't say anything, but it already represented the acquiescence. Fu Jingyan looked at her with interest. Have you completely divorced? Lin took a sip of juice, and the agreement has been signed. I'm waiting for him to get the divorce certificate when he is free. Fu Jingyan seemed to smile but didn't smile. It seems that Mr. Bo is really busy, and there is no time for divorce. Ling Nguyen raised her eyes and looked at him. What do you want to express? Fu Jingyan just smiled. It's nothing, just sighed. Ling Nguyen's eyes moved slightly. While looking at him, he said calmly, So, Mr. Fu asked me out for dinner to explain that the matter was false. Let me see the truth. Is it true? Bringing her here is nothing more than to test. Test her relationship with Bo Mohan, and test whether she is an undercover agent sent by Bo Mohan to him. Oh, for the first time, she knew that she still had such a role that she could be so valued. Fu Jingyan shook his head helplessly. You are really smart. Ling Nguyen looked at him indifferently and said nothing. Sure enough, it was not an accident that Bo Mohan and Ling Yoqing were having dinner here today. He arranged it in advance, just to see their reaction. Ling Nguyen said calmly, You took the initiative to find me in this lawsuit. I never guided you. Without me, you would not have been able to win this lawsuit. This is something that Mr. Fu knows very well. Chapter 18, Ling Yoqing succeeds. Fu Jingyan smiled. It's natural. Without you, I wouldn't have fought this lawsuit again. But he is not referring to this lawsuit. Ling Nguyen naturally understood that she put down the cup in her hand and didn't look at the man. Except for this lawsuit and the banquet, I don't think there will be any possibility of cooperating with Mr. Fu anymore. Mr. Fu can rest assured. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows in surprise. If it weren't for his sincerity, how could he say such a definite word, because she didn't want to? If he didn't look for her and Bo Mohan's plan would be wasted. Mr. Fu doesn't need to try anymore. Our cooperation will be completely over after the lawsuit. After saying that, Ling Nguyen picked up his chopsticks and continued to eat. Obviously, he didn't intend to pay attention to Fu Jingyan anymore. Fu Jingyan has been looking at her. Seeing that she had no flaws from the beginning to the end, he laughed softly. Miss Iris is indeed a special woman. I have never known Ling Nguyen. The first thing I saw was Miss Iris, and the person I would contact in the future was only Miss Iris. Ling Nguyen raised her eyebrows and didn't say anything. He can say whatever he wants, because he doesn't care about his emotions, so she won't feel any discomfort. What's more, all her sadness has been given to a man in 3 years. In the future, she will never have any negative emotions in this regard. She should live well in the present. After Bo Mohan returned to the box, he kept smoking. In the past, he might be afraid of Ling Youjing and couldn't smoke, but today, he seems to have forgotten. Even if Ling Youjing calmed down, she was a little flustered now. She could feel that Bo Mohan had begun to care about Lin An. Ling Youjing took a breath, as if she had been choked, and coughed twice. Bo Mohan looked up at her and extinguished the cigarette in silence. Ling Youjing quickly said, "Han, I just coughed occasionally. It's not that you choked. Just continue to suck." As soon as she finished saying this, a crisp voice suddenly flashed in Bo Mohan's mind. "Smoking is not good. Honey, you don't have any addiction to smoking. Can you quit?" In an instant, Bo Mohan became more irritable. Ling Youjing also realized that what he said was wrong, but at this time, it was wisest not to speak. He should be very annoyed by others to disturb him at this time. In the room, silence was restored again. Bo Mohan seemed to be more and more irritable the more he thought about it. He got up carelessly. "You eat first and asked the assistant to take you back later." After saying that, he got up and walked out. Ling Youjing's heart tightened. Damn, Ling An must have a great influence on him now. She didn't care too much and quickly said, "Han, I don't want to eat. Let's go together." Ling Youjing quickly got up and caught up with Bo Mohan, but... The chair was suddenly kicked to the ground. When Bo Mohan turned around, Ling Youjing also fell to the ground, and her little face was full of pain. His pupils shrank sharply and suddenly came to his senses. He hurried forward and saw that Ling Youjing's knees and arms were red. He immediately picked her up and put her on the chair, looking guilty, and said, "Where did you fall? Is there any place where you can't give up?" Ling Youjing finally saw the worry in his eyes again. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. She shook her head with a smile, but accidentally fell down. "If you have something to do, you can go first and leave me alone. I'll take you to the hospital." Ling Youjing quickly took the hand he wanted to hold her. "Han, no, No, you haven't fully recovered yet, and you need to check again." With that, he didn't care what Ling Youjing said, and walked out with her in his arms. Ling Youjing hooked the corners of her mouth inexplicably. However, as soon as they came out, they met Fu Jingyan and Lin An coming out. Chapter 19. I want to rekindle my old feelings for him. Ling Youjing's eyes moved slightly. She pretended not to see it. She hugged Bo Mohan's neck and smiled and said, "Han, I'm just an ordinary fall. You really don't have to be so nervous about me. If you don't believe me, let me down. I can walk normally." Bo Mohan said calmly, "Let's check it first." After saying that, he hugged her nervously and left, not even looking at Fu Jingyan and Lin An standing not far away. Lin An's eyes were sarcastic. Sure enough, Ling Youjing was the person in his heart. At this time, she is extremely happy. Fortunately, she has died. Ling Youjing used to be in a coma. No matter what, they would not have such an interaction. But now it's different. She woke up. She has flesh and blood. The two of them often have to show their love together. If she is still as persistent as before, I'm afraid she will really be angry to death by Ling Youjing and Bo Mohan. Fu Jingyan looked at Lin An at this moment. Seeing that she was only sarcasm but not hurt, there was still a little surprise in his eyes. He didn't ask anything, but just smiled. "I sent you back." Lin An came back to her senses and shook her head. "No, I'll just take a taxi." Fu Jingyan said with his beak, "There is no reason to let a girl go back alone. This is not something I, a gentleman, can do. Let's go." Lin An frowned slightly, but she thought that in the future, the two of them there will be contact. If he wants to find out her residence sooner or later, she will not say anything and walk out directly with Fu Jingyan. "Then thank you, Mr. Fu, it's just... the coincidence is never this one." When Lin An arrived at the underground parking lot, she found that Bo Mohan's car was also here. When they arrived, they happened to see Bo Mohan carefully putting Ling Youjing in the car. Lin An smiled. "What kind of fate is this? In the past, when I was married, it seemed that I didn't have much fate now." Fu Jingyan looked at the people around him and said softly, "Why don't I follow his example?" Lin An subconsciously turned her head. "What?" Fu Jingyan's peach blossom eyes contained an inexplicable tenderness, mixed with a little joke. "Hold you in the car, is it the best service for my princess?" The corners of Lin An's mouth twitched. "Mr. Fu's method of flirting with girls should not be used on me, a divorced woman." Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows. "In my heart, Miss Iris will always be supreme. People are precious in self-respect, not in the lightness of others. Self-respect, I'm afraid it has two meanings. Love yourself. And value yourself." Lin An knew that his words expressed the second point on the surface, but why didn't she know his reminder to have nothing to do with Bo Mohan? But this is her business, and others can't control it. She didn't say anything, and Fu Jingyan had opened the co-pilot's door. She didn't say anything and sat down. As soon as Bo Morhang closed the car door, he saw the scene of them. The anger in his eyes increased a little. The next moment, he got into the car directly. But for a moment, the two cars drove out together, and there was a feeling of speeding up. But the route is different, and Ling Nguyen doesn't want to continue like this with him. Seeing that there is an intersection ahead, she said lightly, "Let's turn." Fu Jingnian squinted slightly. "Are you afraid?" Ling Nguyen turned her head and said with a smile, "Does Mr. Fu want me to rekindle his old feelings for him?" Chapter 20 I have divorced him. "Of course I don't want to." Fu Jingnian smiled, stepped on the brake, went to the right turn lane, glanced at Bo Morhang, who was still waiting for the red light, and followed the car in front of him to turn right. Along the way, Lin Meng had no interest in chatting. It was Fu Jingnian's occasional words. It was not until she got downstairs of Lin Nen's house that she looked at the man and said softly, "Thanking Mr. Fu for sending me back." Fu Jingnian smiled gently. "You should go to bed early tonight. Call me anytime if you need it." Lin Meng just nodded and got out of the car and left without saying anything. Fu Jingnian looked at her back and squinted slightly. This woman was full of mysteries. I wonder if Bo Morhang would regret losing such a treasure in the later stage. TSK. He has picked it up, and naturally, he won't let it go again. As soon as Lin Meng got out of the elevator, her mobile phone rang. When she opened the door, she took it out and found that it was Grandma, and her eyes were a little surprised. She entered the door and picked up the phone. "Grandma." "Hey, well, what have you been doing recently? Do you miss Grandma?" Lin Meng's eyes moved slightly, and she smiled while changing her shoes. "Yes, I'm thinking about Grandma all the time." Jiang Ro suddenly laughed out loud. "Oh, when did you become sweet-mouthed again?" Lin smiled and sat down in front of the sofa. "What's the matter with Grandma calling me? What are you talking about? I just praised you for your sweet mouth." "Why, I can't call you because I have nothing to do. Grandma always has such a childish temper, and she just speaks to be angry." Lin Yuan smiled, "Of course not. Grandma, you misunderstood me. Humph, it's almost the same, but The old lady coughed lightly. She didn't know what to do these 2 days. She couldn't help whispering, "Girl, how are you and that bastard doing recently? Did he come home on time? He didn't do anything out of the do with you, did he?" Jiang Ro deliberately bit a little more. If Bo Morhang mentioned it, Lin Yuan would definitely have some reaction. If not, it was the bastard who listened to her words and did not mention divorce again. But Lin Yuan had noticed something. She looked a little dodgy and did not respond at the first time. The heart of the head suddenly clicked, and she said anxiously, "Well." Lin Yuan smiled. "It turns out that Grandma already knows." "Huh? What should she know? How far have the two of them come? If he dares to lose her good granddaughter-in-law, she will skin him." Lin Yuan squeezed her lips. Although there are some things that Grandma doesn't want to accept, it's useless to hide more. She sighed and whispered, "Grandma, he and I have divorced." "What?" Jiang Ro's face changed, and she stood up suddenly. Bo Song has been staring at Jiang Ro. Seeing her like this, he obviously guessed something, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. This was his good grandson. Now, Lin Yuan can't do it. There is no benefit for the Bo family to continue to want her. Moreover, Li Yongmeng is not a good daughter-in-law, let alone worthy of his grandson. Jiang Ro was so anxious that she said anxiously, "Well, you didn't lie to Grandma, did you? Today is not April Fool's Day." Chapter 21 It's just a bad fate. Lin sighed lightly, "Grandma. In fact, you know it in your heart. He doesn't love me at all. If he continues, it will only make him more bored with me. Instead, it's better to divorce. Grandma, letting him go is also letting me go." In the last few words, Lin E's tone was slightly pale and weak. Jiang Ro's face seemed to be a little pale because she felt uncomfortable. Such a good granddaughter-in-law. It was lost by that bastard like this. But now at this point, Jiang Ro can't persuade her anymore. Even if she likes Nen and wants her to be Bo Morhang's wife all the time, she can't be so selfish. Bo Morhang's heart has never been on Li Nen's body. She throws her wife outside all year round. This is not what a man should do at all, let alone and is responsible. If you bind them together, it will only harm Ian. But Jiang Ro is really reluctant, not to mention how complicated her heart is. Now, she just wants to call Bo Morhang. She is going to die of anger. Jiang Ro took a slight breath. "Well, wait a moment, Grandma will go and call that bastard." "Grandma." Before hanging up the phone, Lin Nen's calm voice sounded again. Jiang Ro's hand holding the mobile phone shook, and then Lin Nen's particularly calm voice came. "I know that you like me and have been taking care of me for so many years. I am very grateful to you, but Bo Morhang and I have finally come to an end, but this does not affect our fate. I have always regarded you as my own grandmother. If I have a chance in the future, I will still visit you often. Would you like to chat?" Jiang Ro's heart was about to melt, and her hand holding her mobile phone was trembling. But she didn't know how to speak, and it took her a long time to choke up and reply. "Good. Ling Er's nervous heart suddenly relaxed. Grandma was willing to fulfill her, and finally she would no longer force Bomohan. She smiled and said, then, Grandma, don't call him to question him, okay? He and I have drawn an end to fate. If there is, it's just a bad fate. But she knows that what Grandma hates very much is that the Bo family is now rich, and she hates that the Bo family is not as warm as it used to be. So, if the company goes bankrupt, she won't blink her eyes, let alone mind. This is also the reason why she dared to accept Fu Jingye's entrustment. Well, Jiang Rou sighed softly, well, children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and Grandma can't always dominate you. Girl, you have to believe that you are a good child. Bo Mohan doesn't know that cherishing is his biggest mistake. In the future, you will definitely meet someone better than him. 100 times a man, you are a girl who deserves to be held in the palm of your hand. You must not be deprecated, you know. Lin Nen's heart is warm in the bottom of her heart. Since marrying into the Bo family, only Grandma has given her warmth. Others. Well, Grandma, I know. Thank you for your willingness to tolerate me. Jiang Rou looked sad and shook her head helplessly. Hey, it's you who thanked me. I want to thank you. I've been at Bo's house without regret for so many years. Grandma feels very sorry for you. Grandma, don't say that. Lin En held her mobile phone tightly and then whispered, then I'll come to see you if I have a chance. Girl, if you choose a man in the future, you must open your eyes wide. If you are not sure, come to Grandma. Moreover, Grandma will be the master for you and will never let anyone bully you. Ling Er's eyes were hot and she smiled. Okay. Well, you go to the bathroom first. Grandma goes to the bathroom. Okay, Grandma. In this way, the two hung up the phone, but Jiang Rou's heart was lost, and even her expression looked extremely decadent. Her granddaughter-in-law is about to become someone else's granddaughter-in-law. That's it. Not a granddaughter-in-law. But it's my own granddaughter. This relationship will be closer in the future. Bomohan. That bastard, he will regret it in the future. Thinking of this, she couldn't help her anger from the bottom of her heart and dialed the phone directly. She couldn't control her anger without scolding this bastard. Chapter 22 The bad old man knows bad things day by day. Sorry, the number you dialed was on the phone. Jiang Rou put down her mobile phone in anger, but she heard Bo Song's voice in a room. Jiang Rou walked to the door doubtfully. Well done, it's time to divorce at this extent. Have you received the divorce certificate? Jiang Rou's face is even ugly. Bad old man. Know the bad things every day. He doesn't like such a good granddaughter-in-law. They all regret it. Go ahead and regret it. She must marry her own granddaughter in a beautiful way. Let them blind their dog eyes. She now feels that she has made a mistake. She shouldn't have been forcing them not to divorce for so many years. This is completely a torture to Nan. She should have let go earlier. The more she thinks about it, the more uncomfortable Jiang Rou is, and even she has begun to think about what kind of man she should find to match her most perfect granddaughter in the world. Have you just signed the agreement? So how long do you want to delay it? Hurry up. After the divorce, I will ask people to let out that Ling Youting is your life-saving benefactor, and at the same time clarify what happened before you and Ling Nan. What do you have to worry about when I do things? If it affects the interests of the company, what's the point of doing this? Jiang Rou. Angry. Forget it, she won't go in. She doesn't care what the bad old man thinks, but the point is that Bo Mohan doesn't want Anan anymore. She can only let Anan live a happier life. From today on, she will start to screen those rich sons to see who is the good person of kindness. That night, Ling Anan slept soundly. The next day, Ling Anan slept again after breakfast. In the past few years, he has been trembling every day in the Bo family, and it was the first time he slept so comfortably. As soon as she stretched out, her mobile phone rang. Looking at the strange call above, Ling Anan raised her eyebrows. This is a very good friend of her, and she is also a lawyer. She has always been careless and very playful. She picked up the phone and didn't wait to speak. The other party's excited voice had already sounded. Among. Jianghu emergency. Are you free? The corners of Ling Na's mouth twitched slightly. Did you cause trouble again? I don't have it. Listening to the other party's angry words, she wondered, what's the matter? Turtle son. I'm so angry. He is actually a bully. Don't drive my car. Lin frowned. Are you going to racing again? It's obviously dangerous, but she likes it. The other party knew that she was unhappy, but at this point, she could only pray again. Grace. I'll blame you later. Honey, you can't watch me lose face like this, can you? Jianghu emergency, sisters. Lin sighed, the address. The other party suddenly said happily, okay, I'll send it to you. Well, I'm waiting for you to help me kill all sides. Without waiting for Ling Nan to respond, the other party had hung up the phone excitedly, and then the location had been sent. Ling Nan no longer hesitated and changed her clothes to go. 50 minutes have passed. Ling Er's mobile phone was hit several times by her best friend. It was not until she saw Ling Er's figure that she was completely relieved. She quickly ran over and took Ling Er's hand. "Ah, my savior baby, you are finally here." Mu Shun was wearing a denim bib, and her linen-colored curly hair just passed through her ears. She looked clean and neat. Her big and bright eyes were staring at Ling Nen excitedly. Ling Nen glanced around. There were countless racers and countless spectators. She frowned slightly. "Today, you are obviously your time to go to work. Why did you run out to race again?" Mu Shun curled her lips and spread her hands helplessly. "There is no case today. You don't know that the law firm I work for is going to be yellow. I'm planning to find the next company." Ling Nen. Ling Nen is so outstanding. Even if she wears casual clothes, the sunglasses on her face highlight the queen's temperament, which attracts many people's eyes. This also attracted Mu Sha's opponents. At this moment, a voice mixed with disdain suddenly sounded. "Yo, is this the helper you invited?" Chapter 23, Blind His Dog's Eyes. He thought that Mu Sheng could invite some powerful racers, but he got another woman. "Is it boring?" Mu Shun sneered. "Stupid X. Do you think Ken is an ordinary racer? Let's see how a man blinds his dog's eyes in a moment." "That's it. This is the helper I invited. Be careful." "Huh, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Mu Shun, if you lose, you have to admit defeat. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Are you kidding me by looking for a woman? Ling Nen followed the sound and looked over. When he found that a handsome man in front of him was spitting smoke, his eyebrows suddenly wrinkled a little. "Speak freely." It turned out to be him. He is Bormoha's brother and the young and merriest lawyer. Some people praise him for being the second Iris. However, she changed her makeup and dress today. She just looked a little familiar with her and really didn't recognize her. Mu Shan immediately said displeasedly, "What's wrong with the woman? Can't women drive? Can you look at people without wearing colored glasses?" He snorted coldly. "Okay, hurry up, I don't have so much time." In this way, he extinguished the cigarette in his hand and got into the car. Mu Sung also looked at Ling Men, raised her arms, folded them down, and made a look of cheering. "Come on, baby. I'm just waiting for the good drama." Ling Men pulled her lips, said nothing, and got in the car. The referee had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that the two people finally got on the car, he commanded directly. The moment he put down his hand completely, the two sides started the car in an instant. It's just that Won Yan is a little careless. To be precise, he didn't pay attention to Ling Men. Even if it was activated, it was relatively protracted, but Ling Men's car has rushed out first. But just a few blinks, the car is gone. Mu Sheng stood still and suddenly exclaimed happily. "I knew that my baby was the best." Those who watched the excitement were stupid. "Is the first one Master Yan?" "No, it's that woman." "Oh, my god. How can she have this speed? International racers can maintain this speed at most." "Who was the woman just now? Do you know each other?" Su Yan didn't know at all that the audience who had been praising him just now has basically no one looked at him. All of them were talking about Ling Men in shock. "Damn it." He whispered a curse and immediately accelerated, which was not as scattered as just now. However, he found that he couldn't catch up with Ling Men even if he tried his best to suck milk, and he was thrown farther and farther away. It's stupid to talk nonsense. He was abused by a woman? How is this possible? Along the way, he could see Ling Er's car from afar at most. By the time he returned to the original point, Mu Shen was about to jump proudly. She said arrogantly, "Let you look down on women? You should lose this time. It's so depressing to talk wildly, damn it. I'm careless." He looked at Ling Man and said seriously, "I admit defeat in this game, and I will also give what I should give to Mu Sha, but I want to challenge you again." Mu Shala is happy. "My baby can be challenged if you say you want to." Lin looked calm. "I'm sorry, I have other things to do today." Mu Shen took Ling An's hand and glanced at her provocatively. "Hurry up and transfer the account that should be transferred. I tell you, I'm not easy to bully. No matter how dare you think about my baby, I won't beat you until your nose is blue and your face is swollen." Chapter 24, I have escaped from the sea of suffering. After losing this game, Sia's face was a little unbearable. After all, so many people were watching, and he was actually won by a woman. Looking at Musha's provocative eyes, he immediately said in a low voice, "Isn't it money?" "What I have." Mu Sheng snorted coldly and looked at her irritably, "But remember, that kind of thing will be mine sooner or later." Mu Sheng took a sip. "You dream." He left directly in a rageous way. Mu Sheng was in a good mood. She pulled Li Anan and said with a smile, "Baby, let's go." Li Anan didn't say anything. The two got into the car together. Mu Sheng held the steering wheel in her hand and turned to look at her. "Let's go out to eat. Are you still going to cook for your husband tonight?" Ling Er's eyes paused slightly. "Let's go out to eat." As soon as Mu Sen was about to turn on the engine, she suddenly looked at Ling Eman in surprise. "Really?" Seeing Ling Eman nodding, she was not in a hurry to drive, but stared at her with wide eyes. "Didn't she, baby? Aren't you kidding me?" Every time I look for you, you emphasize that you have to cook for him, and even be a good wife at home. You can't not come home at night. Is this a change of sex today? Ling Men pulled her lips, and a trace of annoyance quickly flashed in her eyes. She really felt that it was a pity to waste time on Bo Muhan. Mu Sheng obviously found that Sissy was wrong and looked at her worriedly. Did he bully you? Lin En shook her head. Let's go. Why don't we go to your house to eat? Seeing that she changed the topic, Mu Sen felt more and more wrong. She took Ling An's hand and said seriously, what happened? Did you quarrel? How can this man be so excessive? Lin smiled. Do you think I have ever quarreled with him? He has never even looked at her. How can there be a chance to quarrel? Mu Sheng frowned, as if she also thought of these. She was worried again. Then you are divorced. Shen Shen is her best friend, and she doesn't intend to hide it from Shen Shen. What? Mu Sheng immediately grabbed the steering wheel, and her eyes were full of shock. If it hadn't been for the small space in the car, she would have stood up. The divorce agreement has been signed, and he will get the divorce certificate when he is free. Lin En said it lightly. She used to think that her heart would hurt so much that she couldn't breathe, but now, there is no fluctuation. Mu Se's eyelashes trembled slightly, which was a symbol of his heart. Mu Shen looked at her incredulously. You don't love that scumbag like something. Are you really divorced now? Lin didn't say anything, but it was equivalent to acquiescence. Mu Shou believed it completely and was so happy that she almost danced. Wow. I have to go out and have fun tonight. Celebrate your return to being single. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched. Shouldn't you comfort me? Mu Shen suddenly sneered coldly. Let me tell you, you don't deserve to love such a man. In the past, I advised you to divorce him quickly. Although he is the Diamond King, he is not loved by everyone. A man who never cares about you, you should run away earlier, instead of dragging it on until now. Ling Er's eyelashes trembled. Yes. Shen Shen has been persuading her to divorce for a long time. She smiled and said, well, you're right. I'm out of the sea of suffering. Hurry up, hurry up. Let's set a place quickly and invite a few good friends to have fun together in the evening. Chapter 25. This is another heel on a woman. At night, the lights are brilliant. Even when it's time to go to bed, the road is still facing the depression of traffic jams. Mu Shen finally found a way and found a parking space. She glanced at the people next to her, raised her eyebrows with a smile, and left. Well, they have all arrived. Ling Lin smiled. Okay. With a mysterious smile on her lips, she carried Ling Er's arm and entered their reserved box together. However, the light in the box was not even on. It was quiet. Mu Shen pretended to be confused and looked around. Huh. Are they lying to me? Haven't come yet? With that, she pulled Lin and Men in. Let's wait for them first. Ling Men didn't wait to nod and just listened. Bang! The sound of the ribbon was so obvious. The flashing light suddenly turned on. The room suddenly brightened and darkened. The colorful ribbons floated from the air and fell on Ling Ning and Mu Sheng. Then, the cheers also sounded. Woohoo to congratulations to my Meng on being single again. Ling Ning was particularly surprised. Mu Sheng laughed out loud. She turned her head to look at Ling Meng. How about it? Is it a surprise? The girl with the ribbon laughed out loud. I think it's almost scary. However, since you married him, you have been scrupulous about the rules of the Bo family. Now you can let go and be yourself. Mu Shun laughed. That's right. Our family will be like this in the future. Hanan, it's your idea. Ling Nen was warm in her heart and said gratefully, Hanan, thank you. Xiao Han is still holding a ribbon spray bottle in her hand. Her black hair is just over her shoulder, and her baby face is very cute. Ha ha ha, what is this? There is something more wonderful. Mu Shun was also a little confused. What? Because she was going to celebrate, she privately told a few friends to arrange this side to make Nan happy. She didn't know how it was agreed. The next moment, I saw a tall figure coming out with a handful of roses, with a humble smile on his lips. Well, congratulations, you are finally single again. Mu Shi took a breath of surprise in an instant, and her eyes were still excited. Fuck. Rose. Before Lin Nen could see clearly, the man had already put the flowers in her hand. They are all college classmates and have always had a good relationship. Ji Hoshan, from the beginning of the university to now, has liked Lin Nen for 5 years. When he finally summoned up the courage to confess to Lin Nen, she was married, so he gave up. Now that he knew that she had divorced, Ji Hoshan rekindled hope. When Lin Nen found that this was actually a rose, her eyes changed slightly. When she was about to return the flower, Mu Shan had already pulled her hand carelessly. Let's sing. Just sing happy breakup. Lin Nen. In the same place, another box. Several men are sitting together drinking. Not to mention how depressed he was, his face was also ugly. He suddenly put down the beer bottle in his hand and said angrily, damn. I shouldn't have underestimated that woman. I'm so angry. Bo Mu looked at him coldly and didn't bother to ask anything. I'm also depressed today, so I'm in this group. On the contrary, the handsome man sitting opposite him smiled, and there was some interest in Tao Hua's eyes. Yo, is this a heel on a woman again? Chapter 26. You have to go to the bathroom after drinking so much wine. Mohan, Wang Yan, Shi Hesheng, although these three people were not born to the same parents, they were like brothers. Su Yan's personality is relatively out of the mood, and sometimes his temper is relatively irritable. Shi Hesheng is relatively gentle. Many people think that he is a gentle and elegant son, handsome, good-tempered, and powerful in the family, but his heart is cold. In addition to the relatives they really care about, the three of them also care about each other. I found the necklace my mother used to wear. Mohan looked up at him in an instant and said nothing. Shi Hesheng sighed and finally found it. He said calmly, but now the necklace is on a hateful woman. I stepped on the horse and lost. Talk about the key points. Mohan's voice was slightly deep. Both Mohan and Shi Hesheng know how important that necklace is to Su Yan. Su Yan gritted his teeth and told the whole process. Shi Hesheng sneered. So, the necklace is also very important to her. Is it her mother's relic? Grit your teeth and fart. She is obviously lying. But I fooled her into competing with me, and I was immoral, otherwise how could I ask her to find a helper? Who would have thought that she would find such a powerful one? Even if that woman is an international professional racer, she may not be able to compare with her. Mohan was a little surprised to give such a high evaluation. Su Yan suddenly looked at Mohan, and even had a fight with you. You say, can I play it? Shi Hesheng smiled. Oh, this is interesting. Mohan looked light, but didn't say anything. He got up and walked out. Su Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at Mohan's back and said, no way, you have to go to the bathroom after drinking so much wine. Is there something wrong with your body? Why don't you ask Brother Sheng to give you a pulse, otherwise it will affect your future happiness? Mu glanced at him coldly, opened the door and left. However, before he could get to the corner, a reluctant voice suddenly sounded. Well, what do you think? Since you are divorced, why don't you give yourself and him a chance? Mohan suddenly stopped in place. On the other side of the corner, Lin A's helpless voice sounded again. I am a divorced woman, and I don't want to delay him anymore. The familiar voice made Mohan's face cold. Sure enough, it's her. Before the divorce is complete, she has begun to attract bees and butterflies. This dumb woman is really good. Mu Shun suddenly hated Iron and failed. What do you mean by delay? He has liked you for 5 years. 5 years, baby. If you hadn't married the wrong person, I'm afraid you would be living a very happy life now. Mohan's thin lips squeezed into a line. Happiness? She is such a vain woman. Who is not enough to marry and drink a pot? Shen. Lin A's voice was quite helpless. Oops. What do you have to escape from? It's not like that standing outside all the time. Originally, today was a party to celebrate your divorce. When you leave, the protagonist is gone. Let's go back quickly. Shen, Okay. Mu Shun didn't care about Lin as at all and pulled her back to the box. Until the gate when the sound of the door sounded, Mohan came out from the corner. He looked at the door of Lina's box coldly and clenched his fists. Lin Umen. Now before the divorce, she was Mrs. If all kinds of bad reports spread, he would never let her go. Thinking so, he walked straight to her box. He wants to see who can like Lin Umen blindly. Chapter 27. Can't you leave? Bang. Lin Umen, who had just entered the box, was still adjusting her embarrassment from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, she heard a voice, and several people looked at the door together. The man's figure is tall, and a fixed suit can't hide his nobleness from his bones at all, and he is extremely handsome. However, the man's coldness was released all over his body, and his sharp eyes made people afraid to touch him. Lin suddenly frowned. What is he doing here again? Seeing the large bouquet of roses beside Lin Umen, Mohan only felt extremely dazzling. He sneered that you have to find a traitor so soon. Jihee's deep and warm eyes turned cold in an instant, but without waiting for him to speak, Lin Nan had already scolded. Mohan, keep your mouth clean. Mu looked at her coldly. Lin Umen, you can't hide it before you divorced. When I die? Lin Umen was almost laughed at. Mu Shun looked at him and said, Mohan, what are you doing? In the past, when Umen gave up everything as a full-time wife, you ignored her and cherished her. Now that your divorce agreement has been signed, are you going to regret it? Is it interesting? Mu Shun has always been straightforward, but she doesn't care whether Mohan is powerful or not. It's definitely not good to bully her baby. Mohan's oppressive force seems to be stronger. Several people in the room seemed to breathe a little more. Ji Hoshin suddenly got up and protected Li En behind him. He looked at him coldly. Mohan, since he let go, he should be dashing, otherwise the rumored thunderous ball would always make people laugh and generous. Yi smiled generously. Mohan's sharp eyes suddenly fell on Ji Hoshin's face. He sneered coldly. What's wrong with learning at a young age? Do you still want to be a third party? Ji Hoshin's face sank. Mr. Bo, don't talk so bad. N was finally freed from the abyss of hell. If you are really a man, don't pester her anymore. Otherwise, the matter will be big, and I think it will have a great impact on Bo. The irony in Bo Moha's eyes was even stronger. If Bo could have been threatened at any time, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. Lin Nen took Ji Heshen's arm. Heshen. Although the Ji family is also very powerful, it can't really get a good relationship with the Bo family. Even if they can fight, she doesn't want Ji Heshen to pay too much for her. Ji Heshen turned his head and saw Lin Nen shaking her head at him and coming out from behind him. The scene she defended, Ji Heshen, made Bo Moha's face sink completely. He held her arm and pulled her out. Bo Moha, you've had enough? Musa's angry voice came from behind. Lin Nen quickly turned her head and shook her head at them. Wait a minute, I'll be back after dealing with a little private matter. None of you need to follow me. After saying that, she followed Bo Mohan out directly. It was not until they arrived at a deserted corner that the two of them stopped. Lin couldn't break free and frowned. I won't leave. Let go of me. If you have anything, you can say it. She doesn't understand why she always meets him. In the past, she tried her best to see him, but she couldn't see him. Now, she doesn't want to see him, but they can often meet him. It's really annoying to have this kind of evil fate. Bo Mohan shook off her hand, and his face was darker than the bottom of the pot. Lin Man, I told you more than once that before the divorce, you were Mrs. Bo, if you dare to go out and fool around with men again, don't blame me for being rude. Lin suddenly raised her head impatiently, so can't you leave? Chapter 28. It has exploded on the internet. Bo Mohan. Lin Man looked at him and said displeasedly, I've been waiting for you to find me. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Doesn't Mr. Bo have any time? If you have one less meal with her, I'm afraid you can get a divorce. Why are you so worried about the reputation and interests of the company every day? You. Bo Mohan gritted his back teeth and said, Ling An, if I can leave, do you think I don't want to leave? Grandma has been crying and begging me not to divorce. Lin. She remembered that her grandmother had called her before and said that she would find a better one for her. Could it be Grandma's method? The company is still working on a project and is competing with Fu's group. When the project is over, I will divorce you. Lin Nan, I hope you can settle down within this month. Any negative news will be detrimental to Bo Mohang. The good reputation of husband and wife's harmony should definitely not be broken this time. Lin sneered coldly, that's your business. What does the company's interests have to do with me? Can I share half of the profit of 10 billion yen? Bo Mohang's eyes are getting more and more ironic. You are indeed a woman who is greedy for vanity. Lin Nan pulled her lips and said more than half a sentence without speculation. Think about the impatient appearance that I had been begging you to see me. Bo Mohang frowned and looked at her deserted face. And the next moment, her words almost made him jump like thunder. So, Mr. Bo, don't do to others what you don't want. I just hope that Mr. Bo won't be entangled like a dogskin plaster in the future. Dogskin plaster. Lin Nen. You have grown in ability. Bo Mohang laughed angrily, but under this smile were Senha's eyes, cold and bone-eating. Lin Nen didn't bother to talk to him, so she turned around and walked to the box. Bo Mu looked at her back coldly. Lin Nen, if you don't want me to attack Ji, just give me a little piece. Lin stopped slightly, but returned to the box the next moment. In the empty corridor, only Bo Mohang was left. He clenched his fists and pressed his thin lips into a line. The anger in his eyes seemed to burn the box where Lin Nen was in the next moment. At this moment, Lin Mei has sat on the sofa again. Gee, he looked at Lin Mei distressedly. Man, did he do anything to you? If it hadn't been for Lin Mei's strong attitude just now, he might have rushed up. Lin shook her head with a smile. What can he do to me? Now it is a society under the rule of law. Mu Shang gritted her teeth, and she didn't see Bo Mohang's death before. It's really a scumbag. Bah. Xiao Han also took Lin Nen's hand. Baby, you are right to divorce. If you want to find a husband in the future, just look for He Sheng. However, in the second half of this sentence, Xiao Ha's voice is a little astringent. Ji He's deep eyes flashed slightly, and he sighed and said, well, I shouldn't have sent you roses today. You have just divorced and may not come out yet, but I can wait. Call me whenever you need me, and I will always be behind you. Be your support. These words are what he said in his heart. Lin Er's eyelashes trembled slightly. She was very touched by his kindness to her. Since she got married, she has automatically distanced herself from the opposite sex and felt ashamed, but he still has to wait for her now. Lin opened her lips. When she was struggling and didn't know what to say, Ji Hushen spoke again. Well, you don't have to worry about my feelings. Besides, I know there is still a chance, and I'm already very satisfied. Oh, it's just the two of you in this room, right? Am I dead? Mu Sheng laughed and scolded, and Xiao Han restrained the loss in his eyes and followed suit. Lin Nen shook her head. I don't plan to think about this anymore. If you are friends, don't persuade me anymore, otherwise it will be difficult to be friends in the future. Xiao Ha's eyelashes trembled slightly, and finally nodded, okay. Then I won't persuade you. Come on, drink, and continue to have fun. Mu Sun also played cheerful music very well, as if the next step was really just a celebration. They didn't break up until 2 hours. Ji Hoshin originally wanted to send Li Anan, but he asked her to push it. However, a few people don't know at all that the internet has exploded. Chapter 29. You must not be trapped by him. At this moment, Jiang Ro was still thinking about who was worthy of Li Anan. She picked up her mobile phone and planned to check these nobles on the internet. Unexpectedly, a piece of news suddenly appeared on the mobile phone. The person in the co-pilot of the president of Fu's group is actually the enemy's Mrs. Bo. Jiang Ro's eyes are straight. Fu Jingnian. That bastard is the most flowery. Only those who don't watch the news much know that he has a girlfriend on his left and a girlfriend on the right. How can I be worthy of her family's kindness? It's all the title party. Thinking so, she still clicked inside. As a result, she saw Ling An getting off Fu Jingnian's car. The faces of both of them are clearly shown. How can this be done? She directly dialed Lin's mobile phone again. But, I'm sorry, please don't hang up. The number you dialed is busy. Jiang Ro hung up the phone and couldn't hide her sad face. At the same time, Li Nanan is on the phone with Mu Xin. The other party's excited voice made her frown slightly. What are you howling at night? Didn't you sing enough in the clubhouse just now? You won't find a new love again, will you? Is this speed too fast? Isn't he Shen going to die of sadness? Ling Men frowned slightly. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? My young lady, can you stop pretending to be confused? The whole Weibo is pushing. Mrs. Bo actually took Fu Jingnian's car. Sister, you. Up, hot. Search. It's Lin. Why is what happened that day on the hot search today? Is it Fu Jingnian's secret manipulation? While she was still in a daze, Jiang Ro's phone call came again. She thought about it and knew why. She whispered, Bo Moha's grandmother's phone came in and said it later. Mu Shan knew that grandma was good to her, so she said unhappily, well, tell me about your big melon later. There is no melon. Go to bed. After Ling Anan finished speaking, he answered the phone again. As expected, Ling Anan expected. Well, grandma knows that you are in a bad mood now, and she may want to find another man to relieve the current suffering, but Fu Jingnian is really not a good match. Grandma. After finishing her words, the old lady interrupted anxiously again. Grandma didn't stop you because of the opposition between the Fu family and the Bo family. As long as you live a happy life, Grandma is willing, but the boy of the Fu family is too careful. Ling An's heart was warm. No matter when, Grandma cared about her. He wants to pursue you because you see that you are beautiful and in good shape, but you must not be trapped by him. Grandma will help you find a good man. You must not be unable to think about it, you know. Ling Nen wanted to laugh and was helpless, but she was more moved. Grandma, don't worry, Fu Jingnian and I are not what you think. It's just that we have something to talk about these 2 days, so we contacted him. Really? Jiang Ro was extremely suspicious. Just as she was about to say something, Ling Men responded. Of course it's true, Grandma. I don't want to think about feelings anymore. Her voice was lonely for a while. Even if she didn't say it clearly, Jiang Ro knew that Amen was hurt too deeply by her grandson. After a pause, Lin Amen spoke again, so Grandma, you don't have to worry about me. Well. Chapter 30. What are you doing in my house at night? All right. Although Jiang Ro said so, she didn't think so. She must find the best man for Men to be her grandson-in-law in the future. The two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. And Lin Nen has turned on his mobile phone and clicked into Weibo. Hot search. Although she is not a star, she often goes on it. Except for her invisible vest, she often has sex with Bo Muhang. For the public sees interests, in order to show that they are a loving couple in front of people, the two of them often appear on some occasions to play. She used to be willing to cooperate with him because she loved him, and she was more looking forward to it. Only in front of people did she feel that she had married a good husband. But now, TSK. The hot search of her and Fu Jingnian is flying all over the sky, and Bo's company may be turbulent. After all, everyone knows that Bo Mohang and Fu Jingnian are mortal enemies who can't be reconciled in their lives. 20. I'm going. It's awesome. How could Mrs. Bo be with Mr. Fu? Is it possible that the two of them have JQ? 20. No way. Isn't the relationship between Mr. Bo and Mrs. Bo very good? The two of them are in pairs every time. Mr. Bo is so gentle. This must be Mr. Fu's way to deal with Mr. Bo. After all, the two of them have been at odds for a long time. Seeing this comment, Ling Anan raised her eyebrows. She could send it out so blatantly, and it was so clear. She never felt that there was really a paparazzi. This must be Fu Jingnian's intention. But she doesn't care about him. But others may not be indifferent. 2 hours later, Ling Man's mobile phone, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly rang. She frowned slightly and opened her eyes to see Bo Moha's mobile phone number. She knew what the dog man was going to say with her toes. She was not in the mood to answer and hung up directly. Bo Mo Han sat in the car. His face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. He dialed again and was rejected again. Finally, the other party turned off the phone directly. Bang! Bo Mo Han punched the steering wheel fiercely. Li An. It's really good to be good at it. He just warned her today not to be with Tihushan anymore, but turned around and went to find Fu Jingyan. The next moment, he got out of the car directly and went straight to the door of the unit. Ling Meng, who turned off the phone, felt much more comfortable. She closed her eyes and finally could sleep soundly. In the past 3 years, she has been waiting for his arrival every night. Fortunately, she didn't get sick. Now, she can put everything down and sleep very soundly every night, and even her body feels very comfortable. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang, and Ling Meng opened her eyes in an instant. Who? Bang bang bang. The doorbell has been ringing all the time, and the knock on the door keeps ringing. Lin immediately stepped forward and saw a smelly and cold handsome face through the doorbell. Lin's face changed. She just thought about what kind of criminal it might be, but it turned out that such a plague god came. Lin, I know you are inside. If you want to make the whole community restless, don't open the door. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. You must be sick. What are you doing at my house at night? Lin took a deep breath. I won't open the door for you. You go. Bang 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 bang. Bang bang bang. The opposite door has been opened because it was too noisy. Who is it? Can't you stop at night? Chapter 31. The adulterer ran home to find you. But when he found the anger released by Bo Mo Han, he didn't dare to say what he was going to curse next, and closed the door again. Ling En. The violent knock on the door was deafening. Ling En was afraid of causing public enemies, but she could not resolve the man to open the door in the end. Bo Mo Han stepped in with a gloomy face. Ling closed the door and glared at him. Mr. Bo, you did this, which made me feel that you can't forget your old love for me. Is there anything that can't be solved during the day? She just thought that Bo Mo Hani just found things on the internet elsewhere and called her to question her. Who would have thought that according to the time, he was near her house at that time? Bo Mo Han seemed to be laughed at by anger, and his fierce eyes shot straight on her face. The old love is unforgettable. Lin, I have a reasonable suspicion that all you have done is attracting my attention. Ling Men was also laughed angrily. I used to do everything I could to attract your attention, but you didn't even look at it. Now I no longer disturb your life and enter my own life circle. Instead, are you saying that I want to catch up? Bo Mu looked at her coldly. Even if he didn't say anything, his eyes already showed that he thought so. Bo Mo Han walked into the room and sat directly on the sofa. Looking at him as if he were at home, coming and going freely, standing and sitting casually, Ling An gritted his teeth. What on earth are you going to do? Bo Mu's gloomy eyes fell on her face, and he said in a cold voice, Ling An, I have warned you today. As a result, you turned around and went to fool around with Fu Jingyang. Ling An, do you still have face? Do you know that you are still a woman? Lin closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She has been blind to like this man for so many years. After she calmed down, she walked to the other side of him and looked at him condescendingly. You can accompany Ling Youqing to dinner, visit her in the hospital, and visit her parents. You are so restless, but you talk about me. Bo Mo Han, if you dare to threaten me again, believe it or not, I will directly come forward and disclose our relationship. Bo Mo Han looked at her angrily. So, have you started to take revenge now? Get together with Fu Jingyang and let the media release the news wantonly. Ling Nen took a breath. She was full and did these things. But now she didn't bother to explain to him and said coldly, what about Fu Jingyang and I? That's all my business. Our divorce agreement has been signed, and there will be nothing to do with it in the future. Bo Mo Han suddenly released an endless chill. He suddenly got up and clasped her wrist. Just as he was about to take the next move, Lin suddenly raised his legs angrily and went straight to his lifeline. Bo Mo Han quickly dodged and shouted angrily, Ling An. Ling An was also angry and roared at him, whether the reputation is good or not, it's all your business. What does it have to do with me if the company doesn't run well? Bo Mo Han, get out of here immediately. You are not welcome here. She pointed to the door, obviously not wanting to say a word more to the dog man. Bo Mo Han's sharp eyes suddenly swept at her. But before he could speak, he just listened. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang again, and Ling Neng suddenly smiled, and another one came. Bo Mo Han said gloomy in an instant, Ling Neng. The adulterer ran home to find you. Adulterer. Ling Neng sneered coldly and just walked to the door. She wanted to see who it was. Chapter 32. Cloudy Clouds. She opened the door directly. The slender figure also appeared in front of Ling Neng. Bo Mo Han also stood up at this moment and strode over. The corners of Ling A's lips were slightly hooked, and she turned to look at Bo Mo Han. She is not the so-called adulterous husband. She is your lover. Does her face hurt? Ling Youqing narrowed her eyes. Lover. As long as she wants and moves her fingers, Ling Anon, a serious wife, will become a lover. Bo Moha's face seemed to be more gloomy. He looked at Ling Youqing unhappily. Why are you here? Ling Youqing quickly said worriedly. I just called your brother to discuss something with you, but when I heard that you were in a bad mood today, I was worried and inquired about it. Knowing that you were coming here, I was afraid that you would have a misunderstanding, so I rushed over. Well, Han, just tell me if you have anything. Don't get me wrong. Ling Nan smiled. It doesn't matter, because he will marry you soon, and I will only be his ex-wife. It won't affect you. Good sister, you and my sister, it's yours. How could I take away yours? Then how shameless I am. The cold air released by Bo Moha's body seems to freeze the room. Because what Ling Ung just said was what Bo Mohang had said to her. Ling Youqing's expression stiffened. Ling Ung scolded her in a different way, but so what? Sooner or later, Bo Mohang will be hers, and he can only be hers. Ling Ung is just a passerby. Ling Ung seemed to hold her heart. When she was proud, she suddenly turned around, but Ling Youqing's expression was slightly condensed, and Ling Nan had no choice but to spread her hands. I want to divorce him wholeheartedly. As long as he is willing, I will immediately follow him to get a divorce certificate. At that time, it will be perfect for you to go in and apply for a marriage certificate directly. But what should I do? You're cold, he doesn't want to. I don't know if it's because he still has my ex-wife in his heart. Ling Youqing. Her hands behind her back clenched into fists in an instant, but she still squeezed and smiled. Well, what are you talking nonsense? Mr. Bo and I are just friends, but you don't mention divorce at any time. Ling Youqing was a little irritable in her heart. Why didn't he divorce Li Aoman? Ling Onan almost rolled her eyes. Seeing that Ling Onan ignored her, Ling Youqing looked at Bo Mohan and smiled softly. Han, thank you for your efforts during this period, but I saved you at that time. I had no regrets. If you asked me if you would marry me, it was just my obsession at that time. Han, since you married my sister, you should treat her well. I won't interfere with you. With that, she lowered her head to restrain the sadness in her eyes. The tightly pressed lips seemed to be still trembling. It was a kind of happiness for her to complete her sister, but it was a great torture for her to give up the cold. This kind of feeling was vividly expressed by her, without a trace of flaw. Bo Moha's expression became cold. Don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with her, and I will divorce her. Lin took a deep breath. Since it has nothing to do with me, she will divorce me, so get out of here. You can kiss, hug and go to bed, but don't dirty my place. Ling Len. Bo Mohan roared in a low voice. Well. Ling Youqing shook her head in disbelievably. Why have you changed so much? Ling Nen seems to smile. He looked at the two people who still depended on her and didn't leave with a smile. If Mr. Bo and his cousin like my place, this house is a divorce. I will give Mr. Bo a little compensation for you. You stay, I'll leave. With that, Ling Aman picked up her mobile phone and directly dialed a string of numbers. As soon as Bo Mohan saw the string of numbers, his face instantly turned cloudy. Chapter 33. This is the end. He snatched Ling Ne's mobile phone and hung up directly. Lin looked at him inexplicably. What are you doing? Bo Mohan stared at Ling Nung, as if she dared to do anything and would be shot through by his sharp eyes. Lin, I warn you one last time. If you dare to attract bees and butterflies again, don't blame me for doing you. Ling Youqing's face stiffened, attracting bees and butterflies. She had always felt that Bo Moha's control of Ling Nan was just a man's respect problem. A man could not stand his newly divorced wife and began to come out of the wall. But her premonition is not very good now. Ling Len doesn't care. You are welcome to do it at any time. It's easy to leave. Ling Youqing grabbed Bo Moha's arm worriedly. Han, my sister may still be ignorant. You must not have the same insight as her. Bo Mohan pressed his thin lips tightly, glanced at Ling An coldly, and walked away. Only Ling Ning and Ling Youqing were left in the room. Ling Youqing looked at Ling Nan with sarcasm in her eyes. Ling Ong sneered, won't you get out of here? Wait for me to kick you out. Although Ling Youqing felt uncomfortable in her heart, she smiled lightly on her face as if nothing had happened. Well, you will regret it. After saying that, she was no longer in the mood to chat with Ling Ong. It was so late that it was better to coax Bo Mohan to her bed. Watching her leave quickly, Ling Ong closed the door. The night was finally over, and she could finally have a good sleep. The hot search has been withdrawn by Bo Mohan. Fu Jungyan was playing with his mobile phone with a little smile in his eyes. He was more and more looking forward to Ling Ong's follow-up performance. A week tossed and turned, and this ushered in Mu Shen's holiday again. She was afraid that Ling Meng would feel uncomfortable, so she had to take her shopping. The two of them can also go shopping. They chose a lot of things in the mall, and Ling Ong also needed to buy some clothes. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Mu Shen was a little anxious. We are sisters. Do you still want to hide this from me? What did he say to you that night? Ling Youqing went anyway. Ling Ong was a little surprised. How do you know? Mu Shen frowned. It was not a gift from Bai Ling Youqing. If it hadn't been for Bomorchua's concern for the company's fame and fortune, Ling Yojing would have to restrain herself and could only talk to her friends. Otherwise, her and your husband would have been known to everyone. Seeing that Ling Nan looked calm, Mu Shen was so angry that she hit her hand. It was Ling Yojing's friend who told me. How long will you hide it from me? What happened? Ling Nan had no choice but to tell her what happened to Bomorhan and Ling Yojing's door that night. Damn it. This pair of dogs, men and women. He can't see that woman is a dead green tea. Ling Nan sneered. There is nothing sad about it. Men may just take this set. You won't be angry? Don't want to deal with him? Teeth for teeth and eyes for eyes have always been my character, and I have my own way of doing this. Ling Nan didn't think about it. Mu Shen came to her senses in an instant. She looked at her with expectation. Then you can say it quickly. What are you going to do? Divorce first. Mu Shen suddenly rolled her eyes. Is that the end? Ling Nan smiled, raised her hand and gently tapped the tip of her nose. You will know what happened later. Seeing that she didn't say it, although Mu Shen was itchy, she also knew her character. She followed her footsteps and asked doubtfully again, what's the matter with you and Fu Jingnian? I was so surprised last time that I forgot to ask how you met. You've been very busy these 2 days. Tell me quickly. Chapter 34. There is definitely something wrong with these two people. You will know together at that time. What is it? Damn it. Are you still my sister? Yes. I'll treat you by myself tonight. Really? Mu Shen is a typical foodie, but Ling Nan's cooking skills may not be comparable to those of chefs. When she said this, Mu Shen was completely attracted by attention. Of course, it's true. Then I want to eat braised pork, lion's head, sweet and sour fish. Mu Shen is a polite person who said 8 dishes in one breath. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched. Can you eat it? Of course you can. I'm a typical big stomach king. All in, whatever you want. The two people laughed and went home, but the two people who were washing the dishes suddenly heard the doorbell. Mu Shen wondered, who's here? Who did you tell this address to? Ling Men frowned slightly. Except for Bomorhan and Li Yojing, it was Mu Shen who knew. Although Fu Jingnian knew it, he didn't know the specific house number either. Bomorhan and Ling Yojing can't come. She put down the vegetables in her hand, took out a tissue to wipe her hands, and I went to have a look. Mu Shen also came out doubtfully. When she saw the person in the video, she was shocked. My god, Fu Jingnian. Ling En. From the video, she saw that Fu Jingnian was still holding 2 gift boxes and bags. Since he could knock on the door, he was prepared to come, so Lin had to open the door. Fu Jingnian looked at Ling En, who was still wearing an apron, and was a little surprised. Is he cooking? Ling En nodded and looked at him doubtfully. Why did Mr. Fu come so late? Fu Jingnian's thin lips are slightly hooked. Don't you invite me in? Lin had to give way and find a pair of slippers for him. Fu Jingnian closed the door and handed the gift box to Ling En. Just as he was about to speak, he found that there was still a figure in the kitchen. He raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, and Shoshen was also there. Mu Shen turned her head in surprise. Does Mr. Fu know me? I know all the friends of Anan. Mu Shen. She raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up. Hi. Instead of being suspected of whether he investigated her background, it's better to admit it directly, so that it won't be too suspicious. Ling Ongen looked at the gift box and said doubtfully, what is this? The banquet dress is designed according to your size. You can try it on. If it doesn't fit, let someone change it. Mu Shan said with a speechless face, Nan's size? I haven't even touched it. What is he exaggerating? Ling Nan squeezed her lips and said with a free expression, Mr. Fu is indeed a linger in the middle of flowers, and he has a unique insight. Fu Jingnian raised his eyebrows and didn't mind Ling Nan's sarcasm at all. He smiled gently. Is it convenient for me to have a meal? Mu Shen. She looked at Fu Jingnian suspiciously. He kept looking at Ling Nan. The two of them seemed to be very familiar. Looking at Ling Nan, she couldn't see anything. She touched her chin. There was definitely something wrong with these two people. She decided to observe it from the side. Anyway, Nan had jumped out of the scumbag pit, and now she hasn't fallen in love. Saying a few words with the handsome man may reduce the pain. Ling Ong didn't refuse, but said softly, that's all right. I'll continue to cook first, and Mr. Fu, sit down. I'm so sorry. I'll do it. He untied his cuffs and rolled up his sleeves. Mu Shen was stunned. She always felt that the next step of these two people was to untie their clothes. Fu Jingnian naturally picked up the stall where Ling Men had just washed the vegetables. He didn't dominate at all. He just looked at Ling Nen with a smile. What else do you need me to do? Chapter 35. You are going to the banquet. Ling En. Mu Shen is like a scout at this moment, lingering back and forth between the faces of the two people. There is absolutely something wrong with these two people. Nen has never told her that Nen will like Fu Jingnian. Her face changed slightly, then, how can it be? The next moment, she asked directly, Well, you are not interesting enough. When did you two meet? It seems that the relationship is not bad. Do you have any new friends who don't introduce to me? When Mu Shen said, she also blinked at Ling Anan. Fu Jingyan hooked his lips slightly and said meaningfully, we have not known each other for a long time, but our feelings are very good. Mu Shen looked confused. Feelings? What kind of feelings? Ling Anan's mouth twitched and washed the vegetables. Fu Jingyan smiled and obeyed the order. Mu Shen. Obey the order? She looked at Ling Anan from time to time and always wanted her to give some signals, but until the dishes were put on the table, she didn't get any hints. Instead, the gluttons seduced by the fragrant dishes on the table were about to come out. Before she could start eating, the taste made her particularly satisfied and said, it smells so good. Well, you can take care of me in the future. I will clean the dishes to ensure cleanliness. Fu Jingyan was also particularly surprised. He didn't expect Ling Anan to cook so many dishes. He looked very appetizing. He smiled and said that he might as well take me with him. I won't eat and drink for nothing. I can fight. Ling Anan gave the two of them chopsticks and sat down beside Mu Shen. She smiled and said, thank you. I'm afraid of bankruptcy. Mu Shen laughed. With Mr. Fu here, why are you afraid of bankruptcy? Just eat it. Fu Jingyan hooked his lips slightly, which was a great honor. Ling Anan took a piece of braised pork by the way. Seeing that Mu Shen was still talking, he stuffed the meat directly into her mouth and ate the dish. Mu Shen. Ling Anan served a good meal for Mu Shen until she remembered. She glanced at Fu Jingyan. Does Mr. Fu drink? No, I have to drive later. Ling Anan nodded, served the meal, and then sat down to eat. Although Fu Jingyan is an uninvited guest, what he knows is to adjust the atmosphere. Mu Shen is also an active master. Not long after a while, the three of them were very lively. Basically, Mu Shen was chirping. Fu Jingyan occasionally said a few words, and Ling Anan basically didn't talk much. As for the 6 dishes on the table, it can be said that they are full of color and aroma. The more Fu Jingyan ate, the more surprised he became. He, who never ate the second bowl of rice, took the initiative to get up and serve food for himself today. Fu Jingyan sincerely praised, well, your cooking skills and national chefs may not be as good as yours. Ling Anan's eyelashes tremble slightly. Cooking. Oh, she heard from others before that if you want to ting a man's heart, you have to tying his stomach. So she tried her best to learn cooking, just to make Bo Mohan change his mind. It's a pity. He has never eaten a mouthful of food she cooked. Every time she asked him to eat it, he hated it very much. In retool, Ling Anan really felt that she was cheap enough. Well. Lin En came back to her senses in an instant and looked at the eyes of both of them looking at her. She opened her lips. I just went distracted. What did you say? Mu Shen stared at her with wide eyes. Are you going to the banquet? Lin nodded, yes. She subconsciously glanced at Fu Jingyan. What did he say? Mu Shen frowned. You didn't like this kind of place the most in the past. Why did you think of such a high profile past this time? Besides, you used to go with Bo Mohan, but this time you. Chapter 36 God, you're crazy. Mu Shen's voice was a little worried, and she always felt that Ning would face the future storm next. Everyone knows that every time Ling Ning and Bo Mohan appeared at the banquet, it was to show their love, but now. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows and did not open his mouth. If Lin En can attend with him, it will be a painful blow to Bo, and he can't wait for it. Ling En pulled her lips. It doesn't matter. This step will come out sooner or later. She has no patience with Bo Mohan, and there is no need to put up with her anymore. What's more, even if she doesn't do it, Ling Youqing will start to find a way again in the future. It's better for her to be a villain, and she can be relieved early. Mu Shen sighed softly. Well, in this way, your divorce will be smoother. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't know, and said unexpectedly, is the divorce more smooth? Mu Shen gritted her teeth. She was not the one who begged Bai Lai to death by Bo Mohan. The agreement has been signed, but she didn't hurry up to get the certificate. We are so excellent. Do you really think that our kindness is indispensable to him? Fu Jingyan nodded in agreement. That's right. After Inen's divorce, why don't you consider me? Mu Shen. How on earth did the two of them know each other? Nen hasn't told her until now. Sometimes she dares not talk nonsense, and she doesn't know what kind of mentality to communicate with Mr. Fu. Fortunately, Mr. Fu didn't assume about anything from her. After Fu Jingyan leaves, she must ask carefully. Ling En hooked her lips slightly. Mr. Fu lingered in the thousands of flowers. I was just a wild flower that no one looked at on the roadside. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows and said with a slight smile, I only like the wild flowers on the roadside. Because Fu Jingyan is such a playboy, it's normal for him to say some love words. Ling Onging and Mu Shen didn't take it to heart. Everyone said and laughed. After the meal, Mu Shen rushed to wash the dishes. Fu Jingyan looked at Ling Onging. Why don't you try on the dress? Lin's eyes moved slightly. I'll try it tonight. If there is any problem, I will contact you. Until Fu Jingyan arrives, naturally, he won't force him. It's not early. His stay for a long time will only make people bored. He got up with a smile, so I'll go first, and you two should rest early. Mu Xun seems to be going to live with Lin Yan tonight. Lin Yan nodded with a smile. Okay, Mr. Fu, go slowly. Fu Jingyan frowned slightly. At least he had eaten several meals, and today he ate the food you cooked himself. How can he be regarded as a friend? When Mu Xun was brushing the dishes, she also glanced at the strange two people. Lin Yan smiled and didn't say anything. Fu Jingyan walked to the door, changed his shoes and whispered with a smile, "Call me Jingyan in the future." Lin Yan's eyes flashed slightly. Okay. Fu Jingyan smiled and left. When the door was closed, after a while, Mu Xun also brushed the dishes. While wiping her hands with a tissue, she looked at Lin Yan suspiciously. What's the matter with you and Fu Jingyan? Seeing that Lin Yan was about to be perfunctory when she opened her mouth, Mu Xun immediately raised one hand and explained honestly. Do you really think I'm so simple? Lin Yan sighed helplessly. She didn't say it before, just didn't want to annoy Xinshan, but now she didn't say it, as if she didn't treat her as her own, so she picked up some things and said, which did not involve the scope of work with Fu Jingyan this time. After saying the next banquet, Mu Su's face changed and she immediately got up. Oh, my god. Are you crazy? You are going to be at the banquet. Chapter 37. The banquet is finally here. Lin Yan looked at her and nodded before she finished. I could only do this. I had done my best before, but he didn't know how to measure. Mu Su's eyes widened. After being shocked, she became more and more excited. Well, are you really ready? Once you get to this point, it will be completely irreversible. Lin Yan raised her eyebrows. What? Didn't you always advise me not to miss him anymore? Now that I have really decided, let me think about it again. Of course, I hope you can get a complete divorce and stay away from that scumbag. Mu Su's words were righteous, but in an instant, she was a little entangled and said, I'm just worried that you will regret it, which will be more uncomfortable than before. People say that long pain is not as good as short pain, but many times, this short pain may be more painful than long pain. Lin Yan curled her lips and put one hand on Mu Su's hand. No, believe me. Mu Su's eyes flashed and finally nodded. Well, of course I believe you. Oh. She still wants to say something, but she is afraid of saying too much. Lin Yan really regretted it. In fact, no matter what, it's better to divorce. When she saw the gift box bag on the sofa, she quickly said, Hey, isn't there a dress? Why don't you try it? No need. Mu Xun had picked it up, but suddenly she said this, and she was a little confused. Are you not going to use his dress? Lin Yan looked at the dress she had pulled out and said calmly, Fu Jingyan and I are not familiar with each other. After the cooperation, the bridge returns to the bridge, and the road returns to the road. Well, why didn't you ask him to take the dress away just now? When she said that, she admired her eyes. What a beautiful dress. It's good to be rich. Lin Yan didn't care much about how luxurious the dress was, and he wouldn't take it if he said it. Mu Xun held her chin with one hand. TSK, you can't experience the world of rich people. To Lin Yan frowned slightly and raised her hand to tap her forehead. Aren't you a child of a rich family? Speaking of which, can't you still forgive your father? He did so at the beginning because of his hardships. Suffering? Mu Xu's expression instantly cooled down. No, you don't have to persuade me about my father anymore. I won't recognize them anymore. Anyway, they have other children. What can I do? I don't may if I was just held by him for a moment. Xinshan. Well, don't you really want to try this dress? It's really beautiful. Look at this big red. If you wear it, you will definitely amaze the audience. Lin Yan squeezed her lips and stopped mentioning it after all. She patted her on the shoulder and went to sleep. Mu Xun put the dress back and nodded with a smile. Okay, then take a shower and rest. You need to adjust your state in order to amaze the audience at the banquet that day. I'm going this time, too. Lin Yan. Mu Xu's eyes are still interested. I think it's a pity if we don't participate in this excitement. At that time, I will let them both go there. Lin Yan opened it. Open lips, subconsciously didn't want them to go, but when she thought that they were such good friends, if they didn't tell them, she would be a little. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything after all. She took a shower and went to bed. And the rest of the time, she lived a comfortable life. While she was waiting, the banquet finally came. Chapter 38. Don't be afraid of me. At this moment, Lin Yan is already sitting in Fu Jingyan's car. Mu Xun is not here because she wants to be with Ji Heshen and Xiao Han. Fu Jingyan drove by himself, and Lin Yan sat in his co-pilot. He looked at Lin Yan with a slight smile on his lips. Why didn't he wear the dress I had prepared for you at the beginning? Lin Yan turned her eyes and looked at him. The size was not very suitable, so I picked two by myself. When I went back, I would bring those two dresses to you. It's better to give them to your other female companions. In one with Fu Jingyan, although he is unfamiliar and full of calculations, Fu Jingyan will not give people too much oppression and will not be too worried about his words. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows. I don't have any female companions. Aren't you the only one now? Lin Nen smiled lightly and didn't say anything. Along the way, Fu Jingyan was looking for a topic. Obviously, he didn't want to make the atmosphere too plain, but he couldn't see that he was deliberately looking for a topic. The two talked freely, which was also easy. It seems that it didn't take long to arrive at the place. Today is the birthday banquet of the old man of the Mo family, and there are a cloud of guests. I don't know how many cars are parked in front of the door. There are also many people outside who are managing the order. The guests all greet each other with a smile with their female companions and walk inside together. When Fu Jingyan's car stopped completely, many people subconsciously looked this side, and each of them seemed to be a little respectful. Those who have the right in Beijing are those big surnames. Many people have written down their license plate numbers, which is also in order not to offend and be able to snarter early. Well, many people who were about to go in suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of Fu Jingyan one by one. In the expectation of everyone, Fu Jingyan has opened the door of the master driver. When he saw the handsome young man in a black suit getting out of the car, many women's eyes were straight, and they couldn't help looking at him one by one, reluctant to look away. The man is nearly 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, which is a typical image of Prince Charming in a woman's dream. His handsome face had a slight smile. In the gaze of everyone, he slowly walked to the co-pilot. Many women subconsciously breathed tightly. Even if they didn't see people, they began to go crazy with jealousy. There are not many handsome men in the first place, and there are not many powerful and rich handsome men. Bo Muhan and Fu Jingyan are both top-looking and at the peak of their careers. Unfortunately, Bo Muhan is already famous and has a special love for his wife. On the contrary, Mr. Fu is still single. Even if he is in love, it is also because of his power and appearance that many women plan to climb into his bed. The co-pilot's door opened slowly. The smile on Fu Jingyan's lips gradually increased, and his eyes were full of tenderness. He slowly stretched out a hand and waited for the goddess to get out of the car. The guests were dumbfounded one by one. Although Mr. Fu was careful, he never brought a female companion to the banquet. This time, he made an exception. In the unbelievable crowd, the co-pilot slowly stretched out a white and tender arm, and put his slender and white hand on the man's fingertips. Fu Jingyan held it like a treasure and helped her get out of the car slowly. Because his car was parked in the corner, and everyone couldn't see Ling Nan at all. Just after she got out of the car, everyone suddenly saw a blue and beautiful back. The woman's chestnut curly hair was scattered behind her body, and she stepped forward with the man's movements. Until the car door was closed, Fu Jingyan bent his arms. Ling Man's expression stiffened, but he still put his hand on his arm. Fu Jingyan lowered his eyes, leaned close to her ear and said slowly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Chapter 39. This is their play. Lin's eyes were slightly stagnant, and she even lost her mind for a moment. She suddenly remembered that in the past, at the banquet, in order to let people see their love, Bo Mohan would pull her and talk to her gently soothingly. At that time, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. But in the later stage, she looked at Fu Jingyan with sarcasm, smiled at Fu Jingyan, and walked to the main gate together. After bypassing the front car, the woman's delicate little face as big as a palm was all shown in front of everyone. How many people couldn't help taking a deep breath? She was dressed in a blue knee-tight dress, which set off her figure. Her two jade arms were white and slender, especially her slender waist, which made many men salivate. But once, this waist was only held by Bo Mohan alone. Now, although she was not hugged by Fu Jingyan, she also carried Fu Jingyan's arm. What the hell is going on? This woman? Isn't it Li Anan? In an instant, everyone couldn't help looking around. Could it be just looking like it? Take a look. Everyone can confirm that this is a horse. It's Li Anan. Someone couldn't help it. He came over quickly with his female companion and smiled politely at Fu Jingyan. "Mr. Fu, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect that we could meet at the door this time. It's really fate, ha ha ha." Fu Jingyan nodded gently. Mr. Guo. Mr. Guo used to be in a hurry to say hello to Fu Jingyan, but today this melon is too big, which attracts everyone's attention. Well, Mr. Guo really couldn't help it. He looked at Lin Anan and said with some doubts, "Mrs. Bo, how can you?" Lin Nen smiled freely. "Mr. Guo, long time no see. I haven't seen you for a long time." Before Lin Nen finished speaking, he turned to Fu Jingyan and was a little thirsty. "Let's go first." Fu Jingyan hooked his lips and nodded elegantly. "Okay." The others were still in front of them, but seeing that the two of them had gone in, they were more shocked. "Damn it. That's really Lin Anan. The sound is the same. I'm not blind, you say it? It's just that how can the two of them get together? Where is Mr. Bo? Ha ha ha. Today this banquet is really not wrong. I'm looking forward to the next play. I wonder if Mr. Bo will come today. Today is Mr. Mo's birthday. There is a lot of cooperation between the two families, and Mr. Bo will definitely come. Did something go wrong with them? Mrs. Bo was angry with Mr. Fu, but that's not right. The relationship between the couple has always been very harmonious, and because of this, the value of the company's shares has also risen by little. If the relationship breaks down, it will definitely affect the interests. Is Bo's group a small household? 1/1000 of a point, I don't know how much money it will affect. Could it be that the hostility between Bo and Fu is fake? Is this one of their plays? Is it a play? Don't you know when you go in and have a look? How many people are puzzled? Obviously, the curiosity and doubts in their eyes can no longer be hidden, and they are about to follow them. Even those who were still jealous of Fu Jingye's female companion, after finding out that it was Ling Len at this moment, the gossip heart had long compared their jealousy. It's just. Before everyone really went in, a luxury car drove in again. When everyone saw the license plate number, the subtlety and excitement in their eyes could not be hidden at all. Chapter 40. The good show has started. This car is Mr. Bo's car. I wonder if he will bring his female companion here today. He slowly got out of the car. And the reserve and indifference in his bones made everyone look away. The difference between Fu Jingyan and him is that Mr. Fu is elegant and gentle, but Mr. Bo has the spirit of an emperor, which makes people afraid to violate. He closed the car door and walked towards the co-pilot with his slender legs. Everyone is very excited. It's as if they got some important secrets. They stared straight at their direction one by one, looking forward to it. They wanted to know who the woman in the co-pilot was. At this moment, whether it is a man or a woman, it is an idea. I just want to see who his female companion is. There will be no other distractions. In the expectation of everyone, the co-pilot's door slowly opened, but Bo Mohan did not go to help her, but said calmly, "Come down." Lin Yoxun restrained the loss in her eyes and nodded with a smile. When her face appeared in front of everyone was dumbfounded again. This woman? I'm going. Isn't this Lin Mo's cousin? At the beginning, she became a vegetative person because of saving Bo Mohan. Now, she can recover so quickly and come to the banquet. She was dressed in a red dress, and her sickly cheeks were whiter. She lowered her head slightly, which was not as comfortable as before. It was not until Bo Mohan closed the car door that she smiled apologetically at him. "Han, will you bring me to the party this time have a bad impact on your company?" Bo Mohan glared at her and said calmly, "No. In the future, I will marry this woman sooner or later, and now many things have become paperless. It's better to make a plan, which makes people think that Bo's group is going to do something, which is also better than really making people feel that the couple's relationship is broken." Before that, he had implicitly expressed something on the internet and got vaccinated in advance. Lin Yoxun nodded with a smile. "Thank you. After this banquet, I will never bother you again." Bo Mohan pursed his lips and said nothing. It's just. When he felt that something was wrong with the people around him, he frowned slightly. Although they were still the same as before, respectful and wanted to please, he could feel the strangeness in their eyes. Everyone is like this. Even Lin Yoxun felt that something was wrong. She subconsciously looked around and said in a panic, "Han, I'm afraid they misunderstood." Bo Mohan withdrew his gaze and walked inside, leaving it alone. Looking at his back, Lin Yoqing's heart trembled. She had been waiting for his arms to bend up, but she finally left her with a back. Lin Yoqing squeezed her lips, stopped looking at the eyes around her, and followed. Anyway, it is enough for her to appear by Bo Mohan's side at this banquet. The others were still watching the excitement. Seeing that the main owners on both sides had already entered, they were not willing to show weakness and followed in one after another. Everyone who eats melons wants to eat one hand. Hearing other people's retelling, you may change your taste. The good show has started. I always feel that they did this on purpose. Not necessarily. During this period, I heard that after Lin Yoqing woke up, Mr. Bo often went to the hospital to visit her. Although Lin Yoqing was Mr. Bo's lifesaver, in the end, she was also his wife's cousin. Even if there were relatives, they were all young. It would be inevitable if there were any sparks, right? Hurry up, stop talking, follow and have a look. At this moment, Lin Yoqing had caught up with Bo Mohan and entered the living room side by side with him. Chapter 41. Han, I know you are very angry now. There are so few guests in the living room, but even so, Bo Mohan was still in the crowd and saw a man and a woman talking and laughing in the champagne at a glance. Instantly, full of murderous spirit released from him, Lin Yoqing obviously sensed something was wrong and followed his gaze to look over, with surprise in her eyes. She couldn't help exclaiming, "God, how could Anan be with Fu Jingyan?" Lin Yoqing wondered in her heart, could it be that Lin Anan really wants to divorce? Isn't it cold? Otherwise, Lin Anan would not have chosen to appear with Bo Mohan's opponent at the banquet of so many people. This is an extreme insult to Bo Mohan, let alone Lin Ning. Bo Mohan came back to his senses, but his fierce eyes did not converge. Lin Ning and Fu Jingyan seemed to notice it and looked at the door together. Her eyes paused slightly, and the next moment, she slowly hooked her lips, and her indifferent eyes fell on Lin Youqing. Looking at her red dress, Lin Yongmeng couldn't help raising her eyebrows. Lin Youqing is actually a beauty blank, and she can also dress up. This sickly and delicate melon face is really irresistible. But now that she has put on makeup, how can she not hide those sickness? It's just the sickness she drew on purpose. Fu Jingyan turned his eyes and looked at Lin Yongmeng. Seeing her free eyes, he hooked his lips. Would he be afraid? Afraid? Lin Yongmeng's eyes seemed to be surprised. You and Bo Mohang have been rivals for so many years. I think others don't know what my relationship with him is. You must know. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Lin Ning raised the champagne in his hand, and Fu Jingyan toasting with her very comfortable. Lin Yongmeng smiled lightly. I have to do what I want to do today. Mr. Fu has pushed the tide to this point. If I leave halfway, wouldn't I disappoint Mr. Fu's heart? Fu Jing laughed out loud. I really didn't see the wrong person. Lin Yongmeng pulled her lips, slowly put the tall glass to her lips, and tasted it. The hair was on both sides of her cheeks. She raised one hand slightly and put it behind her ear. With the action of drinking champagne, it was so sexy that she couldn't stop. Fu Jingyan's eyes deepened a little. Well, maybe I'm a good choice. I won't limit you, and I'm not afraid of being notorious. I just don't know if you can afford it. Lin suddenly laughed out loud. She shook the goblet in her hand and watched the champagne float back and forth. She couldn't help whispering, this time, I've almost endured it. I'm afraid I won't have the energy in the future. Fu Jingyan and Bo Mohang are actually the same person, but it's a pity that because the two companies have been in a state of opposition, they have become rivals, otherwise. These two people can cherish each other. The same cold-blooded, the same ruthless, and the same can do anything for the purpose. She doesn't want to approach such a person anymore. What's more, in a relationship, she was hurt so that she didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Fu Jingyan smiled and said nothing more. He had always been very moderate, until the end. At this moment, Bo Mohan had come to Lin Yongmeng with murderous eyes. Lin Youqing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she quickly followed and said softly, I know you are very angry now, but after all, at the banquet, so many pairs of eyes have been staring here. If you say anything, it is likely to affect the interests of the company. Chapter 42 It's really a beauty. Bo Mohan didn't look at her at all. Looking at Lin Yongmeng and Fu Jingyan still talking and laughing, Lin Youqing sneered from the bottom of her heart. After 3 years, the game that had been built for so long could finally be closed. Lin En jumped into the pit by herself. No wonder she is too much as a sister. Today was originally the birthday of Mr. Mo, but now, the real protagonists have become these 4 people. Of course, the key point is the competition between Bo Mohan and Fu Jingyan, the battle for his wife. I'm afraid the next scene will be particularly interesting. In everyone's gaze, Bo Mohan had come to Lin Yongmeng. His eyes were gloomy and his face was extremely cold. Lin Yongmeng raised her eyes and happened to see the 2 people coming over. The corners of her lips were slightly hooked. Here you are. If you underestimate it, you can't hear too much emotion. Fu Jingyan also hooked his lips slightly. Mr. Bo, it's rare to see you bring a woman other than Yongmeng to the banquet. Bo Moha's face became more gloomy. He sneered. It was also the first time I saw Fu come with his female companion, and it was also my wife. Lin Youqing's face tightened. She couldn't tell whether Bo Mohan said so now, whether it was because there were so many people, or she simply couldn't let go. Fu Jingyan's smile on the corners of his lips did not decrease but increased. What about your wife? Lin Yongmeng seemed to smile but not, and her alienated eyes made Bo Mohan extremely dazzling. He looked at her coldly. How long will you be going to make trouble? Mr. Bo is too worried. Lin Yongmeng smiled lightly. If you want me to make trouble, I can make a fuss. Lin Yongmeng. Bo Mohan said it completely with his back teeth. But Lin Yongmeng didn't want to pay attention to Bo Mohan. She just looked at Fu Jing and smiled. Don't you still have a lot of acquaintances to beat? Can I go for a walk with you? Fu Jingyan suddenly smiled. Okay. He raised his arm to Lin Yongmeng. Lin Yongmeng just raised his hand like 1,000 jin pressing the top, but it was too heavy to lift. When he turned his eyes, he saw Bo Mohan's eyes that were about to eat people. Lin Youqing took a breath and watched Bo Mohan go over and pull Lin Yongmeng away. She quickly pulled Bo Mohan's arm. She looked at him and reminded him that there were still many people. Bo Mohan squeezed his lips and did not move, and Lin Yongmeng also returned to his senses and took Fu Jingyan's arm very freely. In Bo Mohan's. No, in the eyes of everyone, Fu Jingyan took Lin Yongmeng to Mr. Guo, who had just talked to Fu Jingyan. Mr. Guo was so flattered that he quickly greeted Mr. Fu, would you like to have a drink? Fu Jingyan smiled and shook the champagne in his hand. He drove here today and stopped drinking. Mr. Guo quickly smiled. Well, it's okay not to drink. I haven't had a chance before. I want to invite you to dinner. I don't know if Mr. Fu is free. Fu Jingyan smiled and looked at the schedule in the future. Mr. Guo was unwilling in his heart, but he could only laugh. It was good that Fu Jingyan could take the initiative to talk to him. He did not dare to talk about any more cooperation, for fear of running away. Instead, he looked at Lin An again, and his eyes were full of eyes. This woman is indeed a beauty. No wonder Mr. Bo likes it, and Mr. Fu is now willing to make an exception to take a female companion for her. After a pause, he seemed to be unable to help the curiosity from the bottom of his heart and said with a smile, "Why did Mrs. Bo want to come to the banquet with Mr. Fu today?" Chapter 43 Can't Look Back Anymore. People all over the world know that Fu Jingyan and Bo Mohan are mortal enemies. Lin Nan smiled. "You can call me Miss Lin now." Mr. Guo's fat smile stiffened. The next moment, he seemed to realize something. He was a little shocked. "Bo." "No, Miss Lin, you." Fu Jingyan smiled. "Well, they divorced." Mr. Guo was shocked. "Isn't the relationship between the two of them very good? But if you say divorce, you will divorce." Just as he wanted to ask something more, Fu Jingyan said with a smile, "I still have something to do." "Excuse me." Mr. Guo's eyes were full of loss, and Lin Nan left with Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan looked at Lin Nan with a smile. Mr. Guo was a big mouth. As long as he knew it alone, it was enough. Lin Nan raised her eyebrows. She turned her eyes and glanced at Fu Jingyan. "How did Mr. Fu know that I must spread this matter today?" Fu Jingyan hooked his lips slightly, "Because we are our soulmates." Lin Nan. Come to think of it, if it weren't for the fact that she had divorced, why would she let such a powerful and eye-catching person as Fu Jingyan bring her here? Fu Jingyan and Lin Nan toasted with a smile in their eyes and said, "It's just they seem afraid that the spread will not have much effect. Since he dares to show up with Lin Yoxing today, it is enough to prove that he is up to other ideas." The two people seemed to be talking and laughing, and Bo Moha's sharp eyes were afraid of shooting through Lia's back. Lin took a sip of champagne freely. "I'm afraid it's not within my consideration. Divorce is my purpose. It has always been just an agreement. Lin N prefers to get the certificate, and she is relieved." Fu Jingyan hooked his lips slightly. "Your purpose is enough." Lin N pursed her lips and said nothing more. The banquet looked very lively, but everyone was watching and listening to all directions. It was not until Mr. Mo appeared that everyone's attention was diverted. The one holding the microphone is Mo He, the eldest son of Mr. Mo, who is just over 40 years old this year. He smiled at everyone. "Thank you very much for attending my father's birthday banquet as always. I won't talk about the routine. Why don't you play some new tricks this year?" Everyone suddenly became interested. This year is really a different birthday. It is usually just a private communication between businessmen. But this year, not only Bo Mohan and Fu Jingyan have come up with new tricks, but even Mr. Mo has to play some different routines. Fu Jingyan stood in the center. He turned his eyes and looked at Lin Nan. "I came up with this idea. Do you believe it or not?" Lin Nan looked at him suspiciously. Fu Jingyan, the fox, never did anything that was not good for him. So he specially told her, what else did he want to express? However, the next moment, her expression was slightly stagnant. "You." The smile on the corners of Fu Jingyan's lips gradually increased. Nan was really smart and transparent. Lin Nan. She pursed her lips. "It seems that he must have made trouble, but will this look traumatize Grandma?" For a moment, Lin Nan hesitated a little. She handed him the cup in her hand and whispered, "I'll go to the bathroom first." Fu Jingyan's eyes had a little deep meaning. "You have come to this point, and you can't look back. The result is also what you want to see, isn't it?" Chapter 44 How is it? Isn't it a surprise? Lin Nan squeezed her lips and didn't say a word. Fu Jingyan hooked his lips slightly. "Don't be afraid. If you are worried later, I will accompany you up." Lin Nan took a slight breath. As Fu Jingyan said, there was no room for turning back at this point. That's right, Bo Mohan is merciless, and it's not to blame her for being merciless. At this moment, Mohi is still standing on the stage with a smile on his lips. As usual, at such a party, everyone also I will talk about some cooperation in private. Today, I will open an express train for everyone. I have built a wall here. Wall. Everyone was very puzzled. With a wave of his hand, two tall women pushed a panel of the wall together and came out. A lot of white stickers are neatly pasted on it in order to block the font inside. Mohi hooked his lips slightly. "This is the name of everyone that I specially prepared." "Everyone? What on earth is Moha going to do?" Lin squeezed her lips. She knew that one of them was her name. For the sake of fairness, there are both men and women in it, but for women, because it is not very fixed, it is written in the way of a man's female companion. After a while, I will randomly open one, and that person can play. After he is over, he can open another one randomly, and so on. Of course, if you don't want to go on stage, you cannot come on. The crowd under the stage is still in the clouds, and someone can't help asking, "What are you doing on the stage?" You will know after listening to it. Since it is a convenient car for us, we may not have what we hope for. In everyone's expectation, Mohi smiled and said again. After you come to the stage, you can talk about the development of your company, talk about your future plans, talk about whether there is any cooperation to negotiate, or talk about your own wishes. Today is an open exchange. It's good for everyone to have a good time. If you come to the stage, I will randomly select 5 lucky guests who can give appropriate help. Everyone was full of endless surprise in their eyes. The Mo family, this year's capital is so low. 5 lucky guests. If this is said elsewhere, these local tycoons may not care, but this is what the Mo family said. Will the help he gave be a little help? Maybe if you wave your hand casually, you can make a list of hundreds of millions. Besides, today's convenience car is really convenient. They came to the birthday banquet, and the key point was to fart the people they wanted to fart today. But there are so many people on the scene that they want to plitter, and they may be busy to plitter more powerful people, so they may not be in the mood to listen to them so much. But if you are given a chance to take the stage, isn't that the gospel? Not to mention how much everyone is looking forward to it. I can't wait to be the first to be turned over by Moha. Moha looked at everyone's reaction and smiled. How about it? Is it a surprise? Someone under the stage has already picked up a glass of wine and looked at Moha as if to drink to him. At this moment, Mr. Mo, who was sitting in the main seat, also smiled at everyone with a microphone. Every year on my birthday, no matter how far or near, no matter how busy I am, I can come to support my old man. I have always remembered this love in my heart. Today, I can also repay 1 or 2. I just hope you don't feel boring. Although Mr. Mo is in a high position, he has always been very easygoing. Everyone is so grateful. At this moment, Mohi has walked to the panel wall and raised his hand. In this case, I will lift one first. Chapter 45 How to Meet This Plague God Everywhere. Many people's nervous hearts jumped to their throats, and they were brewing from the bottom of their hearts. What should I say? Everyone is afraid that they will be the first to be drawn. Lin Nen didn't think too much. She knew that Fu Jingyan would not let her be the first. She took a slight breath and said softly, I'll go to the bathroom first. Fu Jingyan looked at her with deep eyes and said softly, Go, Nen, don't be afraid of the stage. Stage fright. This word is relatively subtle. Everyone has identity. People who can calm down will not have the word stage fright at all. After all, they are all face-to-face people, and they have long been used to going in and out of such occasions. But he still said so, just to tell her not to be afraid of Bo Muhang. Lin nodded, turned around and walked towards the bathroom. When Lin Youqing saw Lin An's figure, he also quickly said to Bo Muhang, Han, I'm going to the bathroom. Bo Mu nodded lightly and drank wine by himself. Lin Nen was a little nervous. When she entered the bathroom, she turned on the faucet and watched the water flow down. She stretched out her hand and let the cold water rinse. Her eyes were complicated, and she seemed to be a little entangled. It's just that when she just thought of this, her face changed slightly. How could she have such an idea? She immediately bounced a little water on her face with her cold water-stained hand, and the coolness made her sober up in an instant. She has reached this point. She has always been quite straightforward and feels liberated. What can't she let go of? Lin Nen took a breath. Grandma's side, she has already explained, and Grandma is also willing to understand her. Except for Grandma, the Bo family has no worries. Thinking so, her expression seemed to calm down a little. Just as she turned off the tap and turned out, she suddenly saw Lin Youqing coming in, with a smile on her face. Well, it's a coincidence. Lin's eyes were sarcastic. She knew that many meetings would not be a coincidence. Lin Youqing walked to Lin Er's side, and the smile in her eyes seemed to be a little grateful. I'm going to marry Hang. Lin Nen's expression was stagnant, and the next moment he laughed out loud. Congratulations. In this way, she doesn't have to worry about too much. Let Bo Mohan lose a fortune, which is what she found. Lin Youqing looked at Lin Nen carefully, but she never saw that she was sad at all. Lin Youqing said with a smile, right? Sister, will you hate me? Lin Nen curled her lips, how could it be? You two are good-looking men and women for a long time. Lin Youqing's smile stiffened. The first 4 words of Tianchao Ditio are obviously a bitch and a dog. It's really amazing that we haven't seen each other for 3 days. Lin Nan has begun to turn around and scold her. The smile on the corners of Lin Youqing's lips has recovered. Han and I will naturally grow old together. It's just that my sister has been my stand-in for a while. My sister wishes you to find a good man who loves you in the future. Thank you very much. Lin Nen didn't bother to talk nonsense with her anymore, so she turned around and left. Lin Youqing's eyes were a little condensed, and she didn't intend to chase her away. Lin Nen is arrogant. After stimulating her so many times, she must have fallen in love with Hang, which is enough. Lin Youqing sneered from the bottom of her heart and walked towards the single toilet. And Lin Nen has walked to the door of the bathroom. Unexpectedly, there was a cold-looking man at the door. Maybe he noticed that she came out, and his sharp eyes swept over in an instant. Lin Nen paused. She really didn't look at the yellow calendar when she went out. How could she meet this plague god everywhere? Chapter 46. This Lin Anen is the home field. Bo Mu looked at Lin Anen coldly. Are you satisfied with the trouble like this? Satisfied? Lin laughed out loud. Who on earth is making trouble? Once upon a time, she was single-minded to be Mrs. Bo, focusing on the Bo family and never doing anything to humiliate the Bo family. Many people would praise her for going up and down to the kitchen. However, Bo Mohan never looked at her, and in the end, he had to look at Ling Yoqing. Now that she is going to get married, she has completely become a joke, but in the end, Bo Mohan is talking about her trouble. Seeing that Lin Nan's eyes were getting more and more ironic, Bo Mohan's thin lips pressed tightly into a line. Now you are leaving the banquet, and this is the end of this matter. Lin Nan looked at him indifferently. Will you go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me to get the certificate tomorrow? Bo Mohan suddenly sneered. Lin Nan, don't be delusional anymore, and don't try anymore. I will divorce you sooner or later. When Ling Yoqing came out, she saw the two people together again. Her eyes flashed, and the next moment she approached the two with a smile. Han, Nan, why are you two chatting here? Seeing that Ling Yoqing walked to Bo Mohan like a master, always announcing that she was the woman beside Bo Mohan, Ling really didn't have the patience to stay here and walked out directly. Bo Mu's cold eyes hit her back. Ling An. It's just a few words, and the meaning of warning is obvious. A Provolin Oan didn't pause for a moment. Maybe she was still a little entangled just now, but now, Bo Mohan's appearance directly gave her a stabilizer, and she is calmer now than ever. Divorce is inevitable for her. No one can stop her steps. She quickened her pace and soon returned to Fu Jingyan's side. When Fu Jingyan saw that Ling Nan's expression had completely recovered to his former self-off, he raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He calmed down so quickly. Ling Nan hooked her lips and didn't calm down so quickly. Didn't she live up to Mr. Fu's painstaking layout? She will not be grateful to Fu Jingyan. She divorced, which only has good and no harm to Fu Jingyan. If the mortal enemy can suddenly become notorious, Fu Jingyan will definitely handle it himself, which is a great hope to break through the Bo family. But she knew that Bo Mohan would not really let the company collapse because of this matter, but he lost some, which was not enough for Bo Mohan to drink a pot of tea. Fu Jingyan smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, two people on the stage have talked about the situation of the company and the tendency to cooperate. The order in the field is very good. Indeed, someone is listening carefully. After all, everyone came here for the benefit. After 12 people took the stage in a row, it was finally Ling An. Fu Jingyan turned his eyes to look at her and hooked his lips slightly to get ready. At this moment, the 12th person has begun to remove and paste. Ling An's eyes moved slightly. 13. Lost? She squeezed her lips and didn't say anything, and after the man lifted it away, she said with some surprise, Fu Jingyan, Mr. Fu's female companion. Mr. Fu, there may be several, but Fu Jingyan has only one. He spoke very clearly. The people under the stage suddenly came to their spirits, with unprecedented excitement in their eyes. Today, the competition between Bo Mohan and Fu Jingyan has officially begun, so this Ling Nan is the home field. How many people want to know what Lin Nan will say? Everyone knew that Ling Nan was definitely arranged in advance. Bo Mohan's indifferent eyes suddenly turned cold at this moment. The sharp gaze went straight to Ling Nan. Chapter 47. Call me Miss Ling. Ling Yoqing was also very surprised. What did Ling An do on the stage? Bo Mohan can't prepare for this matter in advance, so the person who put her on the stage must be Fu Jingyan. So, what are they doing in total? Ling Yoqing is just pure curiosity now. Fu Jingyan will never help Bo Mohan and Ling An make up. Ling An and Fu Jingyan came together. In fact, they have pushed Bo Mohan away and no longer plan to be with him. Next, Ling Yoqing also began to look forward to it from the bottom of her heart. She hoped that Ling Nan's arrogance, if you can continue to maintain it, don't meet Hang in the future. Fu Jingyan turned his eyes to look at Ling Nan with a little smile on his mouth. Do you need me to accompany you? No need. Ling Nan's expression was calm, and there was no trace of entanglement in her heart. Fu Jingyan and Bo Mohan were originally the focus. Now, Ling Nan is standing next to Fu Jingyan. Everyone can naturally find out at a glance that everyone watched Ling Nan on the stage. Mr. Mo was still looking at this side in the main position, and his brows suddenly frowned. Who did this? Mo's face sank, and I'll ask someone to check it. The Mo family will never do anything that offends Bo and Fu. Moreover, they cooperate with both sides, and there will definitely be no practice of favoring one side. Well, now that Ling Nan is on the stage, it can only be said that Fu Jingyan has bribed the Mo family. Mr. Mo's face became more depressed. Fu Jingyan was really good at chess. Mo's eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Mr. Mo looked at Mo coldly. You have been walking very close to Fu Jingyan. Did you order this matter? Dad, Bo Shi and I are not far away. How can you think it's me? Mr. Mo frowned and didn't say a word, but he invisibly offended Bo. Future cooperation. Rebellious son. Stupid. Mo, he frowned. Dad, I've already said it. It really has nothing to do with me. Mr. Mo took a breath and turned his eyes to stop looking at him. At this point, he could no longer obstruct it. Bo Shi already has a grudge against their Mo family. Even if she is prevented from speaking, the purpose of Fu Jingyan and Ling Ning must have been shown. Bo Mohan will know sooner or later that he will be dissatisfied with the Mo family. But once it is stopped, it may have offended Fu again. It is impossible for the Mo family to offend both sides at once. At this moment, Ling Mo has come to the stage, and Bo Mohan is sitting on the chair. He held the cup in his hand tightly, and his cold eyes seemed to swallow Lin alive at the next moment. Lin took Mai and stood in the center of the stage. She, in the blue dress, was reserved in her bones. The light hit her body, shining the delicate face more carefully, so that people could see it clearly. Perhaps it is said in ancient times that the beauty is a disaster for the water, which is the disaster of the country's demon concubine. After all, she is Bo Mohan's woman. Now, Fu Jingyan also wants to dye her fingers, which is really intriguing. The eyes under the stage are wanton and strange. Ling Len doesn't care. She just holds the microphone and said lightly, I don't need to introduce myself, everyone knows me. Everyone naturally responded to a sentence from the bottom of their hearts, that is, what they want to hear more is what she said later. Lin Youjing looked at Bo Mohan with some worry. Han, Anan. Will she do something stupid? Even if you can't go to the end, after all, you will be a couple for 100 days. Bo Mohan's face was cold. He didn't say a word and looked straight at the people on the stage. Ling Nun curled her lips and spoke again, but from today on, I am no longer Mrs. Bo. I also want everyone to call me when they see me in the future, Miss Ling. Chapter 48. This is a compensation. Everyone. She is really crazy. The imply of the words is that she and Bo Mohan have broken up. Otherwise, how can she no longer be Mrs. Bo? She has returned to being single. Fu Jingyan kept looking at Lin An. At this moment, the corners of his lips suddenly rose, and his dark eyes were also mixed with a smile. He turned his eyes and looked at Bo Mohan, but saw that his gloomy face did not show much. He brought Lin Youjing here today, probably for the sake of acting. But with Lin Ma's action, all the plays have all turned into their relationship breakdown. Boz, Sni, maybe yes. Noticing Fu Jingyan's gaze, Bo Mohan looked at him. The two were not sitting at the same table, but separated by so many people. They could look at each other with murderous spirit. Fu Jingyan smiled and raised the goblet. Although it was champagne, it was also a toast. Bo Mohan stopped looking at him, but got up and walked out. Lin Youjing's eyes were excited, but her face was extremely worried and cold. She quickly caught up. Lin Onan, naturally, saw Bo Mohan's back. She just hooked her lips slightly, so from now on, I hope everyone will see me and don't ask me what's going on. After the divorce, she may not be an enemy, but what I want to ask is Mr. Bo. In an instant, the whole audience looked at the person concerned in unison. Bo Mohan's steps paused slightly, and the murderous aura in his eyes was almost unable to be hidden. Lin smiled. Since we have signed the divorce agreement, do you have time to go get the divorce certificate tomorrow? In the field. Even if there are many people, even if the venue is large. But the crows and sparrows are silent. Everyone's eyes were full of shock and interest. Bo Mohan turned his head and said lightly, see you at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After saying that, Bo Mohan walked away directly. Today, it can be said that Bo Mohan has lost all his face. But no one really thinks about how the Bo family slaps in the face, but thinks that this may be a routine of the Bo family. Lin Ning raised her eyebrows and took the microphone again and said, I'm done. I'll draw the next one. After going through the process and handing in the microphone, she got off the stage and returned to Fu Jingyan. Fu Jingyan looked at her with a shallow smile and did a good job. Lin looked calm, but at this moment, she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Marriage has finally come to an end. Tomorrow, she will have nothing to do with Bo Mohan. The husband and wife were originally birds in the same forest, but when the disaster was approaching, they flew separately. Although they should not respond to the situation, they have become separate flights. In the future, there will be no more re-regent. After all, the 3-year marriage will end at this banquet. From then on, she was alone. Lin glanced at the tall glass in front of him and drank the champagne inside. She whispered, I want to go back. I'll send you. Fu Jingyan got up very considerately. Watching Lin Anan get up, he directly pulled the chair for her. Say hello to Mr. Mo and we'll leave. Lin nodded and said nothing. The two walked forward. Mr. Mo looked at Fu Jingyan as if he was a little angry. Mr. Fu was really a good trick today. Mr. Mo, thank you very much. The birthday gift I brought to you this time is one of the contracts. I have signed it, and I will wait for Mr. Mo to agree. Mr. Mo looked stunned, and his eyes were full of surprise. If he is not mistaken, this contract must have been rejected last time he wanted to ask Fu for cooperation. Is this compensation? Mr. Mo raised his eyebrows and finally said in a low voice, "Thank you very much." Chapter 49, The Move of Scenery. Fu Jingyan smiled and said that he still had something to do today. He would find a chance to compensate the old man in the future. "If you don't hit the smiling person, Mr. Mo can't say anything more." He smiled. "Mr. Fu, you're welcome. You have to do it in advance." Fu Jingyan nodded and left with Lin An. The speech in the venue continued, but because of the departure of these two key figures, they were a little lost. It was a good melon. That's it. It can only be eaten through the media in the future. The two went all the way back to the car. Fu Jingyan opened the co-pilotess door for Lin An, and Lin An sat in. It was not until Fu Jingyan got on the car and closed the door that Lin An opened her mouth. The banquet was over. "When are you going to appeal?" "Let's wait for your divorce first. I still have some things to arrange, but it won't take too long." Lin An nodded and didn't ask much. After going through this process with Fu Jingyan, there is no need to cooperate in the future. In the future, she will no longer have an intersection with Bo Mohan. She can finally live her own life. "Are you hungry? Let's go eat something." Fu Jingyan started the engine and turned to look at her. Lin shook her head. "No, I want to go back to rest." Although she is determined and calm, but she still can't hide the fatigue from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps, after many years of deep affection, once you give up, you will still feel uncomfortable. Fu Jingyan didn't ask much and drove the car to her house very cooperatively. The mobile phone rang, suddenly breaking the quiet atmosphere in the car. Lin An looked at the call and picked up the phone. Without waiting to speak, the other party's anxious voice had already come. "Well, how is it going over there? Has the banquet started for a long time?" "Mad, there was a car accident here. It was a lively event, and I didn't like it." "Car accident?" Lin An's expression tightened. "How is he?" Fu Jingyan glanced at Lin An, and the speed of the car slowed down. If she needed, she would go to the car accident immediately. "It's okay. It was a drunkard who hit us." His hand was unstable. He stepped on the accelerator very hard. He was fine. He was just taken away by the traffic police. "Our car was hit too hard by the back. The front hit the tree, which was also scrapped and could not be driven. But don't worry, everyone was injured." Lin An breathed a sigh of relief, and Musa's anxious voice sounded again. "Now it's in the suburbs. We have contacted the car to pick us up. It may be late. How are you now? Have you made it public?" "You can make it public when we go. I'm looking forward to it." Look at her talking like this. It's energetic, and you have to come to the banquet, so there should be nothing to do. Lin An breathed a sigh of relief and hooked her lips slightly. "No, I'm already out." "Damn it. So fast?" "Well, everything that should be solved has been solved, and you don't use it." "Ah. Mu-shun is so sorry, oh my god. I didn't even see it. You have to compensate me." "Well, I'll treat you to dinner another day. You made it with your own hands." "Okay." Mu-shun was finally happy, but the next moment, she still held her mobile phone and said tentatively, "Are you really divorced?" "Well, you're not afraid that I'm worried, so you don't tell the truth, do you?" "How come?" "You will see it in the media tomorrow." Mu-shun frowned slightly, but thinking about such a big thing as divorce, she should not be able to lie, so she nodded. "Okay, then I believe you again. Where are you now? Let's have fun together at night. Tell us about your beautiful move today." Chapter 50 High and Above. Lin An's eyes flashed. "No, I'm a little tired today. I'll change the day." Mu-shun reacted to something in an instant, so she had to open her mouth. "Okay, then you should rest early today. If you are alone, remember to call me, and I will accompany you." The two didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Fu Jingyan glanced at Lin An and did not take the initiative to mention anything. He stepped on the accelerator and drove all the way to the downstairs of her community. Lin An glanced at Fu Jingyan and thanked you for today. Without Fu Jingyan's arrangement, she might not have been so smooth. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows and was mutually beneficial. "You don't have to thank me." Lin An pulled her lips, "and you should go back to rest early." Fu Jingyan hooked his lips and smiled with a spoiled smile. "Do you care about me, Lin?" She was just a polite word. She smiled and didn't respond. She got out of the car directly. Fu Jingyan has always been profitable for her. Knowing her status as a lawyer, she may want to make friends with her in the future, but she does not intend to have too much contact with this man. All the way home, her heart couldn't continue to calm down. After thinking about it, she finally dialed a phone call. The other party connected very quickly. "Well." Lin An's eyes flashed with guilt. "Grandma, you must know what happened today, right?" "Sorry." Jiang Ro immediately smiled and said, "Well, you don't have to apologize to me. If he hadn't been pushing and been involved with Lin Youqing, you wouldn't have come to this point." "Grandma." Lin Men subconsciously clenched her mobile phone. At this moment, Lin suddenly didn't want to fight the next lawsuit. Because she thinks so, the person who is most sorry is Grandma. She used to be so kind to herself, but now, I want to hurt her own grandson. Jiang Rou sighed softly. Well, Grandma still said that, you don't have to worry about Grandma doing anything. Grandma said before that you are my granddaughter, no longer my granddaughter-in-law, so Grandma will support you no matter what you do. Ling En's eyes moved slightly, and a sense of guilt in the bottom of her heart arose. She pursed her lips and didn't know what to say. The old lady smiled again and said, you are pure and won't do anything illegal, so Grandma won't restrain you. Good boy, as long as you remember to come back to see Grandma often. She opened her lips. Just as she was about to say something, the old lady's anxious voice suddenly came from the other party. What are you doing? Daughter, many things are destined, and you can't force them. Daughter. Grandma doesn't have a daughter. This daughter should be shouting as her mother-in-law, Bomoha's mother Hemin. Ling En's eyes crossed the doubt. Is the mother-in-law with Grandma? Ling En. Hemin's voice sounded, and Ling En quickly responded, hey. She can't even call her mother out now. Of course, this mother-in-law has never liked her. She may have the same idea as Bomohan, thinking that she is greedy for vanity. And every time she calls Hemin mom, Hemin's eyes are full of deep disgust. This time, she will no longer be disgusted. You can come to the old house right now. Hemin's voice was full of commands and high-ranking. Ling En frowned slightly, but she thought it would be better to explain something and apologize to her grandmother in person. Thinking so, she responded directly. Okay, I'll go now. As soon as she finished speaking, the other party hung up directly and ignored her. Ling En pulled her lips. She has been used to Hemin's attitude in the past few years, and now she doesn't care. In this way, she called Didi and went directly to the Bo family's old house. Chapter 51. If you really want to leave me and complete you. After an hour's drive, I finally arrived at the place. She walked all the way, and the servants looked at her with particularly strange eyes. Although today's banquet is closed and no media will come in, it can't stand the large number of people. The people in the banquet can take videos themselves. Even if no one dares to post it directly on the internet, it must have spread privately. Let's talk about it. There is Ling Youqing, don't worry that everyone doesn't know. Hemin sat on the sofa, and her dark green casual clothes could not cover her flames. She was completely waiting for Ling Nen's arrival. Now when she saw Ling Nen herself, she said directly in a cold voice. You really dare to come? Ling Nen looked up at her. Hemin was still the same as before, dressed skillfully, and her breath was relatively sharp. In the past, Ling En might be worried about how to please her mother-in-law, but today her expression is extremely calm. I dare not come to Mrs. Bo's request. Jiang Rou opened her lips, but didn't say anything after all. In the past, Nen did suffer too much in the Bo family. Now, she has faced divorce, and it is normal to change her mouth. Hemin laughed angrily. Ling En, you are really bold. Do you know how much damage you will cause to the Bo family if you make such a thing? Can you afford to pay for it? Jiang Rou's face sank. Hemin. In the past, she called Hemin her daughter, but only now she called her by her big name. Hemin suddenly said helplessly, Mom. Mother, what mother? Why don't you think about how much Nen has suffered at home, and now you are starting to blame her? Ling En's eyes were full of gratitude. Grandma, thank you. I came here today to apologize to you in person. Hemin sneered, but before she could say anything about Ling En, Ling En said again, Grandma, Bomohan and I have come to this point. I know that both of us have responsibilities that can't be pushed away, but I really tried my best. He liked my cousin wholeheartedly, and I had to let go. Jiang Rou nodded in understanding. Grandma understands. Grandma knows. Grandma never blames you, girl. Hemin's expression is fierce. If you want to divorce, we can fulfill you. But now you don't know what kind of bone I bore is in. You actually added trouble at this time? Ling En pulled her lips. It was never me who caused the trouble, Mrs. Bo. Why didn't you consider your son's marital infidelity? Bang. Hemin was so angry that he slapped the table and said nonsense. Ling Youqing is his life-saving benefactor. When the benefactor wakes up, does he still want to leave it alone? Otherwise, it will only lose the reputation of the meanness of the Bo family. But what about you? Marrying a wife and marrying a virtuous man, why did my son marry back an evil? Hemin speaks very fast, domineering, and extremely humiliating. She was very angry with Ling Nen and was still thinking about how to punish Ling En, but she didn't know that Ling En was determined to divorce this time. Just as she was waiting for Ling En to apologize, Ling En said calmly, Mr. Bo said, see you in the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. He and I will definitely get a divorce certificate. I will not affect the reputation of the Bo family in the future. Mrs. Bo can rest assured. Jiang Rou closed her eyes. Even if she didn't want to see the result, but if she continued, I'm afraid she would drive Nen crazy. It doesn't matter. Nen will be her granddaughter in the future, and the relationship is closer than before. And Hemin looked at Ling En angrily in an instant. Say it again. Haven't you played enough tricks in the past few years? Divorce is just a divorce. Who are you scaring? If you really want to leave, I will complete you. Chapter 52. Why does he need a pair of rotten shoes? Lin Nan bent. Bend your lips, then thank Mrs. Bo. If there is nothing to do, I won't disturb Mrs. Bo's rest. Heemin's face changed slightly, and the anger from the bottom of her heart was about to explode. Does Lin Nan really want a divorce? But the next moment, she suddenly sneered. Lin Nan, you did it on purpose. You know that once the Bo family divorces at this juncture, it will affect the project to be negotiated. This project is worth at least 10 billion. Do you want to get some from it? Or do you want to take advantage of this divorce negotiation to give you a little share? Lin Nan laughed angrily. Now, she finally knows who Bo Mohan looks like. Their mother and son are equally arrogant. Bo is rich, but she has never been short of money. She hooked her lips slightly. Mrs. Bo thought too much. In this divorce, the agreement was clearly signed, and I left the house clean. Heemin's face was terrible. If it hadn't been forcibly controlled, she might have got up and beaten people. Jiang Ro's face also sank. Heemin, can you speak better? As soon as he gets angry, he doesn't choose his words. It was your son who made a mistake before, and now you still favor your son, thinking that Aman is messing around. Can't you correct your conscience? Mom, why are you turning your elbows outward? If she really wants to get a divorce, why did she raise the divorce with great fanfare when Bo's joint bone eye? Isn't she just to threaten my son through this? Mom, she is so vain. Mom, why do you still protect her like this? I think you are blind. Jiang Ro shook her head with hatred. Lin smiled. Grandma, I never care what others think, as long as you believe me. Jiang Ro nodded helplessly. She raised her hand. Good boy, sit with Grandma. Lin Min stepped forward and sat down. In this way, the distance was a little closer to Heemin, and she could clearly see Heemin's anger. However, she didn't care. Instead, she pulled Jiang Ro and said with a smile, Grandma, I may not be able to come to see you often in the future, but you have always been in my heart. If you are free, you can also come to me. Jiang Ro nodded happily. Okay, you are young, and you really have to work hard on your career, but have you decided what to do in the future? Why don't Grandma find you a job? It's safe to work in Boz. No one dares to bully you. Grandma is covering you. Lin Nan couldn't help laughing. Since she was going to divorce Bo Mohan, how could she go to work at Boz? But before she could speak, Heemin sneered directly. What you did was nothing more than to make your grandmother pity you and take care of you all the time. In the past, pleasing and begging for mercy could not make my son fall in love with you, but now you are starting to want to indulge, right? Lin Man sneered. Mrs. Bo, what do you think? It's all your business. It has nothing to do with me. Did you come to me today just to scold me? You. Heemin closed her eyes, took a deep breath and said, Lin Man, if you continue to make trouble like this, it will only make Bo Mohan really divorce you in anger. Although the project is important, 10 billion is not so important in Bo's opinion. If he gives up in anger, you have no way back. Don't blame me for not reminding you to leave Bo's collection. Tuan, do you think you can still go back to Li's house? Lin Nan pulled her lips. I never planned to go back to Li's house, so Mrs. Bo didn't have to remind me how hard it was. In the past few years, Heemin has seen Lin Nan hit her back for the first time. She was so angry that she didn't choose what to say. Do you think you can make Fu Jingyan really hold you in the palm of your hand with a face? After your divorce, he won't look at you again. There are many good-looking women. Why does he need a pair of rotten shoes? Chapter 53 put her against the wall. Jiang Ro was completely angry this time. Heemin, look at what you're talking about. Get out of the floor. Heemin frowned. This time, she also disobeyed Jiang Ro and said to Lin Nan with a calm face, Lin Nan, no matter how ugly it is, you don't need to say it yourself. I only give you two choices now. Lin Nan raised her eyebrows and said, come and listen. The careless voice made Heemin more angry, but she believed that after saying it, Lin Nan should panic. First, divorce completely. In the future, you and the Bo family will be strangers. The Bo family will not give you half of the alms. No, needless to say, I will choose this one. Lin interrupted her very dashingly, and Heemin almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Nan hooked her lips slightly and stopped looking at Heemin. She said to Jiang Ro, Grandma, it's getting early, and I don't plan to stay. Go to bed early. Jiang Ro nodded quickly. Good boy, be careful on the way back. Lin Nan, go to the media to apologize now. And it shows that today is just a prank of you. It has nothing to do with Bo. You didn't divorce. Lin raised her eyebrows. This was her second request just now. Lin couldn't help laughing. Mrs. Bo, didn't you just ask me to choose? Why, now let me apologize instead. I tried my best to get a divorce today. How can I leave if I apologize? You. Lin Nan got up with a smile. Mrs. Bo, I hope we will never see each other again in this life. In the past, I respected you as an elder and tolerated everywhere, but in the future. She smiled leisurely and said casually. Lin N. Jiang Ro sighed. She was in trouble on both sides. In the end, she watched Lin Nan explain again and be careful on the road. Lin Meng nodded and turned around and left this time. She knows that it is also difficult for grandma to do it. Although she sympathizes with herself, it is the Bo group that is affected today. But, who would have thought that as soon as she opened the door, she saw the figure standing at the door. The man's cold eyes made Ling's back subconsciously cold. She unconsciously took a step back and gave way for him. As soon as Min saw her son, her mood finally eased a little, but she still said angrily, "Bo Mohang, take charge of Ling." She spoke back to me. "Isn't it enough for you two to make a well-known scandal? This time, you must ask Ling to apologize. You two get out of here to discuss." Jiang Ro. She sighed and didn't intend to make up. Anyway, it's already bad no matter how you do it. After seeing Ling, Bo Mohang did not move at all. His sharp eyes always fell on Ling's cheeks. Seeing that she was unmoved and mocked the way she raised her lips, he immediately dragged the person out with a calm face. Ling's body was involuntarily taken out by him. Her face changed and she let go. But Bo Mohang didn't seem to hear it. He pulled Ling to a deserted place and shook her away. Ling staggered and stabilized several times before she fell down. She frowned. There was something wrong. Just a few words, she didn't bother to say anything else, so she turned around and left. Ling. Bo Mu's cold voice came from behind, but Ling didn't stop. Bo Mohang's gloomy face was about to drip water. He followed Ling in a few steps and grabbed her arm again. Before Ling could react, he had pressed her against the wall. Chapter 54 is this revenge on the Bo family. He put his hands on both sides of her body, and at the same time, he also controlled her wrist with one hand. The two of them are close at hand, and they can feel each other's breathing. Ling's face changed greatly and she struggled quickly, but the strength of men and women was very different, and the ending could be imagined. Ling gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Bo Mohang, what on earth are you going to do? What is your family going to do? What to do?" Bo Mohang's voice was cold, and his gloomy eyes kept staring at her, eager to strangle her alive in the next moment. "No matter what the Bo family does, you can do the best. You asked me for divorce at the banquet. Ling, you can really think of it." Ling sneered. She looked up at the man, but she didn't expect that because the distance was too close, she directly kissed the tip of his nose, and both of them trembled. Ling quickly turned her head and didn't dare to get too close to him. She took a breath to calm down. "Bo Mohang, I remember that what you hated most before was that we were so close. Why, when you were going to divorce, did you rekindle your old feelings for me?" Bang! Ling was thrown to the ground by Bo Mohang, and he wiped the tip of his nose with his hand in disgust. "The old love is rekindled. Even if I fall in love with a dog, I won't fall in love with you." The severe pain spread all over the body, but the more sober Ling became. Previously, what she thought was that even if she helped Fu Jingyan fight a lawsuit against Bo Mohang, she would show mercy, that is, let Bo Mohang return the project to Fu Jingyan, but now, she not only wants Bo Mohang to return, but also Bo Mohang to compensate. Anyway, other people are stupid and have a lot of money, but he never is short of these things. Ling endured the severe pain and got up and said calmly, "I'm relieved that you think so, otherwise I'm afraid to bear the point you hated the most before." Bo Mohang didn't understand for a moment and didn't say anything. Ling explained tirelessly that, like before, like a dogskin plaster, he has been pestering you. Although he doesn't know what kind of experience it is, you must be very annoyed, so I know that Mr. Bo must know the truth of not doing what he doesn't want to do to others. Bo Mohang was laughed angrily. "Do you think I will haunt you all the time?" Ling shook her head. "No, it's my narcissism and misunderstanding. Mr. Bo, this is still the time you set. Tomorrow is 9 o'clock. Don't forget to bring your ID." Ling left after saying that, but Bo Mohang suddenly said in a low voice, "If you are willing to apologize publicly to the media, I can give you 10 points for this project." 10. Ling seemed to stop in surprise. Seeing that he hated his greedy vanity in his eyes, she smiled and said, "I think your money is dirty. Even if you give it all to me, I won't ask for a penny. Mr. Bo, if you don't want to be laughed at by the whole country, remember to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." This time, Ling didn't want to hear another word from the man and walked away directly. Bo Mohang stood still and stared at her back until completely disappeared. Maybe he didn't come back for a long time. Min chased her out with some worry. When she found that there was only her son, her face changed slightly. Where was that woman? Bo Mohang pursed his lips and said nothing. Min's bad premonition rose in an instant. "Is she really determined to divorce you this time?" Bo Mohang still didn't say anything, but he was silent, which was considered to be acquiescence. Min's face suddenly became extremely ugly. "Ling is really good. Open divorce at this stage is revenge for the Bo family, isn't it?" Chapter 55 3 Years of Shackles. Bo Mohang didn't say anything and walked out. Min immediately pulled Bo Mohang and Muhai. Bo Mohang stopped. "What else was the matter? Do you really want to divorce her?" Bo Mohang looked calm. "It's so big today. If I don't leave, I will be everyone's laughing stock." How can we talk about business in the future? He Ming's face is very ugly, so you have to give up the project in front of you. Bo Mu sneered in the cold, and Fu Jingyan sat down to collect the benefits of the fisherman. Although this project has nothing to do with whether the couple is harmonious or not, Bo Moha's previous reputation was not good. If he knew that he was divorced at this time, he would be suspected a lot, and his character ability would be questioned. But Fu Jingyan is different. Although he has been careful, he is still single now. And Bo Mohan, even those who have a heart can see that Lin Yojing's reason led to their divorce. There are two truths between cheating in marriage and being single. He Min gritted her teeth. Damn Lin Ang. No, this matter can't be just like this. Mom. Bo Moha's voice was very deep. Seeing that He Min still had to speak, he said coldly, this is the end of this matter. The Bo family does not need such cooperation, and the divorce may not lose to Fu Jingyan. He Min opened her lips. Although she was sometimes too much, she still obeyed her son's words. Seeing that he was determined to give up, He Min had to stop looking for Lin Ang. I still have something to do. I'm leaving. Go to bed early. He Min looked at the back of Bo Moha's departure and wrote another note to Lin En in his heart. When Lin En came home again, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. She cleaned up and lay on the bed. But maybe because she has something important to do tomorrow, she tossed and turned in bed. Just when I was half asleep and half awake, the morning alarm had already rang. Lin En opened her eyes in a daze, and her head hurt so much. She lay down with her eyes closed for a while before she woke up. Washing, having breakfast, putting on makeup, changing clothes, a series of processes were not delayed. After going out, she turned into the delicate Lin. Some of the bruises under her have been covered by her with foundation. When Bo Mohan arrived at 9 o'clock, he saw Lin En, who looked very good. He instantly felt that his heart was blocked. Lin En hooked her lips slightly. Morning too, has Mr. Bo had breakfast? I didn't eat. Will you cook it for me? Bo Mohan sarcastically and openly. Lin En smiled lightly. My cousin will do it for you. Without saying a word, Bo Mohan walked inwards. There are still many people who have obtained certificates from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Maybe some paparazzi are also waiting in the dark. After all, the president of Buzz Group has divorced. That's a big deal. They are all waiting to know some news. High-ranking figures, after entering, can naturally open a path. After the two go in, they begin to file for divorce. Seeing Lin En pick up the pen and sign without hesitation, the blue veins on Bo Moha's forehead jumped several times. He pursed his lips, said nothing, and signed. The salesman who handled the divorce for them was also trembling. This matter was so big that many people had heard of it, so everyone knows that Mr. Bo may be in a bad mood, for fear that he would provoke Bo Mohan if he took a wrong breath. Who dares to do the thing of the dragon's beard at this kinction? Until all the formalities were completed and the divorce certificate was completely issued, Lin En's slightly tense face finally showed a smile. She held the divorce certificate in her hand like a treasure. After 3 years of shackles, she was finally liberated. Chapter 56 don't have the same insight as her. Lin En got up and looked at Bo Mohan beside her. She smiled and said, goodbye, Mr. Bo. This goodbye seems to express the emotion of never seeing again. Bo Mu smiled coldly, stopped looking at her, and walked out directly. But as soon as he went out, his steps stopped. Lin almost hit his back. As soon as she raised her eyes, she saw the scene of Fu Jingyan leaning against the wall and waiting for people with his hands in his trouser pockets. Lin En's eyes flashed slightly. Why did he come? Fu Jingyan smiled. Mr. Bo, see you again. Bo Moha's face was even more ugly. He looked at him coldly. Mr. Fu, Feng Da didn't hurt himself. This has been reminded. Fu Jingyan doesn't mind. It doesn't matter. I'm strong. Bo Mu smiled coldly and turned away. Fu Jingyan looked at Lin En, and the smile in his eyes was mixed with pampering. Congratulations on being single again. Lin's eyes moved slightly, and she put the divorce certificate in her bag. Thank you. She knew that Fu Jingyan came here, but she was just here to add a fire. Seeing that the two of them were really divorced, he was relieved, and secondly, he was angry and cold. If the opponent is doing well, it is all disrespectful to oneself. Fu Jingyan approached Lin En. What did he want to eat? Lin En shook her head. I had already eaten before I went out. Thank you, Mr. Fu, for your kindness. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows and didn't force her. He just said softly, are you going home or where are you going? I'll send you. Lin En pursed her lips and wanted to refuse. Fu Jingyan had grabbed her wrist and stuffed her into the co-pilot. Looking at Lin En, he still wanted to get out of the car. He stood in front of her and looked at him with a smile. With me, you don't have to have any pressure, and don't feel that I'm taking advantage of you everywhere. Behind the use, there is also true feelings, isn't there? Lin En smiled. Mr. Fu is really good at joking. True love is the least valuable thing in the world. Through these 3 years, she has seen it and believes that she should not believe in love in anything. Maybe others have true love, but these words will not happen to her in the future. Seeing that she no longer wanted to get out of the car, Fu Jingyan closed the door for her and returned to the main driver. Where are you going? Fu Jingyan turned on the engine, hung up the gear, and drove forward. Lin was just about to talk when her mobile phone suddenly rang. As soon as she saw that it was Grandma's call, her eyes moved slightly and she finally picked it up. Grandma. Oh man, you too. Lin pursed her lips and left. Well. Jiang Ro couldn't help sighing. It's okay to leave, so you can save you from continuing to live such an aggrieved life. Don't worry, Grandma will find the best man for you. I will definitely find a man who is 100 times stronger than Bomohang and knows how to love his wife. Lin couldn't help laughing. Grandma, no, I don't have those ideas for the time being. Please don't bother me anymore. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly heard he means raw. What, Lin really divorced you? But listening to the tone, it should be her call to Bomohang. Jiang Ro quickly covered the microphone and said helplessly, well, Grandma knows that you have been wronged in this matter, and he Min is that kind of temperament. You don't have the same insight as her. Lin heard her grandmother walk while saying that she should be going to the bathroom or going back to her room. Then, Lin heard her grandmother's words, which actually made her feel guilty. Chapter 57. It's better to break than bend. Money, money, money. There is only money in their eyes. Is money that important? I can't wait for Bo to go bankrupt now. It's still the warm life without money in the past. Your grandfather didn't have this kind of personality before. But now. Oh, it's all changed, it's changed. Lin's eyes moved slightly. Grandma. Oh, I missed such a good granddaughter-in-law. Grandma is sad. Lin smiled. Grandma, I'm still your granddaughter, aren't I? Yes, my own granddaughter. I don't want them in the future. Lin coaxed the old lady for a while, and then the two hung up the phone. In the past, she often heard her grandmother complain that the Bo family was so rich that it changed people's hearts. She said several times that she didn't want the Bo family to be so rich. So next. Lin's eyes fluctuated a little. Fu Jingyan turned his eyes to look at her and suddenly wanted to eat the braised pork you made. Can I have dinner at your house at noon? Lin immediately returned to her senses. She looked at Fu Jingyan and saw a soft smile on the corners of his lips and looked ahead. She couldn't help saying, in fact, now that Bomohang and I are divorced, we have completed what you have to do. I will still fight for you about the follow-up litigation. Mr. Fu is so close to me, but there are other purposes. There was a red light at the intersection. Fu Jingyan just stepped on the brake and took off the gear. He turned his eyes and looked at Lin. I just told you that behind the use is the truth. Why don't you believe it? Lin curled her lips. Mr. Fu was famous, like thunder. How dare I, little swallow, disturb Hongyu? Fu Jingyan. He shook his head helplessly. Before, he thought you were generous, decent, smart and sensible, but now it seems that you have more personality. For example, her pride should not be trampled on repeatedly, and divorce is simpler than anyone else. There is no drag at all, which is what he appreciates. Lin's eyes were comfortable. Watching the red light turn into a green light, she said calmly, I prefer our relationship to be over, and I don't want to cause trouble to myself because of Mr. Fu. Trouble? Fu Jingyan looked at her. Are you talking about Bo Mohang? Lin said indifferently, I'm divorced. What do I care about him? I was worried that one day I would be pulled into the pit by Ying Yang next to Mr. Fu without knowing it. Fu Jingyan couldn't help laughing. No. Looking at the car in front of him, he hung up gear and the car moved forward slowly. He said softly, I will protect you. Since you are single, I have the right to pursue you. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched. No, I can't bear it. The car slowly went to her house. Lin leaned on the back of the chair and turned her head to look at the traffic outside, and her eyes were a little relaxed. In the past, he came and went, as if he was doing something in a hurry. But today, she can actually look at the outside world seriously. From then on, she will not be restricted by the Bo family. She is no longer Mrs. Bo and can be herself again. She is Lin's family. Lin Youqing's family of 3 has been sitting in the living room waiting for the phone call. They looked tense, as if they were a little worried. Lin Yitang frowned. Can they really get a divorce? After all, it is Bo's no tie now. Even if Bo Moha looks down on Lin, he will wait until the contract is finalized, right? Lin Youqing smiled. You didn't see what happened at yesterday's banquet. Dad, what room is there for this kind of thing? Zhou Yoli also nodded and said sarcastically, that's right, husband, you are thinking nonsense every day. Yesterday, I heard from the servant of the Bo family that He Min wanted to ask Lin to apologize, but Lin was proud and would rather bend. If she doesn't apologize, there would be no room for this matter to be saved and must be divorced. Lin Youqing nodded with a smile. Mom is right. Lin Yitang frowned and always felt that things were not reliable, and in a breath, the phone suddenly rang. Chapter 58. The Bereaved Dog. Lin Youqing immediately got up and picked up the phone. She didn't say anything. The other party had finished reporting, and the smile on Lin Youqing's lips suddenly became a little more. I know. After saying that, she hung up the phone and looked at her parents with a smile. Zhou Yoli was extremely surprised. Did it become? Lin Youqing nodded with a smile. Yes, she has already left. Lin Yitang was also very surprised. What a rich family, a contract of 10 billion. If you say no, don't you want it? Lin Youqing smiled. It doesn't matter. The point is that I can get married soon. Bo Muhan has always been very good to me, and his grandfather and mother also like me very much. Zhou Yoli nodded with a smile. That's natural. We are so excellent. This is what I have cultivated with my own hands. It is elegant and noble, generous and decent, and also very smart. Who doesn't like it? Lin Yitang laughed. That's right. It's just that Dad didn't work hard enough before, which delayed your mother for a long time, otherwise the person who married into the Bo family would not be Lin Among. Lin Youqing smiled and shook her head. That's not a father. If it hadn't been through this incident, how could Bo Muhan's feelings for me deepen? And how can the Bo family be so grateful to me? Zhou Yoli nodded. That's right, it proves that everything we have is bittersweet. Besides, it's too late for us to rely on her father, and it always takes a lot of time to steal his property. Lin Youqing sat in the middle of the couple. She held the hands of the two people on her knees with both hands and put their hands together. Lin Youqing smiled gently. Anyway, our family will not be violated by others if we are tied into a rope. Moreover, the Bo family also needs the cooperation of our Lin family. My marriage with Bo Muhan and I is standing. Don't pour it. Lin Yitang nodded. You're right. Dad won't let you suffer a little injustice. Now that he has just divorced, I can't mention it, but don't worry, I will communicate with Mr. Bo for a while and let Bo Muhan marry you. Lin Youqing nodded gratefully. Thank you, Dad. You girl, why are you so polite to the family? Because of a divorce, the whole media was shocked. Now it is widely publicized on the internet that Bo Muhan and Lin Nan, a model couple of love, have divorced. Lin Nan looked through the comments inside, and her eyes were full of self-deprecation. The little bird eager for love, woo-woo. Their relationship is so good. I used to think that love is a rather ethereal thing, but when I saw them, I believed in love, but how could they? Divorce. I don't believe in love anymore. Swallow the sky in one bite, believe in love. There is such a thing as love, it depends on whether you are qualified to get it or not. And where does the love between these rich family come from? Marriage and divorce are just for the benefit of getting together and breaking up. Are you really stupid? Charming eyes, I believe. I have always been a die-hard fan of Lin Ying. But now that she is divorced, I'm so sad. Why did Mr. Bo divorce such a beautiful woman? I don't think there is a woman more beautiful than N in the world. And N is so easygoing. Mr. Bo will definitely regret it. Life and death power, wake up. Lin Ying's father died, her uncle took over the family business, and Lin Youqing was also the life-saving benefactor of a certain president and became a fragrant bun. What else is Lin Ying but it's just a bereaved dog? What's the use of being good-looking? In 10 years, a new beauty will grow up. What's the matter with her? Comments one after another, just as Lin Ying was about to continue flipping, her mobile phone was suddenly stolen. Chapter 59. It's not that person again. Lin subconsciously raised her head and looked at the man beside her. At this moment, the car has stopped. Fu Jingyan looked at her with a smile. There were some unnutritious things on the internet. If you feel uncomfortable, I can take you to a place. Lin smiled lightly. I'm not sad. I'm just observing the current situation to see if I'll be smashed when I go out. Fu Jingyan stared at her and said nothing. Lin Ying took the mobile phone back from his hand and said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Fu, for sending me back. When the court starts, Mr. Fu will inform me again. See you later. After saying that, she got out of the car and watched her close the door and enter the unit door. He didn't move. The mobile phone suddenly rang, and Fu Jingyan picked it up. Mr. Fu, they are divorced. So, can we start the plan? Lin Ying's figure could no longer be seen. He withdrew his eyes and said lightly, Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer? The assistant looked puzzled. Mr. Fu, Country A Group China, this cooperation has begun. Bo Muhan is obviously not in the consideration of the other party. If we don't hurry up, we may be ahead of the people of their own country. Fu Jingyan looked calm. If Bo Muhan was so careless, he would not be my opponent. The assistant was stunned. Wait for my notice. After saying that, Fu Jingyan hung up the phone. He glanced at the unit door again, and then withdrew his eyes and drove away. Bo's group. The atmosphere in the conference room is unprecedentedly low. Everyone didn't dare to show their anger, for fear of angering Bo Muhan. Everyone can feel how gloomy Bo Muhan's face is without looking at it. Who would have thought that Bo Tai? No, that Lin Ying is so ignorant of good and evil. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to dump their president. This signing with Group A can be negotiated in sight. As a result, the people of Group A suddenly called today and said they wanted to take a look again. If you don't sign them, you may turn around and go to Fu's group. If you lose this cooperation, what a shame. Bonmohan's face was gloomy, and his voice was cold. Let all of you change the plan. Is this the plan you wrote? The employees were covered with cold sweat on their foreheads, especially those who were sitting near Bonmohan, who were even more restless. They looked flustered. Mr. Bo, this. Bonmohan looked cold. I only give you 1 day. If you can't finalize it again, get out of here. After saying that, Bonmohan got up directly and strode away. It was not until the door of the conference room was completely closed that those tense employees breathed a sigh of relief, but the oppressive atmosphere in the room seemed to have not dissipated. Everyone did not dare to say anything. They got up one by one to clean up the documents on the table and left in an orderly manner. This time, they didn't even dare to talk, let alone complain. The whole Buzz group is about to be crushed by this atmosphere. And the owner, who makes them so nervous, is cooking delicious food leisurely at home. Mu Shan swayed beside her, and her eyes were full of excitement. Well, your cooking is really getting better and better. Will you cook for me in the future? I really want to eat it. Eat. Ling Nguyen smiled at the corner of her lips. She, who was divorced, now feels that life is really easy. The doorbell suddenly rang, which made Mu Shan's face change. It must be that person again. Chapter 60 Loss. Ling Nguyen frowned slightly and said nothing. Mu Shan said softly, I went to open the door, but I didn't know who it would be. It may be Fu Jingyan who eats a meal, or it may be Bonmohan who is furious. Mu Shan was afraid that Ling Nen would be bullied when she opened the door, so she decided to open the door. The door was opened directly to her, but when she saw an office, she was surprised. You. Is this Anna's home? So Miao smiled softly on her lips. Mu Shan nodded subconsciously. Yes, but you, aren't you that miss? So Miao smiled. Do you know me? Of course I know. The person I admire most is the iris. Mu Shan looked a little excited. Are you and Nan good friends? So Miao's eyes flashed, and she nodded with a smile. Yes. Mu Shan quickly got out of the way. Iris is the object she admires most, and her assistant Su Miao is also a person who can stand alone. But she is not self-reliant. She has been cooperating with Iris all the time. She likes both of them very much. Su Miao smelled the aroma of the room and was a little surprised. I actually caught up with the mealtime. In fact, she is really not here to make a living. She works so much, and she eats irregularly. Ling Nguyen hooked her lips slightly and said, sit down first. It's almost time for dinner. She has given So Miao the address. It is not surprising that So Miao came. She should have come to the door for something. Several people had dinner together. Because of So Miao's arrival, Mu She's curiosity was awakened again. She looked at Ling Nguyen with doubt. How did you and Sister So know each other? Why didn't you introduce it to me earlier? Sister So, just now, she called So Miao for Miss So, but after a while, the two of them had become familiar. Ling Nguyen hooked her lips slightly. Coincidentally. This is not a lie. At the beginning, the two of them did cooperate by coincidence. Oh, it's too late to meet. Mu Shan looked heartbroken. So Miao was happy and looked at Ling Nguyen. How did you know such a living treasure? Although Ling Nguyen and they have been friends for several years, the three of them have not met together. Ling Nguyen smiled and said that she had made an appointment with her in the previous life. Ha 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 ha, I love to hear this. Mu Shan was very satisfied. She looked at So Miao again. Sister So, I like you and Iris very much. Can you give me your autograph? And Mu Shan coughed lightly with some embarrassment. For the sake of being friends with Nguyen, can Sister So help me get an Iris's signature? So Miao glanced at Ling Nguyen and smiled, which may depend on Iris's mood. After all, I can't force her to do anything. Mu Shan was suddenly a little lost. This. Ling Nguyen's eyes moved slightly and looked at Mu Shan's voice. After a while, you will know Iris. I didn't say it before, in order to keep a low profile and cause unnecessary trouble. Now I don't say it, not to keep a low profile, but just in case. In this case, she must let Bonmohan lose completely. Huh? Mu Shan looked confused. The main reason was that these words came from Ling Nguyen's mouth. What do you mean? She looked at So Miao again. So Miao smiled. Yes, you will know Iris after a while. I will introduce it to you. Mu Shan almost jumped up with joy. Really? Chapter 61, Searing the Beauty. So Miao smiled, of course. Wow. Mu Shan was so happy that she almost jumped up and cheered. Ling Nguyen's eyes paused slightly, and there seemed to be a little guilt in her eyes. Mu Shan was her best friend, but Mu Shan never knew about it. If she knew what happened today, would she resent herself? Ling Nguyen's eyes were complicated, but in the end, she pursed her lips and didn't tell her. Suyan is the proud son of heaven and an elite lawyer. Although she thinks she can win the case, if Suyan knows in advance that Fu Jingyan has hired an Iris, she will definitely try her best. At that time, there may be some trouble. It happened that Suyan and Mu Shun still had contact. The atmosphere between the two was quite strange. Lin Len didn't ask much, but she had to guard against it. She was worried that Mu Shun would accidentally blurt out and be known by Suyan. She knew that Shin Shi would not betray her, but she was afraid that the way of expression was different and let the other party know something. After being excited, Mu Shen turned her eyes to Lin Len. Man, you used to be a full-time wife at home. Now that you are divorced, do you have any plans? Lin Len ate casually. After swallowing, she said freely, follow Sister Su and go to her place to find some jobs first. Wow. Then you will see the Iris soon. Lin Len. Seeing her, I didn't know what to say for a moment. Su Miao smiled. Iris was very busy, Shenlong didn't see me, and I rarely saw her. Well, Mu Shun still wants to take this opportunity to go to the company. She can only give up when she says so. The next day, Lin really went to the law firm. This lawyer's office was established in the name of Su Miao, and there are also many lawyers here, and the atmosphere is relatively harmonious. Lin En's sudden appearance was a sensational. Everyone unconsciously looked at Lin En. Today, she is dressed in formal clothes and looks heroic. In addition, her pretty face is more eye-catching. Of course. The most important thing is her current identity, Mr. Bo's ex-wife. Su Miao looked down in front of everyone and said freely, everyone, this is Lin En, and he will be everyone's colleague in the future. One of the lawyers quickly clapped his hands and welcomed Lawyer Lin. Others also quickly applauded, but their eyes were different when they looked at Lin En. Some people are plain and don't care about her identity. They just want to do their own essence. Some people are a little new and want to gossip about her in person. After all, everything in the past few days has been so sensational that the stars in the entertainment industry don't know how to hate her. Of course, there are also people who disdain her and think that she is not a serious lawyer at all. She just finds a job casually and hangs around. It looks like she has a high-ranking profession. She may not know how to harm men outside. Lin Len just smiled at everyone. Hello, everyone. Please take care of me in the future. The smile on the corners of her mouth is faint, but it is so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off. Some men open their mouths directly, which should be. It's our duty to serve beautiful women. Lin En smiled lightly and didn't answer. Su Miao said to the crowd, well, everyone, go on your business, little. Well, come with me. Chapter 62 Thunderous and Fierce. She was used to calling her little Iris, but suddenly she had to change her words. Su Miao was still a little uncomfortable. Lin En nodded, and in the eyes of everyone, the two walked inside together. Many male compatriots are still looking at Lin En's back. The man who had just talked to Lin En put his hands in his trouser pockets and leaned in front of the computer desk. He always felt that he could wear a little evil in a black formal dress. There is a black mole on the right side of his handsome face, which not only does not add to the ugliness, but also makes him look more attractive. He just turned 28 yesterday and is still single, but he is a little slut. I don't know how many girlfriends he has had. She looked at Lin En's back and couldn't help admiring, the woman who can be Mr. Bo is really extraordinary. When I looked at her on camera before, I thought she was very beautiful. Now when I see her, I feel more beautiful than in the camera. Just opposite him, there is a woman standing. She has always hated the man's heart, but she can't help but be moved by his appearance. I heard him say goodbye. The woman couldn't help laughing sarcastically. Ching Fong, he has already divorced, and he can't rely on Mr. Bo. You don't have to lick like this, do you? Ching Fong frowned, glanced at Nie Qing, and sighed helplessly. How can this be called licking? Can't you see my appreciation for her? Of course, such a beautiful woman will hurt in the palm of her hand. The other employees took a look at the two of them, and no one said anything. These two people were like enemies. Everyone could see that the concubine had feelings and the husband had no intention. Nie Qing sneered. Mr. Bo doesn't want her, isn't it because she can't do it? Didn't you see that Hongxing has come out of the wall before the divorce? How dare you hold it up like this? That's my business. Work, work. I still have a case to go to court tomorrow, so I have to prepare again today. After saying that, he really sat down to deal with the work. Ching Fang's personality was relatively fierce, but his performance ability was excellent. The lawyers who work in lawyer Su Miao's office are all outstanding, and you can stand alone if you choose any one. Su Miao's requirements for applying for a lawyer are very high. Now, everyone has to doubt Lin En. Did she really rely on her ability? On the basis that Su Miao is a woman, I'm afraid everyone will suspect that Lin En came in by some special means. In everyone's discussion, a whole morning had passed, but Lin En had never come out, and even had been in Su Miao's office all the time. Everyone was suddenly very confused. Nie Qing looked inside several times and couldn't hold back. She looked at the door of Su Miao's office and wondered, what's going on? Why did Lin En go in for so long? Maybe she just came here today. The boss has a lot of processes to explain. At this moment, Lin Yongman is sitting opposite So Miao. As long as he is in the law, everyone in the office knows that there are 2 computers in So Miao's office, but she has never used only one. The other one is like a taboo, and no one is allowed to touch it. But Lin Yongman is open now. The door of the office is pasted with flower paper, and the people outside can't see the situation inside at all. So Miao sighed, as if sighing, for so long, you don't know how much dust has accumulated on your computer. You can be turned on today. Lin Yongman's eyes flashed with guilt, and it was my dereliction of duty. Chapter 63. I dare not even have such a dream. So Miao frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? Moreover, being a lawyer has never been your job. You can still do what you want to do now, as long as you come back occasionally. Lin Yongman smiled. I will always be here and work safe in the near future. Puff. So Miao couldn't help laughing out loud. Do you want to protect yourself? Why do these words sound so awkward to me? Lin Yongman just smiled and said nothing. So Miao hooked her lips slightly. All right, you can work first. I have some personal business to go out. Okay. After So Miao left, Lin Yongman began to work formally. Although she was sure to win this lawsuit and she had memorized every law of the country, she still found some information to read. Outside, after seeing So Miao leave, Lin Yongman hadn't come out yet. Everyone was even more confused. What's the situation? Why is Lin Yongman still here? In a flash, it was noon, and it was time for the lawyers to go to dinner after work. Everyone unconsciously looked at So Miao's office to see when that person would come out. But inside, there has been no movement. Instead, a figure came in from the main gate. The handsome man was angry, and there was still a humble smile on the corners of his mouth. All the lawyers were dumbfounded. Well, isn't this one? That one. These are all characters that can only be seen on TV. Can we see them all at once today? What are you kidding me? Everyone, look at me, and I look at you. Fu Jingyan didn't feel anything. There were only 6 lawyers in the hall, and there were no extra desks and chairs. He asked very freely, excuse me, have you seen Lin Yongman? Nie Qing sneered coldly from the bottom of her heart. She glanced at Qing Feng on the opposite side with disdain and whispered, how about it? I'll say it. These 2 people must have JQ, otherwise, why did they run to the company to find someone? Nie Qing pointed directly. She is in the boss's office. I'll call him for you. It's not her attentiveness, but the boss's office, which is not inconvenient for others to come in. Fu Jingyan nodded and smiled gently. Thank you very much. Nie Qing's eyes were a little fluttered by his smile, and the other 2 female lawyers were also in a trance. Fu Jingyan is really handsome. Is the quality of the current camera so poor? Why can't the camera compare with the current one? Lin Yongman had been focusing on her work. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door. She turned her head and heard Nie Qing's slightly dissatisfied voice. Lawyer Ling, Mr. Fu came to you. Lin Yongman's eyes moved slightly, as if she was a little surprised by his appearance, but she still responded and put down the pen in her hand and walked out. The other lawyers haven't left yet, as if they still want to see the contact between the 2 of them. Seeing Fu Jingyan, Lin Yongman was a little confused, but she still walked to him. Why are you here? Fu Jingyan hooked his lips slightly and went out to say. Lin Yongman stepped forward, and Fu Jingyan followed her gentlemanly. The lawyers in the room were envious one by one. Oh, I envy her so much. She is beautiful and in good shape. Her former husband was the president of Bo's group. Now he is divorced and has a new suitor. He is actually the president of Fu's group. I dare not even have such a dream. Wu Xiaoyan pouted and said a lot, so she could only continue to pack up the documents bitterly. Chapter 64. Reject me like this. Nie Qing glanced at her, as if hatred was not made of steel. What nonsense are you talking about? In this world, women still have to have their own ability, otherwise when they get married in the future, they may encounter some kind of troubles. Qing Feng looked at Nie Qing speechlessly. I said, do you, a woman, have a little problem with your 3 views? Women are mainly career-oriented, which means that women are strong, but it does not mean that others must take advantage of men. Lawyer Ling also has his own career. Don't wear colored glasses to look at people. You. Nie Qing was angry, but Qing Feng had already picked up his mobile phone and went out. As for Lin Yongman, he has gone out with Fu Jingyan at this moment. Lin looked at him. What's the matter with you? It's true that I have something to do. Let's go to dinner first. Lin Yongman frowned slightly. I'm not hungry yet. You'd better talk here. Not being hungry doesn't mean not eating. It's not because you're hungry that you should eat. If it goes on like this, it will be bad for your health. Lin Yongman raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a smile. Is Mr. Fu so healthy? Fu Jingyan nodded freely. That's right, and I'm also a little hungry. What I want to tell you this time is indeed a lawsuit with Bo, which is very important. Lin frowned. You said the same thing last time. But he didn't say much to her. She always felt that he was deceiving her to go out for dinner. Fu Jingyan smiled and promised not to lie to you this time. Let's chat while eating. Lin hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. All right, wait for me. After Lin Nen finished speaking, he walked back and found that Niexing's calm face was very unwanted to see him. Lin Men was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. He took his mobile phone and walked out. After getting in the car, Fu Jingyan looked at Lin Men leaning on the back of the chair and playing with her mobile phone. He raised his eyebrows, slowly approached her, and pulled the seat belt for her. The sudden approach made Lin En stiff. She reacted and quickly grabbed the seat belt. I'll do it myself. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows and rejected me so much. There are differences between men and women. Lin Men lowered her head, fastened her seat belt and put down her mobile phone. She was just sending a message to Saw Miao. Fu Jingyan smiled. We are both single now. Singles can have a good word for singles. Mr. Fu, don't make such a joke. Lin Men obviously doesn't want to continue to discuss this topic with him, and she doesn't believe it either. Fu Jingyan's words have always been half true or false, and she often tests her. Although she thinks this is a normal test, it does not mean that she will like it and is willing to accept it. So she won't marry such a dangerous man. She doesn't believe that love is not fake. It is very likely that she will get married for something in the future, so she will not choose Fu Jingyan because this man is too dangerous. He was driving, and Lin didn't ask him what he wanted to say now. It was not until he arrived at the place that Fu Jingyan said softly, "You go in first. I'll park the car and come over. Just go in and mention my name." Lin Men nodded and got out of the car. It's just that. There are always countless coincidences. As soon as she walked in, she found several women standing in the hall, all of whom surrounded one person and regarded her as the focus. Lin Men's eyes were slightly cold and she didn't want to pay attention to her, but Lin Youxing found her with the tip of her eyes and immediately smiled and said, "No." Chapter 65. If you ask me to give way, I will give way. Lin Men paused slightly and turned her eyes to look at her, looking indifferent as if she didn't know her. Lin Youxing's other friends frowned and naturally knew who she was, but everyone was very unhappy when they saw her now. Lin Youxing strode towards Lin Nen and said unexpectedly, "Nan, what a coincidence, who are you coming to have dinner with? If we know each other, it's better to be together." Lin Men couldn't help sneering from the bottom of her heart. This is what makes Lin Youxing bright. Even if she hates someone, she will never show it. On the contrary, she is elegant and generous, making others think that she is a goddess. She is infinitely tolerant of anyone, and her dignity and elegance makes many people think that she has an excellent personality. Coupled with her background, many people want to make friends with her. Now, knowing that Lin Youxing has a relationship with Bo Mohan, those friends can't help but want to platter. Lin looked at her indifferently. It was interesting to ask knowingly. Lin Youxing was a little surprised. She was not unhappy at all, but seemed to be thinking, well, what do you mean by that? Is your friend familiar to me? Bai Jie was the first one who couldn't get used to Lin Nan, and immediately said displeasedly, "Lin Nan, what do you mean? Youxing kindly invited you to have dinner with you, but you said something so unpleasant. The person Mr. Bo likes is not you, but you are incompetent. Do you still want to blame Youxing for this matter?" The smile on Lin Youxing's mouth was slightly stiff. She quickly looked at Bai Jie, which was not what you thought. Men just felt a little uncomfortable now. She will get better after a while. The relationship between An and I have been very good since I was a child. Don't get me wrong. Bai Jie frowned, as if to fight for Lin Youxing. Youxing, you are too kind-hearted. You regard her as your own sister, but she once regarded you as your sister. Why are you always so careless? You will suffer if you do this in the future. Lin Youxing suddenly laughed helplessly. How can you say so seriously? For strangers, I must take precautions, but Nan is my sister. Dong Zhuohan also looked at Lin Youxing in agreement. Youxing, didn't you see what Lin Nan's attitude towards you now? You always care about family affection, but some people are destined to care about her. Even if you care about her, she will bite you in the end. Doesn't it hurt? People will always be sad. Lin Youxing frowned and said, "Don't do this. Nan is my sister." Lin En wanted to roll her eyes a little. Lin Youxing has always emphasized that she is her sister, but she have never defended myself. To put it bluntly, I have admitted my rude behavior. What kind of wolf heart and dog lung? In the past, why did she never find that Lin Youxing was so good at pretending? She didn't bother to pay attention to these people, but walked towards the waiter who had been staring at this side and didn't know when to come. But before taking the second step, Bai Jie suddenly took a step back, opened her hands in front of her, and said in a fierce voice, "Did I let you go?" Lin Men's expression was obviously a little cold. Lin Youxing quickly pulled Bai Jie. "Bai Jie, what are you doing? Let her go there quickly." Lin En didn't say anything for a long time, and her expression looked very calm. She got out of the way. "No." Bai Jie's attitude is very firm, and his eyes are full of coldness. "If you ask me to give way, I will give way. If you don't apologize to Youxing for today's matter, I will never finish with you." Chapter 66. Are you annoyed? Lin. She laughed angrily and looked directly at Lin Yojing to apologize. Lin Yojing quickly shook her head at Bai Jie and wanted to pull her away, but Lin Yojing seemed to be unable to use any strength. Bai Jie was not shaken at all. This scene made Li Nen's eyes sneer. During the marriage, you have been entangled with my ex-husband, always contacting my ex-husband in various ways, and even often sending me a bunch of intimate photos of you two. Do you deserve my apology? Everyone? How can there be such a thing? Even Lin Yojing's friends looked at her suspiciously. But the next moment, Bai Jie said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you made it up out of thin air, so we believe it?" Lin Yojing's face was a little pale. She shook her head in disbelievably. "Well, I know you are angry with me, but why do you say that about me?" At this moment, she was like disappointment and helplessness for her sister, but as an older sister, she still chose to tolerate. She sighed. "At this point, I have nothing more to say. Well, you will always be my sister. As long as you have any difficulties, you can tell me at any time, and I will do my best." Lin Ungen sneered. "People are watching. I just hope that your face will be maintained until you are old and not seen through, otherwise the higher you climb, the more miserable you will fall." Lin Yojing's face changed again, but the next moment, she sneered from the bottom of her heart. Lin Meng had no evidence to prove this. At the beginning, the WeChat messages she sent to Lin Meng were also small accounts, which could not prove her identity at all. Just as Lin Meng was about to leave, Bai Jie suddenly said coldly, "Lin Meng, your sister is so kind to you, and even gives you so much. You still have to say these unpleasant words. Are you still a person? If you don't apologize today, don't want to come to my side." As soon as she finished speaking, the door outside was suddenly opened. Lin Yojing turned her eyes and saw the man who seemed to come from the sky. He was always so handsome and mysterious, and the reserve released in her bones made her unable to stop. But the current situation is not as dignified and calm as she used to be. Just as she was about to speak, she found that the man's eyes fell on Lia's back from the moment he came in. Lin Yojing's expression was slightly stiff and she quickly opened her mouth. "Han, here you are. Please persuade Nen quickly. Nen is still angry with me." Bo Moha's expression suddenly turned cold. When Bai Jie saw this, she suddenly became more confident. She immediately said, "Li Anan, at this point, Yojing has always been thinking about you, but you want to slander the two of them, and even said such unpleasant things. Do you think Mr. Bo and Yojing can be insulted by you?" Bai Jie is very talkative and very good at picking up key points. She took both Lin Yojing and Bo Mohan with her at once, and Bo Mohan would definitely be more unhappy. Well, Bo Moha's face was obviously more gloomy. But Lin Nen didn't bother to look back at the sharp gaze behind her. She didn't want to talk here and immediately wanted to avoid her, but Bai Jie greeted her again and didn't give her this opportunity at all. Lin Nen frowned. "Are you annoyed?" "I'm annoyed." "Lin why don't you talk about how vicious you are? It was sunny just now and I was about to cry. You are not good enough and were abandoned by Mr. Bo. That's your business. Does this have to be blamed on Yojing?" Chapter 67, Where Can I Meet You? Lin Yojing was suddenly a little anxious. She quickly stepped forward and took Bai Jie's arm and looked at Lin Nen. "Nen, Bai Jie's personality is actually very good. Don't misunderstand." "Bai Jie, you should not misunderstand An." Bo Mohan suddenly sneered. He looked at Lin Nen coldly. "If you have any complaints, you can come at me." Bai Jie suddenly became very proud. Lin Nen turned her head and looked at Bo Moha's sharp eyes. She smiled. "On the day of the banquet, I had divorced Mr. Bo in front of everyone. I didn't need you to keep me. Why should I be jealous of your relationship?" Bo Moha's face was extremely ugly in an instant. He will never forget the insults on the day of the banquet. "Lin Nen, you have grown into your ability." Bo Mohan said it completely with his back teeth. Lin Nen sneered and thanked Mr. Bo. "Don't blame me for not reminding you. In the future, I just hope that I can never talk in my life, otherwise I will cause trouble. Don't blame me for not showing mercy to my subordinates." She actually said this to Lin Yojing, but her eyes fell on Bo Mohan, obviously warning him that if he wanted to protect Lin Yojing, he should really protect and manage her. Just now, Lin Yojing and others have been ignored. She thought it was all shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and she really didn't want to open her mouth. But when it came to Bo Mohan, Lin Nen turned into a thorn. Others could talk about her, but she didn't care, but as long as Bo Mohan said it, she would fight back without hesitation. After 3 years of marriage, she felt that people should live a more comfortable life. If they can't get used to anyone, they will fight back. Lin Yojing's eyes changed slightly. "Well, you still have to say a few words." Lin Nen sneered. After Bo Mohan came in, he came directly to hit her in the face. She thought it was normal, but she didn't expect to come out for a meal casually and meet her ex-husband and Xiao San again. She didn't want to pay attention to these people anymore, so she waved directly to the waiter. "Waiter." The waiter watched the excitement for a long time. When the guests came, she should have greeted them as soon as possible, but she didn't dare to go there just now, for fear of disturbing them. She came over quickly and said politely to Li Nan, "Miss Ling, did you make a reservation in advance or now?" Before he finished speaking, the main door was suddenly pushed open again. Lin Ong'en pointed casually and decided. Bo Mohan and others turned around and naturally saw Fu Jingyan coming in with a smile on his mouth. Seeing Bo Mohan, he raised his eyebrows. "Mr. Bo, what a coincidence." Bo Mohan looked cold. "It's Fu Jingyan again." His eyes were so cold that he felt like he was in the ice cellar. Several women next to Lin Youjing had a little strangeness in their eyes, and even jealousy. Why? As soon as Lin Ong'en got divorced, she actually mixed up with a dragon again. Where on earth did she get her bad luck? Bo Mu looked at Fu Jingyan coldly. "Does Mr. Fu like to pick up broken shoes that others don't want?" Lin Ong'en laughed angrily, but Fu Jingyan said with a comfortable expression, "Boy, don't understand what you always say, but I still want to thank Mr. Bo for his generosity. Otherwise, where can I meet such a good girl?" Fu Jingyan looked at several people beside Ling Youqing and said with a free look in his eyes, "Hello, a few beautiful women. And then will be the people I put in my heart in the future. Since you are good friends of Na's cousin, you should also take care of Nan, right?" Bai Jie and others' faces changed slightly, and they didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in his gourd for a moment. But the next moment, Fu Jingyan smiled again and said, "I will always keep this affection in mind, but if I know who bullied her, she will also be blocked by me." Chapter 68, I never joke with you. His words are understated, but there is obviously endless murderous intent in it. Bai Jie, who had just shouted the most, suddenly panicked at this moment, and even her face turned pale. She subconsciously looked at Lin Ong'en, but found that Lin Ong'en didn't even look at her. Bo Mu looked at Fu Jingyan coldly. Mr. Fu was so majestic. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows and protected his beloved woman. It was natural. The same was true for Mr. Bo and Ong'en's cousin. He must also understand this feeling. Ling Youqing's eyes flashed, and she subconsciously swept to Bo Mohan, but found that he was calm and didn't say a word. Lin didn't want to look at the people in front of him anymore, but said politely to the waiter, "Please take us there first." The waiter came back to his senses and quickly responded, "Oh, okay." Fu Jingyan smiled and said politely to the crowd, "I'm going with you." After saying that, he followed Ling Ong'en and walked to the private room together. Ling Youqing was a little flustered in her heart. Looking at Bo Mohan, who had been staring at Ling's back, she subconsciously said, "Hang?" Bo Mohan's face was calm and he didn't say a word. Bai Jie and others were too scared to say another word, and even had the intention to escape. The mobile phone suddenly rang, which interrupted the dull atmosphere. Bo Mohan picked up the phone and didn't know what the other party said. He looked directly at Ling Youqing. "You eat first." Suddenly, there was something important to deal with. After saying that, Bo Mohan strode away. Ling Youqing's face was a little overwhelmed. Usually, even if Bo Mohan really had something important, he would definitely put it off, or discuss the time of the next meal with her, and wait for her response. If she pretended to be pitiful, he would not leave. But now, he completely ignored her and left directly. Ling Youqing bit her silver teeth tightly, but she couldn't say a word. She only felt a slap hitting her in the face, which was hot and painful. Lin Ong'en and Fu Jingyan were already in the private room. The waiter served all the dishes. Ling Ong'en ate with chopsticks as usual, not caring whether the other party was the so-called male god, let alone whether her eating appearance would cause his disgust. Fu Jingyan likes Ling Ong'en's appearance very much. He has indeed contacted many women before, but he is not really as careful as rumored. So far, he has not slept with any woman. Everything is just a cover. But Lin doesn't know and doesn't mind these. After almost eating, she turned her eyes to Fu Jingyan. Seeing that he didn't move his chopsticks much, Ling Ong'en raised her eyebrows. In the past, she went out to eat with Mr. Fu, and you basically didn't eat much? Fu Jingyan seemed to sigh regretfully, because it was not made by you, and there was no taste. He is very picky. The people hired at home are all master-level cooks. Although they come out to eat, they are also high-quality food, but he still can't get used to it. On the contrary, at Ling Ong'en's house that day, he ate delicious food that he had never tasted in his life. Since then, I really can't forget her cooking skills. The corners of Ling Ong'en's mouth twitched, and Mr. Fu said, "Don't joke." Fu Jingyan shook his head helplessly. And you are never joking." Ling Ong'en held the chopsticks in her hand and didn't want to continue the topic. She said lightly, "It's better to tell me what you want to do with me." Fu Jingyan smiled and said, "You eat first and then talk about it after eating." Ling Ong'en didn't say anything and continued to eat. Seeing that Fu Jingyan had finished eating, she put down her chopsticks and spoke softly. "Let's talk about it this time." Chapter 69, Why talk about the word heartwarming? Fu Jingyan handed a document package to Ling Ong'en. "This is about the situation of the case company. I didn't give you too comprehensively last time. I have had someone reorganized it. Ling Men took it over and looked at it for a while. She found that it was indeed a little different from the previous one, but it generally did not affect it. Instead, it added 2 more beneficial points to her. She nodded, it was useful. Fu Jingyan raised his eyebrows. Seeing her long and dense black eyelashes flashing slightly, he smiled and opened his mouth. Before, he used to call him Iris, but now he has completely changed his words. Although Ling Neng didn't like his nickname to call her, she couldn't say anything after all. She looked up at him. Have you contacted him? When will the court be held? This time, Fu Jingyan didn't delay and spoke directly 5 days later. He squinted his eyes. Bo Mohan was really a strong opponent. Ling Neng raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Why did Mr. Fu say this? According to her understanding, Fu Jingyan doesn't seem to be a timid person during this period of time. Fu Jingyan sighed helplessly. 2 days ago, he was very sure of a project I competed with him, but it happened to be your divorce on the day, which was a help to me. Unexpectedly, even if such a thing happened, Bo Mohan still signed a contract with the other party as he wished. Lin's pupil shrinkage, Group A. She frowned and sneered, it's really awesome. Fu Jingyan's thin lips hooked slightly, looked at Ling Man and said, it's a foregone thing. I don't ask for anything, but I hope you can pass this time and let me win back a game. Ling Man raised her eyebrows. This is absolutely no problem. Seeing that she looked natural and didn't care about this question, Fu Jingyan smiled. In fact, I believe you. In the past, he may have doubted, but this time, he is really willing to believe. He doesn't care about winning or losing 10 billion. Losing is a matter of face, but if he loses the lawsuit and can be replaced with her, I'm afraid he is also willing to. The two probably chatted for a while and then left. Fu Jingyan sent her to the law firm as usual. The lawyers couldn't help talking about it, especially Nie Qing, who was full of sour words. More reasons was to care about Qing Fa's attitude towards Lianen. Back in the office, Su Miao raised her eyebrows. Is this going to the meeting? The corners of Ling Er's mouth twitched, handed the document to her casually, and said nonsense. Su Miao took the document with some doubt. What is this? You will know when you open it. Su Miao opened it obediently. After reading it, the light in his eyes seemed to be a little more, so he was more confident. Ling Mo nodded and didn't say anything, but Su Miao couldn't help looking at her. Lin. M. Now, Fu Jingyan is obviously very close to you and often flirts with you. Will you really lose control one day? Ling Neng couldn't help laughing. How could it be? Su Miao frowned slightly. Why not? Although Fu Jingyan is careful, he has to admit that he is excellent in all aspects. He can stand side by side with Bo Mohan. And he can love people more than Bo Mohan. Are you so sure that one day you will not be moved? Ling Neng shook her head helplessly. Sister Su, my heart is dead now. How can I talk about heartwarming? Besides, I'm divorced, and I'm not a girl's family. How can he marry me? Chapter 70 I will believe whatever you say. Su Miao gritted his teeth. It's a pity to lose your first time. Lin Er's eyelashes trembled slightly. For the first time. Bo Mohan was bored with her, which was also here. Once, she was drugged and sent to a room. At that time, she was delirious and only felt that the night was in a daze. When she woke up, she was sore and swollen, and there was a man lying next to her. At that moment, she was really flustered, but when she found out that it was Bo Mohan, she only felt that the whole world was bright. Fortunately, it's him. But after he woke up, he hated her so much that he even said sarcasm to her. Lin Man, do you think I will marry you in this way? Your father has been trimming me to marry you, and now you are climbing into my bed. Your father and daughter are really more cheap. At that time, she explained in a panic, saying that she was also tricked, but Bo Mohan didn't believe a word and packed herself up and left directly. That day, she kept sitting in bed and crying, without face. But not long after, her father told her that she could marry Bo Mohan. He agreed, not to mention how happy she was at that time. Thinking that it would be good to get married, she would definitely find a way to make him fall in love with her in the future, but on this day, she was really naive for 3 years, and finally she could only lick her wounds and leave. Ling Neng came back to her senses in an instant. Su Miao quickly opened her mouth and saw that your face was not good. Did you recall the past again? Lin took a slight breath and smiled forcefully. It's all over. I will look forward and never look back. Su Miao gritted his teeth. Hasn't he touched you again over the years? Ling Oan's face was slightly stiff, but he still said with a smile. He hated me so much that how could he touch me? Maybe he didn't even remember that night, just like me, his memory was blurred. Damn it. Su Miao slapped her hand on the table angrily, but looking at Ling Oan's expression was not very good. She immediately said, well, now the times are different. It's not that film that can decide anything. You are a good girl. Sooner or later, you will meet a man who really cherishes you. Lin En smiled and said whatever. Anyway, she doesn't care anymore. The street is flooded with traffic. Every day is so lively. Mu Shen just came out with a big bag of things at this moment. She is going to Er's house for dinner tonight. Lin Er's cooking is really delicious. If she hadn't been afraid that Lin Er would dislike her like a pig, she would have lived in Lin Er's house. However, as soon as she came out, she suddenly found a black Maybach parked in front of her. Mu Shen frowned slightly, but still stopped and waited for the car to pass before leaving, but she didn't expect that the car did not leave, and the co-driver's window slowly lowered. When she saw the flat face of the man in the main driver, Mu Shen's face suddenly turned black. Why is it you? Mu Shen gritted her teeth. Don't be delusional anymore. It's mine, it's mine. Xian held the steering wheel with his left hand, and slightly pressed the black sunglasses from top to bottom with his right hand. His eyes didn't look like the previous domineering at all, but with a little smile. I'm here to find you. I'm not here to steal your things. You get in the car first. I'll tell you something. Mu Shen didn't listen to a word at all, and directly sneered coldly. Do you think I'm a fool? I'll believe whatever you say. Su Yan sighed helplessly and looked at her about to bypass his car. He hurriedly said, I'm telling the truth. Do you want to go to see my lawsuit? Chapter 71. She always feels like she's on the thief's boat. Mu Shen looked stunned. What lawsuit is he going to fight? Everyone knows the ability to speak freely. Many people want to ask him to help fight a lawsuit, but his ability to accept orders depends on his mood. Even for a long time, he may not have a fight, but as long as he wants to come forward, the lawyer opposite will give up directly and do not intend to fight with Xian at all. Rumor has it that 1,000 games are better than 1,000 games. Mu Shen is also a lawyer, but because she has just graduated, her work has not been very smooth in the past few years, so she is just a small lawyer, and the big scene can't be seen at all. When she said this, she was a little moved. But the next moment, her eyes blinked, and she immediately sneered and said wildly, You don't need to fool me here. I know you are the sky in this regard. Proud son, no one can match you, but I'm not so ambitious that I can't snice you. It's good to leave without sending. Su Yan was suddenly helpless. Seeing that Mu Shen was really going to leave, he quickly turned on the electronic handbrake, got out of the car and grabbed Mu Shen's arm. I said, why are you so stubborn? I've already said that I'm not looking for your things. Isn't it good for us to make friends? Seeing Mu Shen looking at him suspiciously, he said helplessly, I have thought about it. Since she left it to you, I can't take it away. In fact, our relationship should be very close. Mu Shen frowned. What medicine did you take wrong today? She snorted coldly. I think that since she can treat you so well, I should also fulfill her wish. She has passed away now. In the future, I will take care of you and will not take away the thoughts she left behind. Mu Shen. Although what he said is seamless, she always has a feeling that a weasel gives a New Year's greeting to a chicken. Xian took advantage of her entanglement and directly pushed Mu Shen into the co-pilot. Mu Shen quickly resisted and struggled to get out of the car. I've already said that I don't need your help. Xian, you must not have good intentions. I won't believe a word from you. Su Ye's eyes flashed slightly, but he still held her down. Is that thing on you now? Mu Shen looked at him with a defensive face. Of course, she was not there. That's it. He snorted coldly. Since it's not on you, will it have any impact if I take you away now? The thing was indeed not on her. Mu Shen hesitated for a moment. Taking advantage of this time, Su Yan has returned to the main driver and locked the door. Mu Shen's face changed and she said, You. I'm afraid you'll run away halfway. Where are you going? I'll see you off. Mu Shen. There is something wrong with this guy, absolutely something wrong. She always feels like she's on a thief's boat. Su Yan, what kind of trick are you playing? There is no trick. 5 days later, the court will be held. It's a lawsuit between Fu Jingyan and Bo Mohai. Are you sure you don't want to watch it? Mu Shen was a little shocked. It was actually the two of them. This is a fight between the two giants. Just thinking about it, I think it's super wonderful. Seeing that she was already active, she immediately opened her mouth. Do you think I will take over an ordinary case? Don't I want to lose face? Pretend X. Mu Shen snorted disdainfully. But this case completely aroused her high curiosity. After a pause, Mu Shen asked again, do you know who Fu Jingyan will invite? He hid it well and couldn't be found for the time being. Su Yan opened his mouth very freely. What can he do if he can't find out? It's not an iris, and no one is afraid of me. Chapter 72. I don't have a father. Mu Shen sneered coldly. Don't say it. It may really be Iris. The other party's heart is like a mirror. Knowing that you are Bo Mohai's brother, then he must find someone more powerful than you to suppress you. Otherwise, he will find someone else in vain. Su Yan snorted coldly. Even if Iris comes, I still have the confidence to fight with her. Besides, she has disappeared for several years. Who is not necessarily the best. Now I am dragged down by her reputation. Everyone says that I am the second Iris. I don't change my name or surname, just call me Su Yan. Where did the second Iris name come from? Yo, are you still not convinced? When Iris was in its heyday, you didn't have the achievements you have now. Why, when you are more powerful now, you don't care about people? Mu She's voice was disdainful. After saying that, she didn't forget to follow the sarcasm again. With your arrogant nature, sooner or later you will capsize on the side of the iris. I'm waiting for that day. Damn it. He looked at her angrily. Is this woman still a little human? We are fighting for something, which is also what we all want, but at least the two of us have an inextricable relationship, and we have to be tied into a rope in front of outsiders. Does this woman have a conscience? Do you still want me to lose in iris? Mu She was happy. When she saw him blowing his hair, she felt comfortable. She immediately opened her mouth again. Who will make a rope with you? If you want to steal my things, you can't. You woman is unreasonable. Do you think she can allow the two of us to become enemies? You regard me as an enemy. Are you worthy of her? Mu She suddenly fell silent, and her eyes seemed to turn red gradually. Su Yan sensed something was wrong and turned his eyes to look at her. Seeing that she was about to cry, he stepped on the brake. Oh my god, auntie, what are you going to do? He slowly parked the car to the side and made a temporary stop. Mu She sniffed slightly and turned her head. She didn't want Siyan to see her ugly appearance. She immediately said in a low voice, "Let me down." Siyan frowned. Why did I let you down? To let everyone see that you were angry with me and cried. Sister, don't wrong me. Mu She's 2 tears fell without fighting. And her face changed a little. Why are you crying so much? Mu She pursed her lips. She was my only hope and my only expectation, and what she left behind was also the warmth that I couldn't get in my life. The expression of the wild words moved slightly. When the two of them mentioned that person, it seemed that no one could call out that name, as if tears would break as soon as they called out. Her death is bad news that both of them are unwilling to admit. Su Yan held the steering wheel tightly. At this point, there was nothing he could do. Mu She raised her hand to wipe her tears, blew her nose again, and drove. Su Yan took a deep look at her. You don't have a father. Why don't you go back? I don't have a father. Mu She's face was ugly. Obviously, she didn't want to mention her father at all. Su Yan didn't say anything more, and finally said in a low voice, "Where are you going?" Ling Ongin directly reported an address, and she was a little confused. Have you moved? No, Mu She doesn't want to talk anymore. Su Yan didn't mention anything more, and directly sent Mu She to the ground. As soon as Mu She opened the car door, she saw Ling Ongin coming back. Her troubles were swept away, and she said excitedly, well, Chapter 73. It's her own not fighting. Su Yan immediately turned his head and saw Ling Ongin. His eyebrows frowned slightly. This woman, who used to be considered Bo Mohan, was a qualified Mrs. Bo, but now the two of them are so stiff, and even she and Fu Jingyan are together, which is really a little elusive. Su Yan didn't plan to get out of the car. He just glanced at Ling Ongin. After Mu She closed the car door, he drove away. Mu She looked at Ling Ongin excitedly. Ongin, look, I bought a lot of things. Can you do it? The corners of Lin's mouth twitched. You can eat so well, aren't you afraid of getting fat? I'm proud of my fatness. I eat it one bite at a time. Can those who want to gain weight do it? Lin had no choice but to go upstairs with her. Mu She had another very delicious meal, not to mention how satisfied she was. However, she didn't spend the night here today. She was always worried that Si Yan was playing a ghost. She had to go home quickly for fear that Si Yan would go to her house to steal that thing. For 2 consecutive days, it was quite calm, and no one disturbed their lives. However, in the afternoon, Bo Song, the old man of the Bo family, called Bo Mohan and asked him to go home for dinner at night. Although Bo Mohan is unwilling, he usually does not refuse his grandfather's request. In the evening, there are 4 people. Bo Song, Tiang Ro, He Min and Bo Mohai. At the dinner table, the atmosphere is still relatively dull. In the past, when we had dinner, if it was a family dinner, there would be Ling Neng, but today without her, Tiao Ro always felt bad. She couldn't help sighing, eating by herself, and had no interest in talking. Bo Song took a look at her and felt a little hateful. Then, he looked at Bo Mu and said lightly, now that you are divorced, do you have any plans next? Bo Mohan looked calm and said lightly, deal with the company's affairs first. Bo Song frowned suddenly. Aren't you going to get married again? A mistress is still needed at home. Bo Mohan raised his eyes and looked at Bo Song. Do you think it is still suitable to get married again in the current situation? He Min frowned slightly and immediately said in a low voice, what's wrong? At the beginning, Ling Youqing became a vegetative person in order to save you. This is a well-known thing. If you marry her, no one will say anything. Bo Song nodded immediately. That's right, at the banquet, Ling Ong filed for divorce in public to make a fool of you. In addition, the continuous gossip between her and Fu Jingyan has been scolded on the internet. They all feel that she is the first to marry Ling Youqing in order to repay the favor. Jiang Ro's face suddenly became a little ugly. Are you too much? Just forced my granddaughter-in-law away. Bo Song looked at her coldly and forced her away. Is it because she doesn't fight, and she can blame us for forcing her away? Bo Moha's face was slightly gloomy and he didn't say a word. No one knew whether it was because of Jiang Rou's words or because of Bo Song's words that Ling Er's red apricot came out of the wall. He Min also nodded. Yes, Mom, look at how amazing Ling Er has done. I have given her a chance that day. It's because she didn't fight for it herself. Does my son still care about her when he marries someone else? What's more, she and Fu Jingyan look at each other every day. You haven't seen it. The affairs of the two of them are flying all over the internet, and many people say that they are going to get married next. Chapter 74. You don't know anything. With that, He Min couldn't help laughing again, saying that the two of them would get married before my son. Bang. Bo Moha's chopsticks were suddenly placed on the table, and his face was extremely gloomy. Several people looked at him with a slightly puzzled look. He Min suddenly reacted and quickly said, Son, her appearance is not worth your anger for her. You are already Qing now, and you should also be responsible for her, aren't you? Yo Qing is a very good girl. She is smart, sensible and generous. She is very suitable to be the head mother of the Bo family. Bo Song also nodded in agreement. Yes, the current business of the Lin family also needs cooperation in the later stage. It's just right for you to get married. Bo Mohan frowned. Now the light is relatively tight, and I still have a lawsuit to fight in 2 days. Let's talk about it after a while. Jiang Rou couldn't help sighing and always felt unspeakable regret, but all three of them agreed to divorce. What's the use of her stopping her? Even if it is forced to suppress, they don't care about her feelings and don't divorce. Can Enlun live a good life in the future? Bo Song nodded. I didn't ask you to get married in such a hurry, otherwise it would be unpleasant to spread out. You can get married in 2 or 3 months. Bo Mohan squeezed his thin lips tightly into a line. This matter will be decided later. You eat first. I'm full. With that, he got up and saw several people looking at him. He said in a low voice, the company still has something to deal with. I'll go back first. He Min quickly stood up. Mu Han, you. Bo Moha walked out without looking back. Bo Song frowned. He really didn't understand him more and more. Since he was divorced, he should marry again. Besides, I don't think he has a lot of feelings for Lin Youting. You don't know anything? Jiang Rou held back for a long time and couldn't help but get angry. She dropped the chopsticks in her hand and scolded angrily, money, money, money. There is only money in your eyes. No one's feelings. I'm really blind to marry you. Why are you crazy? Bo Song's face completely sank. Sooner or later, you will pay for your current conceit and unkindness. Jiang Rou scolded angrily and got up directly upstairs. You. In front of her daughter-in-law, she said so bad words that Bo Song was a little embarrassed. He Min sighed helplessly. Dad, you and your mother are old. It's better to quarrel less in the future. Is it me who is noisy? It's obviously your mother. Bo Song was not in the mood to eat. He put down his chopsticks and got up with him. I went out for a walk. In just a few minutes, He Min was left alone on the dining table, and the dishes on the table were basically not moved with a few chopsticks. He Min's face was also a little gloomy. In fact, the years still took good care of her. Even though she was nearly 50 years old, she was taken care of like a woman in her early 30s, and her charm was still there. However, she has a strong personality, and her relationship with Bo Moha's father is not too harmonious. Bo Yijie often goes on business trips and doesn't care much about her. In fact, the two of them are not the kind of acquaintances when they get married. It's completely flattering the marriage. Therefore, although He Min has a position in the Bo family, she can't get any real warmth. Only Jiang Rou is usually good to her. He Min pursed her lips. Anyway, she must let Bo Mohan marry Lin Youqing. She has come into contact with this child many times. He is scheming and smart. More importantly, she likes Bo Mohan, so she will plan for him wholeheartedly. Chapter 75. It's not your fault. Now looking for a mistress depends not only on the family background of the other party, but also on her ability. You can't come back from a straw man like Lin, who only knows how to be a full-time wife. The next day, Li Meng went to work at the lawyer's office as usual, but Nie Qing's attitude towards Li En seemed to be more and more mean. Lin doesn't mind either. After all, they are not in the same office. After working for a short day, she suddenly received a call. Seeing the call, Lin En's expression suddenly became a little solemn. This number. After hesitating for a moment, she still picked it up and said politely, Uncle. The other party paused and seemed to sigh helplessly. Did he change his words so soon? Lin Meng pursed her lips and was silent for a moment. What's the matter with you? Well, no matter what happens between you two, if you call me Dad, I will always be your father from now on. It has nothing to do with blood, you know? The other party's voice was soft and loving, and Lin E's eyelashes trembled slightly. In the past few years of marriage, one is a grandmother and the other is a father-in-law. The two of them are very good to her. Thank you, Dad. After all, Lin En still calls it that. Well, are you free now? Why don't we have afternoon tea together? Dad won't stay long after coming back from this business trip. I want to see you again. Ling Nan opened her lips and didn't quite understand why he was so anxious to see her.